Sleep here. Zhang Xiaolong inwardly screamed. Heavens! Is this old man a psychopathic killer? He turned and rushed out, but before he could cross the threshold of the biochemical lab, he collapsed with a blackout. Luo Mo held a syringe in his hand, a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he stared at the unconscious Zhang. December 12, 3145. That day happened to be Fang Jinjia's birthday. Many years later, Zhang Xiaolong would still marvel at the twist of fate on that December 12th. Without that day, the future Universal Federation would never have been established. Zhang Xiaolong eagerly carried his gift to Fang Jinjia's door. Since they lived close by, he rode his bicycle to deliver a birthday present, a multifunctional video player. To afford this gift, he had endured 3 months of frugal living, saving every bit from his monthly allowance of 3000 credits. In school, Fang Jinjia was always the center of attention, while Zhang Xiaolong was plain and unremarkable, 165 centimeters tall, weighing 99 kilograms. This physique filled him with inferiority, and he constantly dreamed of shedding the excess weight, but each attempt ended in failure. Thus, he could only remain silent before her. Surrounded by countless suitors, Fang Jinjia seemed unreachable to Zhang Xiaolong. Every time he faced her, his eyes would wander elsewhere, for her beauty was too dazzling to meet directly. Arriving at the luxurious Fang Villa, Zhang Xiaolong was led into the living room by the intelligent butler. The graceful Fang Jinjia sat leisurely on the sofa watching television and asked casually, "Fatty, what do you want with me?" She didn't even bother to stand up. Zhang Xiaolong sensed the coldness in her tone, bitterness welling in his heart. Forcing a smile, he said, "I have something going on tonight, so I can't make it to your birthday celebration. I thought I'd drop off the gift now while I have the chance." He handed her a small, beautifully wrapped box, a gift bought with half a year's savings. Fang Jinjia said indifferently, "Just put it there. Look, it's Claudius' concert. Why are you just standing there? Sit down." Fang Jinjia's father, Fang Zuming, was the CEO of Lixing Technology, worth hundreds of billions. The vast corporation operated across 13-star regions, developing civilian tech products. In July 3144, the group took on the development of new military mechs, further expanding its scale. Although Zhang Xiaolong's gift was not cheap, it meant little in Fang Jinjia's eyes. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes wandered over the massive virtual TV, the soft piano notes flowing through his ears. He pointed to his head and said, "I lack musical cells, so I don't really appreciate it. I think it's about time I left, or my tutor will be angry." Fang Jinjia kept her eyes on the TV without even glancing at him. "What a shame. There's a lot of good food tonight. It's a pity you can't come. But if you did, I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough food for us." Heh. Obesity was a constant source of ridicule for Zhang Xiaolong. If someone else had said it, he might have let it slide. But coming from Fang Jinjia, he knew it hurt his pride. His face flushed red, wanting to say something, but not knowing what. Zhang Xiaolong's face was grim, and he remained silent, forgiving Fang Jinjia's thoughtless words. In his heart, Fang Jinjia was a princess blessed with all grace, beautiful, noble, of impeccable background. And Zhang Xiaolong knew he could never compare to her in any aspect. Yet love has no reason, and even he didn't know why. What was so good about Fang Jinjia? But stubborn Zhang Xiaolong knew that no matter what flaws she had, even if she lost everything one day, he would still love her, because his own stubbornness left him no other choice. But Zhang Xiaolong knew that Fang Jinjia would never need him. Endless protectors surrounded her, and he could only stand in the corner watching her happy life from afar. Zhang Xiaolong's plump figure staggered out of the Fang Villa, thinking about the way Fang Jinjia had spoken to him. Both sorrow and joy mingled within him. Being alone in the same room with her had been his dream, but when it happened, he realized his mistake. He couldn't bear her slightly sarcastic smile. The beautiful girl he adored making such a face at him felt like a cruel mockery. Closing his eyes, he recalled the moments and found himself smiling. At least she wasn't his girlfriend, but they were still friends. The thought stung a little. Never mind, head stopped dwelling on it. The experiment was in an hour, so he hurried to the Ever since meeting Lu Mo 2 years ago, the old man had personally become Zhang Xiaolong's class tutor. A move that surprised even the principal, for the stubborn elder had never been so proactive. Lu Mo's care and concern made Zhang Xiaolong feel the weight of the old man's expectations. He had tried asking why he had fainted in the lab that night, but Lu Mo always brushed it off. Zhang Xiaolong changed into his lab coat and strode into the biochemical lab. Although it was just a high school, the lab was well equipped with a mini proton energy device, a space converter, an energy scanner, a DNA converter, and other sophisticated instruments. He had told Fang Jinjia it was a space jump experiment, but in truth, he didn't know what the experiment was. Lu Mo said it was just routine, but Zhang Xiaolong had a feeling something big was about to happen. Lu Mo was well aware of Zhang's personality. If left to himself, he would never have personally delivered the gift to Fang Jinjia's home. Lu Mo had forced him to go. That alone made Zhang feel something unusual was brewing, though the only change he noticed was that his tutor's tone and attitude had grown increasingly stern. Before entering the lab, Zhang Xiaolong heard Lu Mo coughing. He thought to himself, the tutor's health is deteriorating. I keep telling him to rest, but he always stays holed up in the lab. This won't do. The electronic door slid open automatically. Zhang Xiaolong hurried in and asked, "Tutor, are you coughing?" Luo Mo turned his head slightly, looking at the concern on Zhang Xiaolong's face. Over the past 2 years, Luo Mo had poured all his energy into Zhang. To ensure the safety of the human body modification plan, he had nearly rechecked all 10 trillion molecular programs, exhausting his strength. Now a weary smile appeared on his aged face. The first smile in almost a year. He said slowly, "It's nothing. Getting sick is natural. Everyone falls ill. Come sit down and let's talk." Zhang Xiaolong helped Lu Mo to a nearby armchair and sat opposite him. Lu Mu forced himself upright, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. "What did you think of your visit to Fang Jinjia's home?" Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. "I'd rather not have gone. It made me realize how pitiful I am. But I don't understand why you insisted I go to her house." Lu Mo said, "Foolish child, not everything in life goes as you wish. I just wanted you to understand that lesson. It will help you on your path ahead. I already knew the outcome, but why don't I see any grief on your face?" Zhang Xiaolong hesitated. "Perhaps because I can face reality. You always said when the time comes to face it. Even if you don't want to, you will eventually. Running away is unwise." Lu Mo nodded, sweat glistening on his brow. He took a deep breath and said, "That you understand this shows you are no longer a child. I believe you are now qualified to venture into the universe." Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. "Tutor, your words today are strange. What do you mean I'm qualified to explore the universe? I don't understand." Lu Mo spoke slowly. "After tonight, you will no longer be an ordinary person. I cannot explain why, but at least I can tell you. You will create a miracle." Lu Mo's words only deepened Zhang Xiaolong's confusion. Why was everything his tutor said so cryptic today? He asked, "Tutor, what exactly is it?" Lu Mo said, "Remember the human body modification plan I once told you about? Back when I was in the military research department, I was the head of this plan. In fact, we reached the final human trial stage, but it was terminated. Do you know why?" "No," said Zhang Xiaolong. Lu Mo continued. "Although the experiment passed the demonstration phase and entered human trials, the subjects were in excellent condition during the first 2 weeks, almost exactly as we predicted. But then they all died. Every single one, their bodies burst open. It was heartbreaking. These were elite soldiers, the cream of the crop. The military subsequently questioned the plan's feasibility, and eventually both the plan and I were expelled from the military research department. That's why I came here to teach." Zhang Xiaolong asked, "Then did you find the cause of the failure?" Lu Mo smiled faintly. "The day I met you 2 years ago, I already found the answer. A simple encrypted molecular sequence was the culprit. After 2 more years of verification, the chances of success are now very high. But there was a critical problem, the gene sequence. When I saw the answer revealed by the encrypted formula, I was almost in despair, because no 2 people in the world share the same gene sequence. If that sequence belonged to the original developer Hajit, then we would have forever lost the chance to realize the plan. But your appearance gave me hope again. Do you remember that night during the physical exam when I suddenly went into a frenzy?" Zhang Xiaolong suddenly understood. "Is my gene sequence the one from that molecular sequence?" Lu Mo nodded. "Exactly. It's you. I waited 80 years and finally I found you." Zhang Xiaolong's expression shifted between joy and worry. Noticing this, Lu Mo asked, "What are you thinking?" Zhang Xiaolong shook his head, silently unable to answer. Lu Mo's words left him in turmoil, his mind blank. Facing Lu Mo's concerned face, he felt utterly at a loss. Lu Mo asked, feeling confused, "Not sure how to face me?" Zhang Xiaolong started, then nodded. "A bit. It feels like a fairy tale. I'm about to become a superhero. I don't know how to describe it." Lu Mo laughed. "Not the kind of superhero you imagine. This modification won't affect your normal physiological functions. It simply makes your body more perfect and practical. If you think it'll make you a Superman, well, you'll be stronger than ordinary people, but not the kind you're thinking of." Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed, "Why do I feel everything you say today is so profound?" Lu Mo just shook his head. "That's not important. What matters is that the human body modification plan no longer has unsafe factors. I think it's time to rewrite the history of human evolution. Xiaolong, are you ready?" Zhang Xiaolong seemed about to say something, but when he saw Lu Mo's aged face and white hair, he hesitated. Should he say goodbye to the past and create a new self, or live out his ordinary life in peace? In less than 30 seconds, many thoughts raced through his mind. His parents, classmates, friends. He knew that if he chose the modification, his life's course would be rewritten. He thought of Fang Jingyao, the noble rich girl, her slightly mocking smile. He kept shaking his head. Disappointment flickered across Lu Mo's face. But then a voice, still youthful but tinged with stubborn resolve, spoke. "I'm ready. Even if it repeats the outcome of before, I will choose this. I want to prove myself, and I want to prove that your research—" Lu Mo nodded. "Good. Do you see that yellow envelope? I won't force you to do anything, but there is a place you should go, to prove your abilities, and to prove my efforts. After the experiment, I want you to train there." Zhang Xiaolong looked back, and saw the envelope placed not far away. With a resolute expression he said, "I will definitely go." Lu Mo's complexion grew worse. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't bear it. "Teacher, please go to the hospital." Lu Mo shook his head. "No need. I've lived over 100 years just for today." Zhang Xiaolong had always known Lu Mo carried something in his heart, but only today did he understand what it was. Lu Mo's condition and his stubborn temperament gave Zhang a sense of foreboding. "Tutor, don't worry, it will succeed." Lu Mo's face was sallow. He nodded faintly. "Good." Zhang Xiaolong walked to the center of the experimental apparatus that awaited him, skillfully connecting each wire. Under Lu Mo's guidance, he had mastered the basic theory of human body modification. Although still a high school student, his understanding of bioelectronic technology surpassed even university professors. In a short while he was ready, lying down on the instrument. A vacuum immediately covered his body. Lu Mo carefully checked the equipment and said, "Begin." At that moment, through the air membrane, Zhang Xiaolong saw that the moment Lu Mo pressed the start button, his body slumped to the ground. Zhang wanted to get up, but felt no strength left in his entire body. A warm halo slowly spread outward from Zhang Xiaolong's body. He felt a strange sensation all over, and just as a hint of discomfort crept in, he lost consciousness, sinking into a deep coma. Everything around him became irrelevant. When Zhang Xiaolong awoke, he saw Lu Mo's figure slumped over the monitor. He quickly unfastened the wires and stepped off the instrument. As he approached Lu Mo's side, he clearly knew that Lu Mo had lost all signs of life. A wave of sorrow flooded through him. He embraced Lu Mo's cold, still body, shivering uncontrollably. At that moment, he lost the first teacher in his life. Time passed, the sky was beginning to lighten. Zhang Xiaolong noticed the items Lu Mo had left on the monitor, a yellow letter. He opened it and saw the words, "Death Battlefield, Training Letter." A plump figure left the college. Just as the shadow vanished into the woods, a fiery blast erupted from the biochemical lab, followed by a deafening explosion. Looking around, Zhang Xiaolong saw walls made of bronze-colored metal. He knocked on the wall with his finger, and the sound was muffled, indicating it was quite thick, about 80 centimeters. This reminded him of a metal code KQWS produced in the Centaur galaxy, a raw material for building advanced warships. Due to limited production, only high-level vessels and top command personnel could be equipped with such metal. From the basic operation of the spacecraft, it seemed to be unmanned. Could this be the new ZT-45 transport ship that the military had not yet announced? Zhang Xiaolong was very surprised to receive such treatment. In the early morning, he held the Death Battlefield Training Letter, only to find inside a complete set of officer credentials and various archival documents. Although surprised, Zhang Xiaolong knew this was all arranged by Lu Mo. Dressed in civilian clothes, he went to the city's aerospace base, and following Lu Mo's instructions, directly found the person in charge, presenting his credentials and the Death Battlefield Training Letter. The base commander immediately arranged for an automatically navigated ZT-45 spacecraft to send Zhang Xiaolong to the planet Neilanka. Neilanka is a planetary military training base renowned across the universe. Its multi-branch training subjects and rigorous methods are synonymous with the planet. What truly makes soldiers hesitate is the Death Battlefield training. In a fully simulated real battlefield environment, participants must undergo over 100 types of confrontational exercises, including conventional combat operations, special forces, and various unimaginable joint drills. Each year, approximately 2,000 officers and soldiers die in the death battlefield. On average, only about 0.00001 of the 2,000 trainees pass the training. This place is the pinnacle of honor and glory for soldiers across the universe. Every soldier considers passing the harsh death battlefield training as the greatest honor. Lu Mo chose this place as Zhang Xiaolong's first training ground after his transformation, aiming to prove the effectiveness of the human body modification in the most dangerous and harsh environment, achieving the best state after modification. Perhaps he was selfish, only wanting to prove his own ideas, but Zhang Xiaolong believed this was the first challenge he would face. On the road ahead, he would never escape anything. His only choice was to face it. This was the lesson Lu Mo taught him in the last moments of his life, and also what he most wanted to do in his heart. Changing into the military uniform prepared by the aerospace base, and taking out the rank of a private first class that Lu Mo had prepared for him, Zhang Xiaolong felt a sense of familiarity, as if his body had long been expecting to wear the uniform and gallop across the battlefield. Although the fit was somewhat unsuitable, Zhang Xiaolong was filled with ambition. After about 7 or 8 hours, the spacecraft warned that it was about to enter a space jump. Zhang Xiaolong entered the protective space. After an unknown period, he felt a violent shudder from the spacecraft, as if it had landed. The hatch opened, and the one welcoming Zhang Xiaolong was a federal soldier. Tall and stalwart, his physique fully displayed a sense of resolute strength. Everything here was overwhelming for a boy not yet 16. On the face of the lieutenant who welcomed him, there was full expression of surprise and doubt. Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand to salute, and said, "Private First Class Zhang Xiaolong reporting for the death battlefield training, as ordered." Zhang Xiaolong didn't even know that he had spoken these words unconsciously. Oh, everything seemed so skilled and natural. The lieutenant looked at Zhang Xiaolong with surprise and suspicion, raised his hand to return the salute, and said, "Welcome. But first I would like to see your invitation letter and military ID." Zhang Xiaolong quickly took out his officer ID and invitation letter. The lieutenant carefully examined the photo and the documents. In front of the inspection device, he quickly checked Zhang Xiaolong's military level, which showed 4 stars. The lieutenant was shocked. This unremarkable Zhang Xiaolong is actually a member of a 4-star team. Unbelievable. In the Interstellar military establishment, the restrictions on star ratings were quite strict. 4-star teams belong to emergency response forces, special operations forces, and anti-terrorist teams. Any of these required extremely high standards in all aspects. It was just unexpected that the member of a 4-star team today would be a chubby boy with a childish face. From any perspective, this person did not fit the description of any of these 3 types of teams. After confirming everything was correct, the lieutenant spoke, his cold expression comparable to the ice on the summit of Mount Zilishan, which is 19876 meters high. "Welcome to the planet Sri Lanka. This is your training base. I am Lieutenant Lamo, your squad leader." Although there was no trace of welcome on Lieutenant Lamo's face, Zhang Xiaolong still smiled and nodded at him. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly felt a sense of novelty and excitement. After the human body modification, he didn't know what extras he could have compared to ordinary people. Still full of confidence, he accepted the test of the death battlefield arranged by Lu Mo. Zhang Xiaolong picked up his luggage and said, "Can you arrange accommodation for me?" Lamo said, "Follow me. They'll take you to your quarters. And I hope you don't get lost here." Zhang Xiaolong nodded and said, "I don't think I will. Thank you for your trouble." "Thank you for your trouble." The two walked one after another towards the training base. What caught Zhang Xiaolong's eyes was a cluster of imposing and compact buildings. It was hard for him to calculate the total area of these buildings, but seeing them, he clearly understood that his future days would be very tough, because in the distance he saw a cemetery. Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the cemetery and asked, "Are those all soldiers who died training here?" Lamo said, "Here there are only soldiers who obey orders, not soldiers who ask why. Private, from today you are a member of this place. Your number is FT 6786. Here you can forget your name, but you must remember your number. Understood? FT 6786. The voice suddenly raised several notes. "Yes, I understand." Zhang Xiaolong answered loudly. "Say to me, sir." "Understood." Lamo shouted again. "Yes, sir." Zhang Xiaolong realized that professional soldiers had a very strong tendency to be obsessive. Lamo took Zhang Xiaolong to a shabby dormitory. Zhang Xiaolong looked back at the tall buildings, then at the place he was about to live in, and said, "Isn't this a bit too much? Can this even be lived in?" Lamo said, "After a week, when all personnel are assembled, you will enter the 1-year death battlefield training. So for now you'll have to stay here." Lamo thought to himself, if he enters the death battlefield, given Zhang Xiaolong's condition, he is as good as dead. Zhang Xiaolong reluctantly obeyed the order and said, "Since it's like this, he'll make do with it." The simple luggage did not take much time. Zhang Xiaolong tidied up his quarters and began his first day on Sri Lanka. It was very ordinary. The regulations for trainees on Sri Lanka were strict, but for those participating in the death battlefield training, they rarely interfered, even if there were fights. In the eyes of the person in charge of Sri Lanka, these people would soon become dead men. At most, only 2 people passed the death battlefield training each year. On the 3rd day, the base began to form teams. Zhang Xiaolong was assigned to the first team. Seeing his new comrades, Zhang Xiaolong was somewhat excited, but these people looked at him with disdain. Finally, on the 7th day, all personnel from the 13 major star sectors arrived at the training camp. Early in the morning, a crisp assembly bell rang. All trainees gathered in front of the door. After a few days, Zhang Xiaolong had gotten used to military life. Except for its rigidity and monotony, everything else was acceptable. Among the nearly 200 people, Zhang Xiaolong was almost invisible. But someone beside him whispered, "Little fatty, how did you end up here?" Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and said, "Since I'm here, what's the use of asking why? The drill ground was at least 4 times the size of our school, nearly 200 square meters, and that was just the north drill ground." "Attention!" Lamo stood at the front of the formation. "At ease." Lamo shouted coldly, then turned to the officer with 2 bars and 3 stars on his left shoulder, saluted, and reporting to the battalion commander, "The entire special training battalion is assembled. Expected 2200, actual 2200. Please give instructions." "Squadron leader Lamo." The battalion commander raised his hand to return the salute. "Fall in." Lamo returned to the formation. The battalion commander stood in front, emitting an intangible aura of slaughter, a unique kind of presence. Zhang Xiaolong felt that this aura was familiar. It was the aura brought by 100 battles on the battlefield. "I am the person in charge of the Sri Lanka training base, Colonel Li Jia. Coming here means you are the best soldiers in the entire military. The fact that you can be here shows that you are already excellent. In the coming year, I will train with you. Although it is a time of peace for a soldier, peace also means war. It is a competition of readiness. Soldiers must never relax themselves. I don't care if you are from the Aviation Corps Missile Brigade or Space Force. Here you must abandon everything you had before. Everything must start from scratch because the soldiers who walk out of here are the best in the universe. There is also a big difference between the training here and that of other units. Here there are no grades, only life and death. Be mentally prepared. I hope everyone can pass the test. Next, the teams I call out will step forward. Other teams stand by. I saw the battalion commander take out a thick roll call book. What the hell is this? What he said sounds intimidating, but it seems real. If it's real, then I'm definitely dead. Zhang Xiaolong listened to all this with a blank expression, unable to tell whether he was excited or something else. He felt that his heart was hard to calm at this moment. Facing death soon, a surge of impassioned will welled up in his chest. Kid, you're a typical warmonger. An unfamiliar aged voice sounded in Zhang Xiaolong's mind. Zhang Xiaolong was startled and looked around but didn't see anyone talking to him. Don't look. You are me and I am you. You should be honored to become the first person in the universe. Foolish boy, they called you out. Go out quickly. Zhang Xiaolong shouted in his heart ghost. He wanted to scream, but couldn't speak, instead quickly stepping forward. The battalion commander pointed to a large room behind him, his sharp eyes scanning all members of the 1st FT group. 1 year from now, those who qualify will walk out of here. Your weapons can be found inside. I can tell you now that ahead lies the death battlefield waiting for you. Every 100 kilometers, there will be a supply point. So if you can walk out of the death battlefield unscathed, you can proceed to the next phase of training. If not, I will find a free grave for you here. Zhang Xiaolong's face turned pale. He felt that all this was too unbelievable. His body was completely out of control, and he followed the others into the training ground. Zhang Xiaolong entered the training center, known as the Dark Zone of the military. In fact, the trainees who came to participate already knew about it, but the voice Zhang Xiaolong had heard made him panic. What was going on? Could this be the change after the human body modification plan? I quit. I don't want to participate in the combatant training. The speaker was a second lieutenant. He was the only officer in the group. Everyone looked at him. The battalion commander nodded and said, okay. Anyone here can choose to withdraw or refuse training. The second lieutenant said, I request to return to my original unit. I want to leave Sri Lanka. Please send me back as soon as possible. Okay. The battalion commander answered coldly, and at the same time a gunshot ended the second lieutenant's life. Red blood, white brain matter. Zhang Xiaolong vomited. He had never seen such a scene. His face was pale and miserable. Everyone can choose to withdraw. I said there is only life and death here. The one who retreats awaits a grave. The battalion commander said coldly. At the entrance of the room, there was a gun room. Zhang Xiaolong looked back at the corpse on the ground, then quickly turned and walked inside. Inside there were various weapons and equipment complete with individual combat gear. Others had already started picking out weapons. Zhang Xiaolong stood frozen, and the voice appeared in his mind. The old man have been dormant for nearly a few hundred years. So many good weapons. Looks like I can stretch my limbs properly. The voice was full of excitement. Zhang Xiaolong thought, why do I always hear this strange voice? Fatty, why are you standing there like a fool? Grab your weapon. A teammate from the same group saw Zhang Xiaolong not moving and reminded him. Zhang Xiaolong picked up a delicate pistol and spun it on his finger. Someone quickly knocked the weapon out of his hand. Do you want to die? This YU-67 has a recoil of 5000 G. Do you want to break your bones? No way. Zhang Xiaolong looked at the pistol in shock. Could this toy-like thing really be that powerful? A recoil of 5000 G would turn him into a meat patty. Without a shoulder stock, no one could use it. Zhang Xiaolong thought about what kind of situation he might encounter and decided to choose some heavy weapons. With that thought, he picked up a weapon that looked clumsy. Only when he lifted it did he realize it was really heavy. Stupid. You wouldn't use a plasma laser cannon even to suppress a riot, idiot. The voice came again. Who are you? Are you a ghost? Zhang Xiaolong quickly asked. Ha ha. The laughter was ugly, worse than a crow's caw. Kid, you really don't know how to respect the elderly. Who I am is not important. The key is that I can make you the best in the universe. But first get your weapons together. Let me see. Wow, is this for suppressing a riot? All heavy weapons. An AB-25 ion beam, nice stuff. Mustard gas bombs too, Oma. The voice exclaimed with emotion. Zhang Xiaolong had already somewhat understood that this voice was related to the human body modification plan. He cautiously asked, how did you get inside my body? The voice said, we'll talk about that later. Pick your weapons now. Time is running out, kid. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong noticed that others had almost finished preparing. He shook his head and said, but I really don't know how to choose these things. Can you give me some advice? Oh, all right. My old hands haven't been active for many years. I'll assemble a gun just once. Before the voice finished, Zhang Xiaolong's hands quickly grabbed a B-25 ion beam gun, released the bolt, removed the casing, pulled out the B-25 barrel, and set it down, then took out the ion energy emitter. While his body was doing all this, Zhang Xiaolong's expression showed surprise, doubt, and other emotions. The voice said the ion beam is a close-range attack weapon with a range of 5000 meters. It can fire 3000 ion laser beams per minute. but its power is too great a weapon that kills 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own. Considering its power is more than double that of the Yu-67, but its recoil is less than that of projectile weapons, we need to borrow the stock of the Yu-67. This is a perfect combination, and it also has a sniper function, effective range up to 10 kilometers, maximum range 15 kilometers, recoil only 500. Truly a must-have tool for silencing enemies and killing on the battlefield. Zhang Xiaolong finally understood how cows die. The person's boasting skills were matched only by his knowledge of military equipment. But the gun in his hand seemed to be exactly as the voice described. Then he seemed to. Zhang Xiaolong heard this and finally knew how the cow died. The person's ability to brag was as strong as his knowledge of military equipment. However, the gun in his hand seemed to be exactly as the voice described. Then he seemed to. By instinct, Zhang Xiaolong grabbed 2 fully automatic laser pistols, 9 energy magazines, a Z-76 heavy-duty shoulder-mounted laser cannon, and a military knife. Once everyone was ready and Zhang Xiaolong had finished selecting his weapons, the others saw the scattered gun parts, and their eyes widened with shock. Each of them thought to themselves, this fatty is a monster. He can modify firearms on a whim. The death battlefield was a specialized training room that simulated over 700 battles, large and small, from the Nei launching galactic war. To date, fewer than 10 soldiers had survived all 700 battles without a single glorious death, and all 10 were now elite team leaders in various military districts. Zhang Xiaolong's squad stepped out of the armory into pitch-black darkness, relying solely on their night vision gear. After several days together, they had grown familiar. The 7-member team, Kasha, Chun Dong, Dagwai, Lu Xiaowang, Qiushi, Lu Xiaoji, and Zhang Xiaolong, moved forward slowly. This place is strange. Old Lu take point. Xiao Dong and Dagwai cover the left. Lu Xia and Qiushi watch the right. Everyone else stay alert. They'll take the rear. Fatty stay in the middle. Kasha assigned each person their role, placing Zhang Xiaolong in the center, considering him the weakest member. Zhang Xiaolong holding his modified B-25 rifle advanced while keeping an eye on his surroundings. The glasses he wore were thermal sensors that could detect any warm-blood creature within 50 meters. However, Zhang Xiaolong found the gear incredibly heavy. The magazines pressed painfully against his belly, and he regretted eating so much. His waist was now 3 feet wide, far too large. Zhang Xiaolong swaggered along in the middle, clearly struggling with the burden. Kasha opened the electronic map to study their route. Just then the strange voice returned, tough going for the fatty, isn't it? Zhang Xiaolong, panting heavily, retorted, quite a temper, aren't you? Do you know? This simulation battlefield training room cost the military over 100 million credits. Don't think it's just a simulation. It replicates everything, including the pain of being hit. If you don't want to die in your first battle, you'd better stay sharp. Who are you exactly? They'll tell you so you can die with your eyes open, but with me here, how could you die? Watch out. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly sensed an anomaly at the 4 o'clock position and fired a shot without hesitation. A muffled groan followed and a glowing humanoid figure fell. Zhang Xiaolong hurried over and saw it was a soldier in a strange uniform. Suddenly the figure kicked Zhang Xiaolong hard in his fatty belly. Ouch! Unable to bear the pain, he collapsed. Without a word, the figure aimed its gun and sprayed bullets at him. Zhang Xiaolong screamed in agony. Kasha, hearing the commotion, fired at the simulation soldier. Are you okay? Zhang Xiaolong replied with a tearful voice, not dead. Just in pain. Tears streamed down Zhang Xiaolong's face. Fortunately, he was wearing a physical defense vest, otherwise he would have been eliminated at the start of the training. Zhang Xiaolong stood up and fired several shots at the fallen simulation soldier, cursing, "Are your bullets free?" He kept rubbing his belly, the spot where the simulation soldier had kicked him still throbbing with pain. Will you remember the consequences of carelessness from now on? You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? Damn it, if you keep holding back like this, I'll do something desperate. I'll kill myself. Zhang Xiaolong threatened the strange entity, only to realize his companions had vanished. He forced himself to stay alert, the earlier incident serving as a stark warning in battle. One must be cautious or lose their life at any moment. Don't panic. Remember, you're a soldier, now, not a middle school student from National No. Too high. They've activated solo training mode. You're all in the same place, but you can't see each other. Kid, do you want to become a true soldier? The voice echoed in Zhang Xiaolong's ear again. Yes, but I'm feeling a bit hungry now. Zhang Xiaolong rubbed his belly and groaned. Never before had he endured such treatment, being kicked in the stomach. Pathetic. A sharp rap landed on Zhang Xiaolong's head. Do you realize that the opportunity you have now hasn't appeared in thousands of years? The 10 miracles of humanity are all within you. You can't let us old folks down. The 10 miracles of humanity. Never heard of them. Is it related to the human body modification project? Zhang Xiaolong's curiosity was finally piqued. Lu Mo had promised to change, but so far all had noticed were strange presences inside him. The 10 miracles of humanity are the spiritual essences of those who created the 10 great miracles. They all reside within you now. How to put it? You were supposed to inherit just one, but something went wrong and you absorbed all 10. Our spiritual energy is immense, and you can't fully absorb it yet, so I have to guide you personally. The voice's aged tone brought clarity to Zhang Xiaolong. So this was what Lu Mo meant by spiritual modification, directly inputting knowledge into the brain as data. But the conversion method was beyond his imagination. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly remembered something, and asked why did my mentor choose this place as my first stop after the modification. I don't know that either. Perhaps your mentor knows. Zhang Xiaolong asked, when will this spiritual modification? The voice replied, about a year. In 1 year you'll learn what 10 people would take decades to master. You should be great. Zhang Xiaolong felt no excitement. But my mentor is lying in the lab. This should have been exciting, but I don't feel thrilled. I'm just fulfilling his wish. How should I address you? The voice chuckled. Mention my name, and it'll scare you to death. Duan Fei. Does that ring a bell? Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. You're Marshal Duan Fei, the Flying Eagle. It's really you. Duan Fei laughed. I haven't talked this much in centuries, young man. You have a lot to learn. Zhang Xiaolong marveled. I never thought the Flying Eagle who roamed the cosmos would be such a foul-mouthed fellow. I studied your exploits in middle school history. What did you say? The few I've mentored have become famous marshals or battle-hardened generals, and you call me foul-mouthed. Don't make me lose face, or I'll make you pay, Duan Fei warned. Zhang Xiaolong spotted many moving red dots on his equipment. Something's happening. So many red dots. Duan Fei's voice urged. Simulation soldiers are surrounding you. Move quickly. If you're trapped, you're dead. Zhang Xiaolong dashed toward a gap in the red dots. Gunfire erupted, and a blue energy beam grazed his head. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Close call, he thought. Looking back, the red dots were densely packed, making his scalp tingle. Duan Fei said, avoid the strong and strike at the weak. There are too many enemies. Run for now. Zhang Xiaolong gasped. Run again. Oh my god. He quickened his pace, but his bulky frame made it impossible to shake off the simulation soldiers. Duan Fei chided, damn it, you're way too fat. At this rate you'll either be killed by them, or exhaust yourself to death. Zhang Xiaolong didn't slow down. You think I want to be this way? Duan Fei said, idiot, you have the Z-76 laser cannon. It's not just for show. Zhang Xiaolong retorted, damn it, you think I don't want to use it? The enemy is scattered. Where should I aim? Duan Fei cursed, pig. Lure them together first. Put the Z-67 away for now, and play some guerrilla warfare. Ouch. Mom, they hit my butt. Zhang Xiaolong rubbed his backside. The simulation soldier had struck him there during a brief pause. After all, his target was too big to miss. The enemy surged toward him like a tidal wave. With no other thoughts, he focused solely on evading their relentless attacks, and sprinted forward. Looking up, he saw a dense forest ahead. Zhang Xiaolong sighed in relief, thinking he was safe, but when he glanced back, he spotted even more AL-6 infantry rocket vehicles. Zhang Xiaolong thought him done for this time. Alas, my old reputation is ruined by you, kid. You may not have absorbed all our memories, but at least 20% right. Don't stop now. Head into the jungle. Grandpa here will teach you jungle combat today. Duan Fei, unable to bear Zhang Xiaolong's pathetic state, finally decided to intervene. Zhang Xiaolong's obese body had reached its limit. He had never engaged in prolonged physical activity, let alone under such mental strain. I can't go on. I'd rather be killed. I really can't. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and every movement left him breathless. You should lose weight before coming here for training. I give up on you. Zhang Xiaolong desperately ran forward, crouching to pull out a few mustard gas grenades from his arsenal. He armed them and placed them on the ground, leaving a trail of yellow gas. Soon screams echoed from behind. The simulation soldiers were finally halted by the toxic cloud. Zhang Xiaolong seized a brief respite, leaning against a tree and panting heavily. Finally, stopped. Not easy, he muttered incoherently. Duan Fei said, don't catch your breath yet. Take out your Z-67. How many shots can you fire? I only brought 9 energy magazines. Maybe I can use it 9 times. Zhang Xiaolong said wishfully. Duan Fei looked at the magazines and nearly fainted from anger. Idiot. Those magazines are for the B-25. Oh my god, you complete moron. You brought an empty launcher. Oh, really? Oh, it's true. I forgot to bring the energy magazines for the Z-67. Zhang Xiaolong said. In the Federation Army's Hero Dictionary, the first entry was Star Eagle, Duan Fei. He was not only an outstanding marshal, but also a visionary strategist. The 4th Pisces Galactic War Plan was entirely his design, and his personal guard set a record by conquering 30 enemy planets in just 47 hours. He rose from a lowly private to the rank of marshal through sheer merit. Having encountered soldiers as clueless as Zhang Xiaolong before, Duan Fei was exasperated by this foolish act. After a brief thought, he said, set your timed grenades at 30-meter intervals horizontally. Use as many as you have, then head into the forest and find a hidden high point. Use your sniper rifle to catch them off guard. Remember, fire first, then detonate the grenades when they come for you. Zhang Xiaolong simply replied with an O and followed Duan Fei's instructions without further comment. After setting the grenades according to the plan and taking his position, about 15 minutes passed before the enemy advanced in an orderly fashion. Zhang Xiaolong took a deep breath, raised his B-25, and peered through the sniper scope. He calculated that he could only aim at one target at a time. What good would that do against over 2-0 simulation soldiers? He cursed inwardly, wondering who had created such a brutal training battlefield. Duan Fei said, "Remember, shooting is about using your heart and mind, not just your eyes. You must achieve unity of mind, hand, and intent. But given the short time you want, grasp it fully. Use thermal sensors to locate targets and just fire. Leave the rest to me, old man." Zhang Xiaolong felt as if he had finally seen the light after a long darkness. While grateful, he also felt a pang of regret for relying on Duan Fei's help. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't believe his eyes as rows of soldiers fell. He exclaimed, "This is as good as movie shooting scenes. No, even more exaggerated." Duan Fei's rate of fire was almost indistinguishable from automatic fire, but while automatic fire killed few, his precise shots took down one enemy per trigger pull. Not almost, but exactly one per shot. As he fired, Duan Fei instructed, "Learn carefully. Your modified body absorbs these skills quickly. He'll hand the shooting over to you soon." After a furious burst of fire that took down over 80 simulation soldiers, Zhang Xiaolong tried to internalize every move Duan Fei made. Suddenly, he saw more enemies charging and cried out, "They're coming again. Time to retreat." Duan Fei replied, "What's there to fear? Let's take out a few more before we go." Zhang Xiaolong finally regained control of his body. A sudden impulse surged through him, as if Duan Fei's shooting technique had been ingrained into his very being. He raised his rifle and fired 7 precise ion beams, each hitting its intended target. A wave of exhilaration filled him. He finally understood that after human modification, his ability to learn was extraordinary. He could master any skill with a single glance. Shooting, a skill requiring time and perseverance, had been demonstrated by Duan Fei, yet Zhang Xiaolong grasped its essence in an instant, matching Duan Fei's prowess. Duan Fei exclaimed, "Genius." Zhang Xiaolong stood there in disbelief. Duan Fei reminded him, "Snap out of it. If you don't detonate the grenades now, you'll be riddled with holes." Coming to his senses, Zhang Xiaolong realized he was in a dire situation. Without hesitation, he pressed the detonator. Skyward beams of light bathed the entire forest in a pale red glow. The ion grenades inflicted heavy losses on the simulation soldiers, with an estimated 200 casualties. Each ion-timed bomb cost 2-0 Federation credits, so over a dozen of them amounted to hundreds of thousands. War was indeed an expensive affair. Zhang Xiaolong thought to himself, "If I'd known these mines were so powerful, I would have grabbed dozens more. Then I wouldn't have been chased so miserably." Duan Fei shook his head. "This won't work. Relying solely on weapons will leave you dead once your ammo runs out. You need to learn how to survive in adversity, kid." Seeing the simulation soldiers retreat, Zhang Xiaolong asked, "What should I do then?" Duan Fei replied, "Use the enemy's own equipment against them. If you only depend on your gear, surviving the death battlefield is impossible. So be frugal with your grenades next time." Heeding Duan Fei's advice, Zhang Xiaolong nodded inwardly. The marshal was right. Without replenishing supplies, he would soon have to fight the simulation soldiers with his bare fists. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a vast expanse of yellow sand. The temperature soared, and Zhang Xiaolong felt an intense discomfort. The air became unbearably dry. As a fat man, he hated heat the most. Within a minute, beads of sweat began to form on his skin. "Be careful," Duan Fei said. "This is a desert. There should be heavy armored units. In this day and age, why hasn't this subject been cancelled yet?" No sooner had Duan Fei spoken than Zhang Xiaolong heard the rumbling of machinery. Turning back, he saw an armored formation advancing toward him across the vast desert. "They're big ones," Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed. "What do we do?" Before Duan Fei could answer, Zhang Xiaolong spotted a group of simulated soldiers, their clothes tattered and faces smeared with mud, no more than 500 meters away. "What's going on?" Zhang Xiaolong asked in confusion. "The simulants are coordinating to pursue you," Duan Fei replied. "There's no other way. You'll have to practice long-distance running and play hide-and-seek with them." Zhang Xiaolong looked up to the sky and cried out, "You can't be serious." Duan Fei continued, "Keep only a few lightweight firearms and a military knife. Don't discard the food and water, but get rid of everything else, including the physical defense suit." Zhang Xiaolong followed Duan Fei's instructions and discarded the excess weapons, including the Z-67 laser cannon. He was reluctant to part with the gear. After all, more weapons meant a better chance of survival, and the physical defense suit had once saved his life. But with a grit of his teeth, he threw them away. Though he was lightly equipped, Zhang Xiaolong still felt his stamina waning. The harsh weather made the exertion nearly. "Aren't you going to run?" Duan Fei urged. In the desolate, scorching desert, Zhang Xiaolong struggled to run. The heat nearly caused him to faint several times, while the simulant pursuers behind him maintained a constant distance, never closing in. This continued for nearly a month. Zhang Xiaolong had almost no time to rest. If not for his bonus-enhanced adaptability from the human modification, allowing him to even sleep with his eyes open while running, he would have been exhausted to death within 3 days. After passing 14 supply points, he managed to grab a little water, simple food, ammunition, and medicine. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaolong would arrive first stay for less than a minute, and then the simulants would surge forward like a tide, leaving him no time to resupply properly before he had to flee for his life again. After passing the 15th supply point, Zhang Xiaolong could no longer endure this sadistic chase. He cursed, "Damn it. Those bastards are doing this on purpose. They never run this fast when I'm just moving along. The moment I reach a supply point, they come at me like they're flying. Who designed such a twisted program?" Zhang Xiaolong said dejectedly, holding the half piece of bread he had just grabbed. He only had time to snatch food and water. There was no chance to pick up weapons or ammunition. Checking his supplies, he realized he was nearly out. Despite being frugal, he had used 8.5 of his 9 energy clips, leaving only half a clip. During this time, Duan Fei's voice had also stopped appearing. Gradually, Zhang Xiaolong's mind grew more restless, and a sense of oppression weighed on his heart. He did not realize that the true dead end was not imposed by the outside world, but created by himself. For the external world could not erode his will, only he could. At first, Zhang Xiaolong could still engage the simulants while fleeing, but now he no longer thought about how to eliminate the enemy. He simply ran blindly, muttering to himself, "Damn it. If this keeps up, I'm definitely dead. I need to find a way to get rid of these simulants." Finally, Duan Fei's voice returned. "Kid, if you figured that out, then this month hasn't been wasted." Zhang Xiaolong replied irritably, "Really? I've only got 1 energy clip left, and it's under 40%. How am I supposed to fight now? You tell me." Truth be told, Zhang Xiaolong was nearly in complete despair. Over the past month, he had fought across almost 60 combat scenarios. Forests, grasslands, snowy mountains, deserts, plains, canyons. Everything except sea and sky. Thinking back, it was truly an ordeal. Several times Zhang Xiaolong had narrowly escaped being killed by the simulants, saved only by sheer luck. Duan Fei chuckled and said, "Don't you still have that military knife? Using a blade isn't bad either." Zhang Xiaolong's head throbbed. "I give up. What can I do with a lousy knife?" Duan Fei asked, "Do you know why every soldier carries a knife? Because that knife is your lifeline. A soldier must stay calm at all times, carefully observe the enemy's movements, and strike when the opportunity arises. Haven't you noticed that although the enemy is increasing in numbers, they haven't launched a large-scale attack? They're just pursuing. You still don't get it. The training plan devised by Base Command is designed to temper your willpower in the first phase to keep you composed even in desperate situations. Poor Fatty chased for so many days and still oblivious. Do you really think the idiots at the base are that bloodthirsty?" With Duan Fei's guidance, Zhang Xiaolong suddenly realized that the simulants' pursuit was just a scare tactic with no real offensive measures. His spirits lifted, but then he felt something was off. "You don't mean for me to charge in with this knife, do you?" Duan Fei retorted, "How could that be? You're so thick-headed. Can't you think outside the box? Do you think you're bulletproof? Isn't there a lesson in the tactical course about blending into the environment?" Zhang Xiaolong spat. "Did they offer tactical courses in high school? If I haven't studied it, you're wasting your breath." Even as he spoke, he sensed a glimmer of understanding. Duan Fei instructed, "Disguise yourself. Don't use ion weapons, just the knife. Understand?" Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed, "Isn't that suicide?" Duan Fei said, somewhat exasperated, "Fine, in plain terms, if you can't beat them, heat and go for the sneak attack. The general procedure is to take out a soldier first, put on his uniform, and then pick them off one by one. Those toys might be good at tactics, but if you play dirty with them, they're done for. Go ahead, don't worry." "Really?" Zhang Xiaolong thought to himself, "The plan might be crude, but it seems feasible. They'll trust you. Trust me, it'll work." Duan Fei said, "Yeah, right." Zhang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. Finally, he made his decision. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to stir. Could it be an omen of his ultimate victory? Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. The scene had shifted to a downpour. Next, Duan Fei demonstrated several knife techniques for Zhang Xiaolong, generally targeting 3 vital areas: the throat, the carotid artery, and the heart, the most critical points of all. Duan Fei said, "Strike fast and clean. Use your waist and core, because wielding a knife isn't just about arm strength, you need to engage your entire body: hands, waist, and legs." Zhang Xiaolong practiced while running. The rain grew heavier, and from a distance a robust soldier could be seen sprinting through the rain, brandishing a silver-glinting military knife. Oops. Zhang Xiaolong's loose pants fell down. He stared blankly at the dirty military trousers, realizing the waist was too small. Whenever he breathed, his stomach contracted, and the waistband slipped. With no time to dwell on it, he tightened his belt and kept running. Finally, night fell. Zhang Xiaolong ate the last half piece of bread. A man must eat to keep up his Over the past month, the food I've eaten has been pitiful, less than a kilogram of grain total. Luckily, water hasn't been scarce here. Zhang Xiaolong initially planned to infiltrate from the front, but Duan Fei called him an idiot and directed him to approach from the left or right flank. The front had the highest concentration of enemy forces, and the rear had the most personnel. Both flanks were weaker in terms of both troop deployment and numbers. As Zhang Xiaolong moved forward, he kept his body hidden in the grass, using the 3 campfires in the enemy's front as landmarks. The rain gradually eased, and Zhang Xiaolong cursed under his breath. Damn it. When I need it to rain, it stops. When I don't, it pours. Just my luck. Under the cover of night, Zhang Xiaolong sprinted for nearly 2 hours, successfully reaching the enemy's left flank. He paused to catch his breath, ready to launch a surprise attack, but Duan Fei stopped him with a curse. Idiot. Wait until the early hours. Start at 1 and finish by 4. Why? Look, the simulants are sleeping like logs. Zhang Xiaolong asked, puzzled. Because physiologically that's when humans need sleep the most. Don't you know that people are at their weakest mentally around? Hearing Duan Fei's explanation, Zhang Xiaolong recalled reading something similar in books. He wasn't sure if it was true, but since Duan Fei said so, he decided to take it as fact. Since I'm here, what should I do now? Zhang Xiaolong asked. Duan Fei replied decisively, wait. For now, think of yourself as a wolf waiting for the moment when the praise guard is lowest. Zhang Xiaolong said, can I rest a bit? If it hadn't rained today, the simulants wouldn't have stopped, and I haven't had any rest in a month. No, Duan Fei said. Zhang Xiaolong persisted, just a little nap. A quick doze, okay. Duan Fei threatened, fine. Sleep if you want. If you're discovered, you'll die in your dreams. Just think, dying so peacefully would be a blessing. Then the base will pick a nice grave for you, and this life will be over. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and pulled himself together. All right, I want sleep. Please say something encouraging, want you. With him talking like that, I really can't sleep. Life is precious after all. Duan Fei suddenly asked, in the upcoming hand-to-hand combat, if you lose your knife, what will you do? Zhang Xiaolong found the question odd, and replied, pick it up, of course. Up. Duan Fei let out a beastly howl, utterly exasperated by Zhang Xiaolong. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaolong asked, scratching his head in confusion. Cough. Nothing's wrong. I didn't make myself clear. I meant if you have no weapon at all, how would you fight those bastards? Duan Fei was at a loss for words to express his frustration, so he dropped the subject. Zhang Xiaolong said, well, with my fists. Duan Fei sneered, ha. Idiot. Do you think your fists are that tough? Your strength is only average at best. Using your fists is overestimating yourself. Then how should I fight, unarmed? Zhang Xiaolong asked. Duan Fei countered, in your opinion, what's the most vulnerable part of the human body? The stomach, Zhang Xiaolong answered without hesitation. Cough. Seems you do have a memory. Actually, that's wrong. The most vulnerable parts are the joints. Do you know what joints are? Duan Fei coughed dryly but still explained. Zhang Xiaolong nodded. They're where bones connect, right? You could say that. For example, if you want to punch someone, you need to use your elbow and wrist joints. What would happen if you damage those joints? Then I can't punch, but I can use my feet to kick. That's possible. So now I'll teach you some simple techniques, mainly targeting the elbow and wrist. These moves are pretty similar. Watch closely. In Zhang Xiaolong's mind, 2 figures appeared and demonstrated. After watching, he saw there were only 4 moves, but they seemed quite useful. One move was called reverse arm lock and press. When a punch comes, dodge it. However, you can then use the momentum of the attacking fist to jerk it into a 270-degree stop. With enough force, you can disable the shoulder. Zhang Xiaolong marveled at the ingenuity of the techniques and unconsciously mimicked them, crouching in the grass and constantly imagining combat scenarios, his hands moving ceaselessly. The more he practiced, the more terrifying the techniques seemed. They were indeed formidable. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Duan Fei suddenly said, all right, it's about time. Zhang Xiaolong glanced over and saw the simulant on guard duty nodding off. He silently admired Duan Fei's combat experience. Carefully, he moved his body, creeping toward the simulant sentry's position. There were many trees around the camp, and the sentry paced mechanically back and forth. Zhang Xiaolong crouched low, slowly approaching his first target, using the trees to conceal his movements as the sentry gradually drew nearer. Zhang Xiaolong took a deep breath. After all, this was his first. A tremor of panic seized him as he wielded the knife. Yet Zhang Xiaolong moved with the lethal grace of a panther, his left hand clamping over the sentry's mouth, without hesitation, as his right blade carved a deep gash across the man's throat. As Duan Fei had instructed, the cut must sever the windpipe to stifle any sound. True to form, the sentry thrashed wildly, his hands clawing at the empty air, yet not a single cry escaped his lips. The sentry's blood splattered across Zhang Xiaolong's hands and face. His mind went blank as he mechanically dragged the corpse behind a tree and stripped it of its uniform. 30 seconds later, Zhang Xiaolong swaggered into the simulacra camp. For half a month they had hounded him relentlessly. After striking back on the first day, he had done nothing but flee. Though mere data constructs, the simulacra proved a formidable foe. Yet now, facing a force of 2,000, he felt confident he could annihilate them within 4 hours. Fueled by a burning resentment, he began his assassination spree. He pocketed 3 grenades taken from the sentry, Primitive TNT chemical explosives, but better than nothing. I crept toward the soldiers on night watch. Damn, two of them were together. Zhang Xiaolong approached the sentries with a casual air, his heart pounding in his throat. 2 steps away he struck. His left hand blade-like chopped into one man's throat, silencing him instantly. His right hand, a flash of lightning, plunged the knife into the other's heart. Whirling between them, he switched hands, clamping the first sentry's mouth as his blade found the second's spine. They crumpled without a sound. Zhang Xiaolong wiped the sweat from his brow, improvising on the spot. That was close, he thought. Time is short. Only 3 hours till dawn. I need to hurry. He counted carefully. The right flank held nearly 300 men, so the left flank likely had a similar number. The front and rear forces each numbered around 700. He took down 7 more sentries. The night watch was completely eliminated. A smile, the first in a month, crossed Zhang Xiaolong's face as he sprinted toward a tent. Damn you. You trying to get yourself killed? Move lightly, strike hard, Duan Fei admonished again. When you kill, one cut should end it. This isn't a massage. Don't shave with the blade. Be ruthless. Hell, just kill him. No need to dismember the corpse. This knife is decent. Has some style. Like a phantom butcher, Zhang Xiaolong slaughtered 2,000 men before the next dawn painted the land. The armored vehicles in the forward camp were all destroyed by his grenades. That night, Duan Fei imparted some of his assassination techniques to Zhang Xiaolong. A strange illusion crept over him. The sleeping simulacra seemed like mere toys for him to practice on. Though he knew they were simulations, killing so many in a single night left him drenched in blood and burdened with a faint guilt. Killing is hard labor. I'm exhausted. Can I rest? He sighed. Indeed, Zhang Xiaolong had not relaxed a single muscle all night. Every mistake drew a scolding and instruction from Duan Fei. Without allowing him a moment's pause, Duan Fei commanded, head for the next supply point immediately. I've figured out the computer's schedule. The scene usually changes between 1230 and 100 p.m. But overall your performance is passable. What do you mean passable? Killing this many in one night deserves a medal. If this were real, I'd be a colonel by now, damn it. Zhang Xiaolong unconsciously adopted Duan Fei's cursing habit. A few survivors escaped the grenade assault on the forward camp. Zhang Xiaolong had to finish them off, earning several gashes on his arm. He tore a strip from his uniform to bind the wounds. Though wounded, his spirit was no longer the desolate wreck of yesterday. He felt an expansive freedom, the world vast before him. Yet his feet moved with renewed vigor. I must reach the supply point before 1000 to rest and recover. After nearly 3 hours of running, Zhang Xiaolong finally arrived. At last I can have a proper meal, he thought. But Duan Fei cautioned, your stomach has been semi-starved for too long. Don't eat too fast. Drink some water. Following Duan Fei's advice, Zhang Xiaolong ate sparingly and reorganized his gear and ammunition. The lack of heavy weapons felt unfair, but Duan Fei said this is the true test of a man's ability. Not everyone can survive such trials. Duan Fei's words soothed Zhang Xiaolong's frustration. It's nothing. I'm getting used to it, he smiled. Rest well, Duan Fei said. The next battle starts in 3 hours. It will be even harder. Zhang Xiaolong's smile remained. With you by my side, I have confidence. Time passed imperceptibly, and Zhang Xiaolong transformed. From a short, plump boy, 9 months on the death battlefield had forged him into a lean, tall youth. His skin was tanned, his once round face now sharp-chinned. He looked like a completely different person. For 9 months, he had fought nearly non-stop, sleeping only while walking or running. His physiological changes were unbelievable. He could even sleep in the midst of battle. Through forests, deserts, grasslands, mountains, and swamps, Zhang Xiaolong fought his way. He refused to recall those brutal battles. Now with disheveled hair, he was a changed man. Duan Fei's spiritual guidance was his greatest weapon. Duan Fei was a living encyclopedia of war, and nothing about combat seemed beyond his knowledge. From sniping and assassinations to traps, hand-to-hand combat, and ambushes, Zhang Xiaolong learned every military tactic. What he admired most was a jungle poisoning. The simulacra poison turned on each other, biting their own to death. In half an hour, over 4,000 perished. The poison was extracted from 3 types of forest trees. Watching the simulacra tear each other apart, Zhang Xiaolong marveled at Duan Fei's cunning. In truth, Duan Fei's initial claim that the simulacra would only pursue, not kill, was a lie. Zhang Xiaolong's performance was so poor that Duan Fei had to deceive him to spur him into action. In reality, the simulacra did kill. During street fighting, Zhang Xiaolong was nearly hacked to pieces by over 30 simulacra. When Zhang Xiaolong confronted him afterward, Duan Fei cursed, "Fatty, you were never a soldier from the start. Cowardly, weak, afraid of everything. You shrank from enemies like a mouse. If I hadn't said the simulacra wouldn't kill you, could you have taken out 2,000 in one night? Idiot. This is the highest art of war, psychological warfare. To subdue the enemy without fighting. You know that, right? It's the same principle, all psychological. This lesson is free. Learn well, boy. Old turtle." Zhang Xiaolong cursed under his breath. "Little turtle." Duan Fei shot back without missing a beat. "Just you wait," Zhang Xiaolong thought. The day I tire of living, you'll kill myself. Zhang Xiaolong calculated the time. It was unbelievable. Alone he had evaded and killed nearly 100,000 simulacra. Killing had become as routine as eating. He dreaded forming a habit. What would he do if he wanted to kill after leaving the death battlefield? Accustomed to being hunted, he now slept with one eye open. He set down his heavy sniper rifle as the last simulacrum's head exploded. He sighed deeply. Even in the latrine, he guarded against ambushes. He remembered a simulacrum once lying in wait there, nearly castrating him. Only his alertness saved him. Since entering solo mode, his thermal sensor no longer displayed allies' positions. Just past noon, the thermal sensor showed 7 green dots. Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. After 9 months of relentless slaughter, the concept of comrades had grown hazy. He cautiously advanced with his sniper rifle toward the cluster. Duan Fei had been appearing less frequently, and despite wanting to ask him, Duan Fei refused to show himself. Zhang Xiaolong had to investigate alone. A triangle appeared at the center of the 7 dots. Zhang Xiaolong was confused again. This was clearly human-operated. Could these green dots be other surviving trainees? He quickened his pace toward the triangular area. Duan Fei's voice returned. This solo training should end soon. Next comes coordinated operations. I doubt they'll go easy on you brats. There must be a trick. Fatty, be careful. Zhang Xiaolong nodded silently. His combat instincts were at their peak, his consciousness exuding contempt for all foes. He sprinted across the wilderness, his heavy sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. Carrying nearly 30 kilograms, he ran at full speed without effort. His stamina, strength, observation, and reflexes were all exceptional. Sometimes, even Zhang Xiaolong couldn't believe how rapidly his abilities had grown. He crossed a ruined area to find 7 people warily eyeing each other, hostility thick in the air. If anyone fired, chaos would erupt. Recognizing none of them from his own group, Zhang Xiaolong realized he was the sole survivor of Team 1. The others had likely perished or been assigned to other groups. Were there other groups? Zhang Xiaolong moved carefully into their line of sight, his sniper rifle still raised, his attention fixed on the 7. All looked haggard, their uniforms filthy beyond recognition. But their eyes shone with sharp alertness. He activated the energy switch on his laser rifle. Are you base trainees? Which group are you from? Asked a man covered in algae dripping wet. Zhang Xiaolong guessed he had just escaped a naval battle. Team 1. FT 6786. It's me. Put your weapons away. He was certain these were trainees, all disfigured by the inhuman death battlefield. None looked better than the others. I'm from Team 37. My ID is GT1252, the algae-covered man replied. These future comrades had arrived about a minute before Zhang Xiaolong. Though he was sure they were allies, his months of killing without pause made him instinctively suspicious. Only when Zhang Xiaolong spoke did the tension ease. Language bridged the gap, and his conversation with the algae man stirred the awareness of the other 6. I'm from Team 21. DT 7786, said a man barely clothed, built like a wild boar. Team 18. JT 6546. I saw a burly fellow as massive as a bear. Team 33. KT 6899. Huh, an odd number, a woman. Team 45. Point 3142. My name is Zhang Yu. A thin figure. Zhang Xiaolong gave him a second look. Zhang Yu returned the gaze. Zhang Xiaolong observed Zhang Yu, sensing a rebellious aura about him. What amused Zhang Xiaolong was that the man was almost unrecognizable, his face smeared with dirt. At 9854, in Group 7. WT 8862, from Group 19. Duan Fei suddenly remarked, if you hadn't spoken, I bet within a minute they'd have started fighting. Believe it. Zhang Xiaolong didn't deny it. The situation had been perilous. When one spends days killing, conditioned reflexes kick in. Seeing another person might prompt drawing a blade or simply pulling the trigger. Zhang Xiaolong probed, a classic case of personality distortion. Any good solutions? Duan Fei chuckled. Want to know? Ignoring Duan Fei's bait, Zhang Xiaolong said indifferently, say it or not your call. Duan Fei retorted, if you don't want to know, I won't tell. With that he slipped away. Shuizhao spoke first. Rest now, rotate the watch. The implication was clear. Take a breather, for battle might erupt soon, and someone alert should stand guard. After saying this, Shuizhao turned and found a vantage point with a broad view to keep watch. Zhang Xiaolong, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, sat expressionless in the distance, cleaning his weapon. None knew what lay ahead. With more personnel, the intensity of combat would surely escalate. After inspecting his firearm, he drew a military knife and sharpened it on a stone. The cold gleam of the blade brought him a sense of perfect satisfaction. The closest to Zhang Xiaolong was the woman who had just spoken. He glanced at her, puzzled. The death battlefield training was meant only for men, yet she had joined. Either she was tired of living or exceptionally skilled. Judging by the current situation, she was truly remarkable. Out of 220 trainees, only 7 remained, and Zhang Xiaolong found it no small feat. Zhang Xiaolong looked up and asked, hey, which squad are you from? The woman was cleaning her firearm, as if every idle moment was spent tending to her weapon. She glanced at Zhang Xiaolong without a word. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Tana Planet Iron Blood Female Army. Zhang Xiaolong had no idea what the Iron Blood Female Army was. But from her demeanor, her combat prowess must be formidable. How else could she have survived these months of trials unscathed? Living under the relentless pursuit of simulants, one would crumble mentally without immense psychological fortitude. Zhang Xiaolong was fortunate to have Duan Fei's help, otherwise he would have fallen to the simulants' guns long ago. The woman gently brushed a strand of hair from her ear, revealing her face. She was pretty with a slightly tanned complexion from the simulated natural environment. Her expression was resolute, and though her frame was small, it was far from frail. Zhang Xiaolong smiled faintly. I bet before you came here you must have been a beauty. The woman paused, then smiled without replying. After about 4 or 5 minutes she spoke. My name is Luo Na from Tianma Star. And you? Zhang Xiaolong said. Zhang Xiaolong. Glad to meet you, comrade. Luo Na chuckled. Maybe you should call me Sister Luo Na. I'm probably much older than you. The others turned their attention to Luo Na and me. I smiled and said, no problem. Having an extra sister isn't a bad thing. The atmosphere gradually grew more harmonious. The 8 of them shared their experiences in the death battlefield training. Though their ordeals were similar, each had a unique approach. Among them, Zhang Yu talked the most. Clearly a man who could both fight and spin a yarn, his boasting matching his combat skills. Zhang Xiaolong laughed until his sides ached as Zhang Yu said, when I first came in, damn, I couldn't see a thing. Then I heard noises around me, and hell, I realized tens of thousands of simulants were closing in on me. Bullshit. Luo Na spat. There weren't that many, at most 2,000. Zhang Yu retorted, that's the woman's treatment. They only throw 2,000 enemies at you at once. For a top-tier warrior like me, there were at least 20,000. I had no choice but to run, but those bastards chased me relentlessly. Later, when the scene changed, I got really pissed. I grabbed my heavy weapon and let loose, taking out 20,000 in one go. I'm damn impressed with myself. Zhang Xiaolong laughed. You tell it so well. Almost like it really happened. Everyone burst into laughter, and Zhang Yu's antics brought a moment of relief to them all. Zhang Yu looked at Shui Zhao and said, hey, let me take over. Duan Fei then said to Zhang Xiaolong, damn, that guy's a good bullshitter. Kid, can you match that? Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. Not for me. I'm a man of few words. Shui Zhao came over and sat beside Luo Na, asking, the Iron Blood Female Army. Is it known as the strongest women's legion in the military? Luo Na said, that's what they say, but I don't see it as anything special. We're all the same, aren't we? Zhang Xiaolong remarked, it must be very difficult for women to build such a formidable fighting force. Your training must have been grueling. Luo Na replied, it's okay, but not as insane as this training. Shui Zhao laughed heartily. That's the perfect description. This training is insane, never giving you a moment to rest. The Iron Blood Female Army was a renowned unit, unique in its might during both war and peace. Though composed of women, its rigorous training was unmatched by any other force. In the Battle of Naolin, the Iron Blood Female Army achieved countless feats, assassinating over 70 enemy commanders. On the Tangolan Star, facing 10 times their numbers, they fought fiercely, inflicting over 3,000 casualties, including 288 high-ranking officers. Iron Blood Female Army was a name personally bestowed by the Federation Prime Minister Feng Xiaoming. About an hour later, Zhang Xiaolong said, I'll relieve Zhang Yu. Luo Na cautioned, be careful. Zhang Xiaolong patted his heavy sniper rifle. Don't worry, Commander. The others smiled at that. The average age of the 8 was between 23 and 25, with Zhang Xiaolong as the exception. Strictly speaking, he was only 17. Though they hadn't known each other long, shared hardships had bridged their distances, and a mutual respect resonated in everyone's heart. Perhaps due to her innate maternal nature, Luo Na showed particular concern for Zhang Xiaolong, who felt a deep affinity with her. Zhang Xiaolong relieved Zhang Yu, who noticed his heavy sniper rifle, and asked, your gun looks special. Zhang Xiaolong glanced down and patted it. I modified it myself. It's served me well. Without it, I'd have died countless times. Suddenly the space around them shifted. Zhang Xiaolong shouted urgently, not good. Everyone beware of aircraft. In an instant the scene transformed into a forest. Fighter jets, tanks, and orderly infantry formations surged toward them. Get back quickly. Don't scatter. Let's unify our battle plan first. Zhang Yu said. Zhang Xiaolong replied, you go first. He'll take a look and be right there. Zhang Yu grunted in acknowledgement and scurried back to the group. Zhang Xiaolong rapidly noted the enemy's weaponry and troop deployment before rejoining the others. 16 fighter jets, standard F-152 bombers, 30 Z-67 tanks with heavy firepower, and 3 infantry formations totaling about 700 men. They're advancing in a carpet formation. We have about 10 minutes before they reach our position. Shui Zhao immediately pulled up an electronic map clearly displaying the topography of their area. The simulant forces are overwhelming. We can't engage head-in. We must retreat first and strike when the opportunity arises. The others shared the same thought. Facing such formidable firepower was daunting. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. Retreat isn't a solution either. With their jets and tanks, if we only flee, they'll corner us before we get far. Turning the tide will be next to impossible. Zhang Yu nodded. I agree with Xiaolong. But there's a problem. We have ground weapons, but they're useless against the jets. How do we deal with those birds in the sky? Luo Na suggested. Should we consider jungle tactics? Divide the simulants and take them out one by one. Shui Zhao said. Everyone's points are valid. But don't forget we're already in the enemy's sights. We need to retreat immediately and find a suitable environment to formulate our response. Any objections? Zhang Xiaolong suddenly realized they were still in the open. No objections. Let's retreat. The group quickly withdrew into the jungle. As they went, Zhang Xiaolong looked up at the low-flying jets, a spark of inspiration striking him. Who has a grappling hook gun? Everyone shook their heads. Such auxiliary tools had never been a priority. Luo Na asked, what do you need a grappling hook gun for? Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the low-flying jets. To deal with those birds in the sky. If we don't have one, well, his idea was risky, but the others felt it was worth a try. If only they had the tool. As they retreated into the jungle, Zhang Xiaolong brought up the rear. After countless ambushes, he had become adept at setting traps. He planted over 20 ion-timed bombs as they entered the forest thanks to his frugal use of grenades earlier. The group assembled deep in the jungle, with Zhang Xiaolong arriving last. Staying together makes us too big a target. It's better to split up. As a commander, this was the moment to assess the battlefield. Zhang Xiaolong, accustomed to solo operations, naturally favored dispersed attacks. But Luo Na objected. No. I oppose that. Zhang Xiaolong stared at her in surprise. What's wrong with it? Luo Na explained, I don't agree with fighting alone. Of course, everyone's individual combat skills are exceptional, but this time is different. They have heavy assault weapons and infantry 100 times our number. Relying on individual strength against such overwhelming force leaves us no chance. She paused, looking at the others. Clearly she was right. Zhang Xiaolong nodded. Individually, none of them were inferior, but coordinated combat was still a weak point. Shui Zhao examined the electronic map again and said in a low voice, Zhang Xiaolong, take position 76,542, 78,776 as a high ground to draw enemy fire. You've already set up an ambush. Once the enemy enters the ion grenade zone, detonate and immediately retreat to the next supply point at 99,877, 96,124 to replenish. Luo Na will assist him. Don't let him act alone. Typically, those covering the rear were the strongest fighters. Zhang Xiaolong nodded and quickly noted the coordinates. Shui Zhao used military maps with each coordinate unit representing 1 meter, ideal for small-scale operations. Zhang Xiaolong was used to thermal sensors and had little need for maps in solo missions, so he asked Luo Na for help with the coordinates. Shui Zhao continued, 45 and Zhang Yu flanked to the enemy's rear at 45,476, 47,763. Attack the rear infantry using flashbangs as the signal to cease fire, then retreat to 95,472, 96445 for the second wave. 182170 and I, the four of us, will block the enemy's advance at 85,667, 87,662. Assemble at 95,472, 96,445 by 1315. Understood. Zhang Xiaolong nodded in agreement with the plan. Since the others hadn't given their names, Shu Zhao referred to them by group numbers, a necessary measure in extraordinary times. Advance and retreat with discipline, harass and engage with clear layers. Kid, learn from this. Remember, this is coordinated combat. Pick up some tactics and strategies. Duan Fei remarked from the side, but Zhang Xiaolong didn't respond. Now synchronize watches. The time is 1129. Good. Remember your tasks. Don't get bogged down in battle. Follow orders. And finally, good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all at the rendezvous point. Shui Zhao gave his final words, wishing for everyone's safety. Zhang Xiaolong and Luo Na swiftly moved toward the commanding height, a distance of about 2 kilometers. The jungle cover temporarily hindered the simulants' advance, but the sound of trees breaking behind them indicated that the simulants were clearing obstacles with their land battle armor. Meanwhile, the aerial fighters had to maintain distance from the armored units and temporarily landed on the ground. Judging this, the team gained time to reach their position. Zhang Xiaolong and Luo Na were about 2 kilometers from the target. Luo Na's stamina was slightly inferior, so Zhang Xiaolong took her heavy sniper cannon, ensuring they maintained the same pace. At 113217, Zhang Xiaolong and Luo Na entered the designated location. The high ground offered good visibility, and through his sniper scope, Zhang Xiaolong clearly observed the movements of the simulant infantry. He whispered, "They're moving slowly, as if suspecting an ambush in the jungle." Luo Na asked, "Where's your ambush circle?" Zhang Xiaolong, still aiming, replied, "They'll reach the spot in another 200 meters. How are the others?" Luo Na activated the thermal display. Several green dots moved swiftly. "They're almost here," she said. Zhang Xiaolong ordered, Prepare your sniper cannon. Leave the big one to me, and it'll handle the soldiers. Luo Na opened the cannon breech to check the energy round and lowered her head, saying, Now I finally see the benefits of death battlefield. You said you were fat and short when you first arrived, but you look totally different now. Zhang Xiaolong put down the heavy sniper, reached for a rope behind him, and while organizing it replied, It's a world of difference. I never dreamed of it. When I came in, I only thought that if I couldn't get out alive, I'd die here. It all feels like a dream. Luo Na set up the cannon barrel, looked up, and smiled. That's a good thing. Don't waste your assets when you get out. Zhang Xiaolong was taken aback. Assets? What do you mean? Luo Na aimed at an armored vehicle as the simulants advanced another few hundred meters. Her expression suddenly changed. Go pick up girls. Let's fight. As her words fell, a blue laser beam shot from the cannon, striking the lead armored vehicle. With a deafening roar, the vehicle halted. The simulant ranks began to fall into chaos. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaolong pressed the detonation button. A series of explosions followed, and thick red light bloomed among the simulant infantry. Adjusting his shoulder to brace the rifle, he pressed the trigger, firing dozens of shots in rapid succession. Like a machine, he repeated the firing motion, each beam hitting its mark without fail. Simulant infantry fell in droves, showcasing his high-speed shooting with a 100 hit rate. Luo Na was no less skilled. Facing the charging enemy armored vehicles, her face hardened as she fired the laser cannon, destroying 19 vehicles in a row. Zhang Xiaolong continued firing, snatching a moment to say, I didn't expect you to handle this big thing so smoothly. Oh, both flanks are attacking too. Luo Na blasted another armored vehicle. Likewise, your sniping skills aren't bad either. With attacks on both flanks, the pressure on the front line eased considerably. However, to Zhang Xiaolong's surprise, the simulant fighters remained motionless. Luo Na said, Just 2 more and my mission is complete. Under the assault of the ion laser cannon, nearly all 30 vehicles were destroyed, leaving only 2 still charging forward alone. Then a rumbling sound told Zhang Xiaolong the critical moment had arrived. He whispered, Cover me. Slinging the heavy sniper over his shoulder, he picked up a prepared rope, waiting for the opportunity. Luo Na asked, What are you doing? It's dangerous. As she spoke, a bomb exploded nearby, forcing them both to the ground. One after another, bombs rained down around them. Zhang Xiaolong shouted, No time. Cover me, and it'll take out those damn fighters. Seeing the dire situation, Luo Na had no choice but to yell back, Fine. They'll cover you. The explosions continued, forcing them to shout to hear each other's intentions. Luo Na aimed the laser cannon at the remaining 2 vehicles and fired. Zhang Xiaolong tied a knot in the rope and spun it with his right hand. A fighter jet flew low overhead. Zhang Xiaolong shouted, Cover me. He straightened up and hurled the lasso. The fighter's speed didn't diminish, and Zhang Xiaolong gripped the rope desperately as his body was lifted off the ground. Zhang Xiaolong's hands went numb from the rope's pressure, but he endured the excruciating pain, controlling his swaying body and climbing upward with all his might. Luo Na kept watching him, dangling precariously in the air. Seeing him steady himself and ascend rapidly, she felt slightly relieved. Turning back, she noticed the simulant infantry surging like a tide. She quickly threw a few grenades to ease the pressure, but the repelled simulants charged again. Forced to retreat, Luo Na looked up at Zhang Xiaolong midair and said, Be careful. Zhang Xiaolong's body wavered in the air as he fought to control his center of gravity. He pulled hard on the rope and climbed up. As he neared the wing, he lunged with a sudden swing, barely catching it before falling. He let out a long breath. The strong flight wind nearly swept him away. Straining, he grabbed the heavy sniper, set the energy source to maximum, and fired at the fuselage. With a loud blast, he tore a large hole in the plane. He moved slowly toward the opening as the airflow grew faster. Hurrying, he slipped. His left hand lost its grip on the wing. Reacting swiftly, he used his right hand to redirect his left hand toward the hole, grabbing the edge. Without pausing, he also caught it with his right hand and struggled into the fighter. Panting heavily, his arms aching terribly, he thought, That was close. I almost died. I almost didn't make it. He moved his arms, then picked up the heavy sniper. Only then did he notice the cabin was full of heavy ion bombs. Counting his blessings, he didn't linger. He went to the cockpit, kicked the door open, and without a second thought fired at the pilot and co-pilot seats, killing the 2 simulants. He moved their bodies aside. The fighter had lost control. Sitting in the seat, he realized he had no idea how to fly it. Seeing the plane's altitude drop rapidly, Zhang Xiaolong panicked. Come out. What do I do? At a loss, he was about to call for Duan Fei, but Duan Fei didn't appear. In desperation, he pulled the landing gear lever, and the plane shook violently, flying even lower. He then pulled the control stick. Duan Fei's voice suddenly sounded, Pull the control stick, close the landing gear. I don't understand why you don't read the fighter operation info yourself, making me come out to tell you. Sweating profusely, Zhang Xiaolong said, I'm panicking here, and you're still mocking me. Do you want me to crash this thing into the ground just to make you happy? Duan Fei replied, really hopeless. Watch closely. A series of fighter operation demonstrations flashed in Zhang Xiaolong's mind. In just 10 seconds his demeanor changed completely, becoming calm and composed. He now had full confidence in the fighter's performance and controls. Duan Fei said, "It's that simple. 10 seconds to master a plane. I'm going back to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's important, and preferably not even then." Ignoring Zhang Xiaolong's protests, Duan Fei vanished. Zhang Xiaolong pulled the plane up, turned it around, and dove toward the simulant concentration. The fighter automatically prompted whether to drop bombs. He pressed the red button, releasing bombs over the simulants. The bombs exploded among them, and Zhang Xiaolong cheered with delight. As the simulants slowly retreated, he pursued relentlessly, scattering their entire formation before pulling the plane back up. A violent jolt on the right side of the fuselage told Zhang Xiaolong that simulant fighters had locked onto him. Cursing his luck, he activated the acceleration system, pulled the plane up sharply, and executed a roll. For other fighters followed closely. He thought, come on, let these computer programs know what real flying is. Let them taste real flight. Spinning forward to create distance, he pulled the plane up and climbed vertically. The simulant fighters, caught off guard, flew past him. Zhang Xiaolong grinned, then cut the power. The plane slowly descended. He pressed the automatic guided missile button. Take this. 2 missiles shot out with a whoosh. He reactivated the power and opened the external weapon system, firing lasers at the 2 missiles. The blue beams hit them instantly, and the missiles exploded in the middle of the 4 fighters. The powerful blast sent the closely flying fighters out of control. With 2 thunderous crashes, all 4 planes collided. Zhang Xiaolong whistled and piloted his fighter toward the rendezvous point. The simulants finally retreated under the stubborn resistance of the 8 people. Zhang Xiaolong landed the fighter slowly. Luo Na was the happiest, rushing forward to hug him tightly. "You reckless fool. That was way too dangerous." Luo Na's passionate reaction left Zhang Xiaolong at a loss. He stood frozen for a moment before stammering, "It's okay." Shui Zhao came over and lightly punched him in the chest. "You're such a daredevil." Zhang Yu added, "You're hogging all the credit a bit too much." Everyone expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Xiaolong's reckless behavior, but they didn't deny his contribution. Zhang Xiaolong felt a warm glow inside. Luo Na looked at him as if he were family, but he clearly noticed the flirtatious glances between Luo Na and Shui Zhao. Over the following days, the 8 of them endured hundreds of battles, encirclements, ambushes, and more. There were injuries, but miraculously no one was killed. This was an unprecedented record in the Federation, thanks to everyone's efforts. Zhang Xiaolong displayed the fervor of a born fighter, often killing the most in each battle and frequently devising unconventional ways to attack the simulants. 3 long months passed like smoke. Zhang Xiaolong and his team, now like wild men, completed what was called the most inhumane training in history. On the final day of the last battle, the Death Battlefield system announced in each communicator, "Congratulations. You are the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th to pass Death Battlefield training. All simulated battles are over." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong felt the world open up. A lightness washed over him as his tense state suddenly relaxed to the extreme. He looked back at the others, whose joy shone in everyone's eyes. Surviving the twisted Death Battlefield trial was no easy feat. Each person bore countless scars. As soldiers, they had finally earned the highest honor. Zhang Xiaolong closed his eyes and fell to the ground, shouting, "Don't disturb me. I want to sleep." With that, he sank into a deep slumber. For 365 days and nights, his body had been in constant tension, sleeping only on the run during frantic battles. Now, hearing the announcement, his heart relaxed completely, and he wanted nothing more than a good rest. As Zhang Xiaolong collapsed into sleep, the others slowly followed. Soon snores filled the air. These people were truly exhausted. Zhang Yu was the most extreme, even in sleep. He would shout and cry out, then grab a gun and fire wildly into the sky. After 3 days of sleep, they gradually woke up. All felt refreshed. Over the next 2 days, awards and promotions were held. All 8 members were promoted to the rank of captain, an unprecedented leap from soldier to officer. The base held a celebration for Zhang Xiaolong and the others who had passed Death Battlefield. Aside from the 8 survivors, over 8 Zero trainees from other specialties had also passed various trials, becoming excellent officers in the Federal Army, including many beautiful women. The base cremated the bodies of those who failed Death Battlefield and notified their original units. This news left everyone feeling uneasy for a while, but it was also a kind of honor. Captain Li Jia and other base personnel attended the celebration. Before the event, Zhang Xiaolong secretly weighed himself and was almost shocked to see he was only 64.5 kilograms. Looking in the mirror, he noticed his body had become much thinner, he had grown taller, and his chin had become sharper. No trace of his former obesity remained. Luo Na laughed beside him. "Stop staring, you're already handsome." Zhang Xiaolong blushed and smiled awkwardly. "Seeing myself like this suddenly is really surprising. Don't laugh at me." Seeing his embarrassment, Luo Na burst into laughter. Blushing? I never thought a battle fanatic could blush. Zhang Xiaolong was about to speak when he heard someone say, "Who's blushing?" Fatty Long, what's taking you so long? The dance is about to start. I'm going down with Luo Na. Hurry up. Damn, so slow. Shui Zhao without a care pulled Luo Na out the door. Luo Na turned back and made a funny face before leaving arm in arm with Shui Zhao. Zhang Xiaolong stared blankly as the couple left together. Thoughts of Fang Jingya, who had shown him no favor in that wealthy mansion a year ago, surfaced. A faint wave of loss washed over him, and he let out a long sigh. He adjusted his tie in the mirror and left the room. Entering the grand hall, Zhang Xiaolong was dazzled by the brilliant lights. He stood still stunned. The enormous hall, colorful laser lights, and bustling crowd of uniformed officers left him feeling lost, unsure of where to go. Zhang Xiaolong looked up at the massive dome from which hung 18 oversized. Gazing at the enormous radiant chandelier, he mused, the auditorium is truly beautiful, but those who failed the death battlefield trial can never witness this sight. For some reason, Zhang Xiaolong suddenly recalled the soldiers who had perished here, sacrificing their lives to earn this honor. Amidst the boisterous crowd, a solitary figure stood out. He watched Shui Zhao dancing with Luo Na, while his other companions were also accompanied by charming partners. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and thought, what's wrong with me? Why dwell on these thoughts? Since they're all so happy, why spoil their good mood? With this in mind, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes fell upon a nearby dining table. He strode over, picked up a glass of liquor, and silently toasted, Instructor, I have completed this training. I survived. This drink is to celebrate your experiment's success. He tilted his head back and downed the fiery liquor. Zhang Xiaolong felt as if his internal organs were ablaze, his face flushed crimson. Suppressing the urge to cough from the pungent burn, he still felt a wave of dizziness. In his haze, stationary objects seemed to move, and moving things sped past. Even so, he raised a second glass and declared, to the brothers who fell on the death battlefield. He drained it in one gulp. His face was now a deep scarlet. For someone who had never drunk before, 2 large glasses of liquor were unbearable. He shook his head continuously, his head feeling heavy as the alcohol took effect. He found a seat, clutched his head in apparent agony. Zhang Yu noticed him and thought, what's gotten into him today? He's drinking alone, looking troubled. I'd better check on him. Hopefully he won't cause any trouble tonight. Zhang Yu smiled and excused himself from his dance partner. The beauty was clearly unsatisfied, but her feminine reserve made her feign indifference. Zhang Yu slapped Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulder and asked, what's up today? You look so troubled. Spit it out. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head, erratically feeling a dizzying spell, but couldn't help blurting out, it's nothing. Go. Enjoy yourself. Leave me alone. The agony of drunkenness was unbearable. Zhang Xiaolong regretted rashly downing those 2 glasses. Zhang Yu, still worried, asked, are you sure you're okay? Zhang Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Just go. Zhang Yu reluctantly walked away, still puzzled about why Zhang Xiaolong was acting this way. He found another beautiful female officer and returned to the dance floor. Amidst the charms of the lady, Zhang Yu gradually forgot about Zhang Xiaolong, relegating him to some forgotten corner of his mind. Zhang Xiaolong sat alone in the corner. In his daze, the surroundings suddenly seemed to fall silent. He had been sitting, but at some point he found himself curled up in the corner. He opened his eyes only to be met with a splitting headache. Never having drunk liquor before, he had downed 2 large glasses. How could he not be drunk? He propped himself up and staggered towards the door when suddenly he heard a woman's angry cry. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. Through drunken, blurry eyes, Zhang Xiaolong saw figures not far ahead. He stumbled towards them. As he drew near, he could make out 4 men surrounding 3 women. He shook his head and slurred, what's going on here? One of the men stepped forward and without a word threw a punch at Zhang Xiaolong. Though drunk, his combat instincts remained sharp. He sidestepped the blow, and in an instant it was as if he was back on the death battlefield. Zhang Xiaolong's drunken eyes snapped wide open. He landed a hook on the man's jaw, grabbed his head, and drove his knee mercilessly into the man's face. A scream escaped the man's lips, but Zhang Xiaolong didn't let up. He followed with a straight punch, a side swing, a front kick, and a short kick. His hands and feet rained down like a storm. Though the man had received some basic combat training, he was no match for Zhang Xiaolong's life-or-death ferocity. The onlookers heard the sickening crunch of breaking bones and realized the man was being beaten to death. One of his companions tried to kick Zhang Xiaolong in the back, but before the foot could connect, there was a sharp crack as his thigh bone snapped. Both men collapsed in agony. Zhang Xiaolong, reeking of a get lost. His body swaying, he ignored the 3 women he had just saved and staggered towards his corpse. The 3 women were still in shock. 30 seconds ago, they had been surrounded by a group of drunken cadets, and in the blink of an eye, they were rescued by another drunk. One of them stammered, what just happened? A blue-haired woman said, we were saved, but our savior is also drunk. She watched Zhang Xiaolong enter the dormitory and added, so he's an officer from the death training program. No wonder he's so formidable. When Zhang Xiaolong woke up, he found himself lying on his bunk. As he tried to sit up, a wave of dizziness hit him. He thought, what's wrong with me? Did I get this drunk from just 2 glasses last night? He didn't know that what he had drunk was 64 proof Maodai. Few could drink 2 glasses of that and stay sober. How could he have known what he was drinking? Forcing himself through the headache, he sat up and saw Zhang Yu leisurely eating fruit by his bedside. Zhang Xiaolong asked curiously, "Why aren't you in class?" Without looking up from his porn magazine, Zhang Yu replied, "The battalion commander gave me the day off to take care of you." Zhang Xiaolong said, "They give you leave to look after someone who's just drunk. Isn't that a bit much?" Zhang Yu looked at him and said, "Getting leave for a hangover is a bit much, but getting drunk and bravely fighting off thugs to save 3 female cadets, that warrants some looking after." Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. "I'm talking about someone who played the hero while drunk, then pretended not to know and threw up all over me." Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. "Are you saying I saved someone last night?" Zhang Yu said, "Saved someone? You nearly killed those guys from the astronautics class. Did you know that? One of them has 23 fractures all over his body. How the hell are you still so lethal when you're drunk? Were you treating him like a training dummy?" Startled Zhang Xiaolong said, "Really? Damn. Drinking always leads to trouble." Zhang Yu said, "You were wasted last night, and you still pulled that off. Amazing. The guy you beat up has already been sent back by the base. I can't imagine getting beaten that badly and then being sent back. That guy is finished. You're something else, kid." Zhang Xiaolong vaguely remembered fighting someone. He asked, "I beat him up that badly. The base isn't going to let me off easy, are they?" Zhang Yu said, "I don't know yet. They said we'll talk about it after you sober up. Luckily those 3 girls spoke up for you, saying you were selfless and brave. Otherwise the base would have expelled you this morning." Zhang Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief, glad for the witnesses. "So that means it's all good? Ouch. My head hurts." Zhang Yu sneered, "I asked you if you were okay yesterday, and you said you were fine. Some fine that was." Zhang Xiaolong waved his hand. "All right, give me a break. My head is killing me. Is there any water?" Zhang Yu handed him a glass of water. After drinking, Zhang Xiaolong felt a little better, though his face was still very pale. Zhang Yu said, "Get some rest. The military affairs office wants to hear your account at noon. You need to think about what you're going to say." Zhang Xiaolong nodded. "Got it. He'll sleep a bit more." With that, he drifted into a deep sleep. Sometime later, Zhang Xiaolong vaguely heard someone calling his name. He forced his eyes open and saw a beautiful blue-haired woman smiling at him. He rubbed his groggy eyes and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The woman smiled. "My name is Lan Jingyun. I'm a cadet in the communications program. I came to thank you for saving us last night." Zhang Xiaolong looked her over. She had beautiful blue hair and a lovely face, but what caught his attention were her large, spirited eyes. Zhang Xiaolong sat up on the bed, rubbing his head with his right hand while pointing at a nearby cup with his left. "Could you hand me that cup of water?" Lan Jingyun smiled and handed it to him. He took a big gulp, feeling much better, and handed the cup back. "Thanks." Lan Jingyun took the cup and laughed. "What are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. If you hadn't come to our rescue last night, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Zhang Xiaolong, still feeling unwell, gave a faint smile. "It was nothing. Don't worry about it. I saved you all in a daze. I don't really know what happened. My buddy only told me about it this morning." Lan Jingyun said, "Even if you didn't know, you still saved us. But you were really scary last night." Zhang Xiaolong apologized, "Sorry for scaring you. Ouch, my head hurts again. I think I need to sleep some more." "There's no need for formalities. We're in the same base, so don't be so polite." Seeing that he was about to lie down and sleep, Lan Jingyun said, "All right then. You rest, I won't bother you. They'll find a better time to properly thank you." Zhang Xiaolong nodded and buried his head under the covers. Lan Jingyun didn't leave immediately. She stood by, watching his sleeping form. The fierce officer from last night had stirred something within her, but the Zhang Xiaolong she saw today was a man of few words. A faint smile spread across her lips as she whispered, "Zhang Xiaolong." Her voice trailed off, becoming inaudible. She quietly left his quarters. The next day at noon, Zhang Xiaolong was investigated by the Military Affairs Office. It was proven that he had acted bravely the night before. The chief of the office commended him, and the matter was dropped without any punishment for excessive force. The days that followed were spent studying the weapons, equipment, tactics, and strategies of various Federation branches. Life was leisurely. Along with his heartless buddies like Zhang Yu, he spent his time playing pranks on female soldiers from other departments. Time flew by. Occasionally, a few female officers from the communications department would point at Zhang Xiaolong behind his back, but nothing else happened. He had gradually forgotten the events of that night, and even Lan Jingyun had faded from his memory. On August 22nd, it was the day for the graduating trainees of this session to be assigned their posts. Not everyone was required to be assigned to a new unit. Most were to return to their original ones. Zhang Yu grabbed Zhang Xiaolong and dragged him outside. Zhang Xiaolong asked, "What's the matter? You look so anxious." Zhang Yu said, "Something's up. The training is over and the postings for everyone have been announced. Let's go check it out." Zhang Xiaolong was surprised. "That fast? No way. We only finished a few days ago. This is too impersonal." Zhang Yu said, "There's no time to complain. Let's see first." They walked and talked until they reached the electronic bulletin board to check their assignments. The list of personnel assignments was already posted as an official notice. The full text read, regarding the assignment of personnel from the Special Combat Class of the Naolanka Training Base. To all Theater Command's Planetary People's Armed Forces Departments and Group Armies to strengthen the defensive capabilities against the enemy on the front lines, the 1228 trainees of the Naolanka Special Training are assigned as follows. 1. Zhang Xiaolong Special Combat Class is transferred to the 3782nd Unit 183rd Regiment to serve as the commander of the Special Reconnaissance Company. 2. Luo Na Special Combat Class is transferred to the 87,622nd Unit 16th Regiment to serve as the commander of the 2nd Company. 3. Lu Weihui Shui Zhao Special Combat Class is transferred to the 87,852nd Unit 1st Regiment to serve as the commander of the 1st Company. 4. Wei Si Lao Wei Special Combat Class is transferred to the 17,886th Unit 3rd Regiment to serve as the commander of the 2nd Company. 5. Ma Jun Xiao Ma Special Combat Class is transferred to the 64,830th Unit 4th Detachment to serve as the detachment commander. 6. Zhang Yu Chao LV Dan Special Combat Class is transferred to the 37,881st Unit 19th Regiment to serve as the commander of the Guard Company. 7. Su Fei De Fei Special Combat Class is transferred to the 58,872nd Unit 3rd Regiment to serve as the commander of the Command Company. 8. Huang Xiao Fei Special Combat Class is transferred to the 56,689th Unit 1st Regiment to serve as the commander of the Guard Company. The 8 of them were assigned to 7 different theaters, apart from Shui Zhao and Luo Na, who were assigned to the same military district in. Zhang Xiaolong was both the most unfortunate and the most fortunate. He had been assigned to the Iron Blood Women's Army. Zhang Xiaolong stared blankly at the notice, his mind empty. He couldn't even describe the feeling in his heart. Although he had mentally prepared for this day, its arrival left him at a loss. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared before him. He looked up and found the woman vaguely familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her. The blue-haired beauty gracefully extended her hand. Zhang Xiaolong, we meet again. Zhang Xiaolong looked at her expressionlessly. Do I know you? The blue-haired woman was astonished. Have you forgotten me? The night you were drunk and saved me. Don't you remember? A flicker of recognition dawned on Zhang Xiaolong. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood. I don't want to talk. Lan Jingyun was not offended. She smiled. It's fine. I understand. We're about to part ways. I just want to say that I hope we can get along well in the future. Zhang Xiaolong asked, bewildered. Get along well? You and me? What do you mean? Lan Jingyun pointed at the bulletin board. Because we'll be in the same company. Didn't you see? Following her finger, Zhang Xiaolong saw 762. Lan Jingyun, First Class Communications Engineering. Transferred to the 3,782nd Unit 183rd Regiment to serve as the deputy commander of the Special Reconnaissance Company. Zhang Xiaolong finally looked at her closely. Her eyes sparkled with vitality. Still expressionless, he said, I hope so. He turned and walked away, leaving Lan Jingyun staring at his retreating figure, silently repeating his name in her heart. I appreciate you more and more. What should I do? In an instant, only melancholy filled her heart, yet she knew not whence it came. Zhang Xiaolong returned to his quarters with a somber expression. Zhang Yu entered and congratulated him. Congratulations, Brother Long. You've been assigned to the female battalion. Zhang Xiaolong shot Zhang Yu a fierce glare and retorted, if you're so eager, you go. Don't jest with me. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly. Brother, look on the bright side. All good things must come to an end. This is inevitable. Zhang Xiaolong remained silent. Just then Luo Na Shui Zhao and the others entered his quarters. Zhang Yu quickly said, perfect timing. This kid is sulking again. Come talk some sense into him. Luo Na approached, sat beside Zhang Xiaolong, took his hands, and said softly, Brother Long, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaolong glanced at Luo Na and shook his head, saying nothing. Seeing his sorrowful expression, the others couldn't help but think of the impending separation, and their hearts grew heavy. Luo Na forced a smile and said, soon Brother Long will be able to put his skills to use. We should be happy. Besides, you're going to my Iron Blood female battalion. They'll write a letter to my old superior to take good care of you. That way Brother Long can make a name for himself. Don't you think? Luo Na's gentle voice brought a pang of sorrow to everyone present. The 8 of them had been through life and death together in the death battlefield, bonded like brothers. Now facing separation, each heart was heavy. Zhang Xiaolong just stared blankly at a corner of the bed, saying nothing. Luo Na looked back at Shui Zhao, who shook his head, indicating he was helpless. Among the 8, Zhang Xiaolong had the most stubborn temper. He was usually taciturn, and once something weighed on his mind, it was hard to dispel. Zhang Yu patted Zhang Xiaolong's shoulder and said, all right, don't be like this, Brother Long. Tonight let's drink to our heart's content and see Brother Long off. How about it? Everyone readily agreed. Zhang Xiaolong looked up and gazed at each of them, and turned the gentle and sentimental Luo Na, the arrogant and domineering Zhang Yu, the mature and steady Shui Zhao. He silently memorized their features as if he might never see them again. Shui Zhao said, enough. Let's go drink. Today you'll be the first to object if anyone doesn't get drunk. The others immediately echoed in agreement, pushing Zhang Xiaolong out of the quarters. They arrived at the base cafeteria and ordered 10 cases of beer. Each person silently picked up a bottle and began to drink. Luo Na said, how about we make a 10-year pact? Let's meet here again in 10 years. Zhang Yu was the first to agree. Great. We'll drink and chat together then. Damn, that'll be awesome. Brother Long, what do you think? Zhang Xiaolong was the one everyone cared about most. They had always looked after him. On the battlefield, he was a quintessential warmonger, but in daily life, he was still their much younger little brother. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Luo Na, then at Zhang Yu and the others and said, all right, it's settled then. A 10-year pact. Everyone cheered and clinked glasses. After several rounds of drinks, they were all talking drunkenly and incoherently. Zhang Xiaolong's face was flushed as he watched the others, a tipsy, hazy smile on his face. Zhang Yu draped an arm over Zhang Xiaolong's shoulder and said, I really envy you, Brother Long. You're going to a place with so many female soldiers. Remember what Luo Na told you. Don't waste your potential. Zhang Xiaolong, now quite drunk, laughed and cursed. You're asking for it. If you want to go, I'll let you. I'd rather we all stay together like this. How wonderful that would be. Zhang Yu, also tipsy, said, you're drunk. Zhang Xiaolong pushed Zhang Yu away and said, bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. He staggered to the restroom. Upon returning, he headed for the table where Luo Na and the others were sitting. Suddenly a leg shot out from the side, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. A burst of arrogant laughter followed. Zhang Xiaolong slowly got up and continued walking towards Luo Na and the others, but his path was suddenly blocked by 4 people. Zhang Xiaolong said, please let me through. The 4 ignored him. Then a voice from behind said, you think you can leave so easily today? Zhang Xiaolong had just turned around when he felt a sharp burning pain on his face. He had been slapped. The blow sobered him up considerably. He lowered his head, gently wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and asked slowly, why did you hit me? The man laughed recklessly. Remember the time you played the hero to save a damsel while you were drunk and broke 23 bones on one guy? Does that ring a bell? Zhang Xiaolong let out an oh and nodded. So this is revenge. How many of you are there? The man had never encountered someone like Zhang Xiaolong before. He couldn't fathom his thoughts at all. With his drunken, dazed look asking how many they were, the man laughed heartily. Not many, just over 80 trainees from our spaceflight class. We're here to settle the score today. Scared? Without even lifting his head, Zhang Xiaolong grabbed the man by the hair, delivered 2 swift kicks to the sides, sending 2 others flying with screams. He pushed the man against the wall, and when he turned to face the others, a gleaming military knife was pressed against the man's throat. He said in a low voice, I don't want trouble. Don't push me, or I'll kill you. The icy tone sent a chill down the spines of the space flight class trainees. The man stammered, I understand. Zhang Xiaolong released the man, slowly sheathed his knife, and said coldly, move aside. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. The murderous aura emanating from Zhang Xiaolong shook everyone. He walked slowly towards Luo Na and the others, who were already quite drunk and oblivious to his ordeal. Just as he was about to reach them, a shout rang out, damn it. We can't let this punk off today. Get him, brothers. With that shout, Zhang Xiaolong felt dozens of people charging at him from behind. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he met them head on. In the ensuing chaos, he took several hits, but soon dozens of spaceflight class trainees were already lying on the ground. It was only then that Luo Na, Zhang Yu, and the others realized Zhang Xiaolong was in a fight. Unable to hold back, they leaped into the fray. Wherever any of the 8 went, spaceflight class members fell like dominoes. Zhang Xiaolong was the fiercest, throwing punches without mercy and kicking like a soaring dragon, forcing the spaceflight trainees to retreat. Within 10 minutes, the 8 of them had the entire spaceflight class on the ground. Zhang Yu spat at one of them. You overestimate yourselves. Did you even know who you were messing with? He then delivered another kick to a man's groin. Zhang Xiaolong looked coldly at the fallen spaceflight trainees and said, anyone else want revenge? Come on in game anytime. The spaceflight class trainees deeply regretted provoking these ferocious special tactics trainees. Every one of them was injured, and the cafeteria was filled with their groans of pain. The group turned to leave the cafeteria, exclaiming how thrilling the fight was and how they hadn't had such a satisfying brawl in a long time. But then a sharp whistle sounded. A squad of military police appeared before them. The leading officer demanded, who started the fight? Zhang Xiaolong pointed behind him and said, the ones fighting are all back there. The spaceflight class guys had too much to drink and started fighting among themselves. We had nothing to do with it. If you don't believe me, ask them yourselves. Hey, did you all drink too much and start brawling with each other? From the spaceflight class, someone replied, yeah, some of us got drunk and started fighting. It has nothing to do with the special tactics class. The MP officer was skeptical. He looked at Zhang Xiaolong and the others and asked, then why are all of you so disheveled? Zhang Yu couldn't contain himself and retorted, "We like it this way. What's it to you?" The officer was about to lose his temper when Zhang Xiaolong grabbed his arm. The officer struggled but couldn't break free, his face turning ashen with rage. "Is this mutiny? Have you no respect for military law?" The MPs behind him immediately went on alert. Zhang Xiaolong put an arm around the MP officer's shoulder and said in a low voice, "You saw it too. We took down everyone in there. How many men do you have in your MP unit?" "Enough for the 8 of us to handle." The MP officer whispered, "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled and shook his head. "How could I possibly do that? I'm just reminding you, sir. Since the people inside have already admitted it was a dog-eat-dog fight among themselves, why bother arresting innocent people? You might end up with egg on your face, and that wouldn't be worth it. Think about it." Zhang Xiaolong patted the MP officer on the shoulder and turned to his group saying, "The officer says it has nothing to do with us, and we can go. Let's move out, brothers." As he left, he added, "See, this way everyone's happy. No trouble for anyone. See you around, sir." The officer was left staring blankly as the 8 figures staggered away. One MP stepped forward and asked, "Captain, are you just letting them go?" The MP officer glared at the man and snapped, "What else do you want to do? These people came out of the death battlefield. Killing someone is as easy as eating a meal for them. Stop dawdling. Take those drunken brawlers inside back to the station." The next day, the first batch of departing trainees assembled and began boarding the spaceship. Zhang Xiaolong silently carried his pack, and the others behind him were also quiet. Lan Jingyun watched the silent scene of the special tactics class with curiosity. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly turned around and said, "This is far enough. All of you go back." They looked at each other, showing no sign of turning back. Zhang Xiaolong averted his gaze slightly and said, "The fight yesterday was really exhilarating. I wonder when we'll be able to fight together again." His light tone was tinged with the sadness of parting. Zhang Yu stepped forward and patted Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulder. "It's not like we'll never see each other again. Since when did you become so sentimental, Brother Long?" Luo Na also said, "You're just going to my old unit. They'll come visit you when I have time." A complex emotion flickered in Zhang Xiaolong's eyes. He nodded firmly and said, "All right. They'll be waiting for you all on Tana." They bid farewell one by one, the scene so poignant that even Lan Jinjian's eyes grew moist. Finally, Zhang Xiaolong hugged Luo Na and couldn't hold back his tears, drawing stares from the other trainees. Zhang Yu yelled, "What are you looking at?" "Looking for a beating." But his own eyes were red, clearly showing he had been crying. Luo Na gently straightened Zhang Xiaolong's uniform, helped him put on his military cap, and said softly, "Don't cry. So many people are watching. Remember, don't waste your assets. Go charm plenty of girls." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh through his tears. "I'll do my best." Everyone burst into laughter. Though usually quiet, Zhang Xiaolong could sometimes be surprisingly witty, making them all laugh heartily. The sorrow of parting was somewhat dispelled. Zhang Xiaolong picked up his luggage and said, "All right, I'm off. Take care, everyone. 10 years from now, when I see you again, I hope you're still as vibrant and charming as ever. Go back now." He turned and strode purposefully onto the spaceship. The others watched until he disappeared into the cabin before turning back. Once inside the spaceship, Zhang Xiaolong found his seat, stowed his luggage, and slowly closed his eyes. Shaking off the melancholy of parting, his mind felt empty. Lately, he didn't know why, but Duan Fei had stopped appearing as well. Zhang Xiaolong tried to awaken Duan Fei, but failed repeatedly. Suddenly, he felt someone sit down beside him. Opening his eyes, he saw the blue-haired beauty Lan Jingyun smiling at him. Zhang Xiaolong asked, puzzled, "You again?" Lan Jingyun smiled, "Not happy to see me." Zhang Xiaolong nodded. Lan Jingyun was taken aback that Zhang Xiaolong showed no regard for her being a woman. She paused for a moment, then said, "How unfortunate for you. We're in the same company. I'm your deputy. From now on, you'll have to see me every day. Won't that be torturous for you?" Zhang Xiaolong snorted coldly. "They'll request a male deputy to be my assistant." Lan Jingyun laughed out loud, her eyes full of mockery. Zhang Xiaolong asked in surprise, "What's so funny?" Lan Jingyun finally stopped laughing and said, "Don't you know? You are the first male officer ever assigned to the Iron Blood Female Battalion since its establishment." Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. "Whatever. I just don't want to be in the same company as you." Lan Jinjian's face fell as she asked, "Am I really that annoying?" Her tone was full of grievance. But Zhang Xiaolong didn't answer. He put on a pair of sunglasses and pretended to sleep. Lan Jingyun had no choice but to sit quietly, though she kept stealing glances at him. Lan Jingyun was secretly furious with Zhang Xiaolong. She was used to being treated like a precious pearl, and she had set aside her feminine reserve to initiate a conversation with a man. Yet she was repeatedly rebuffed. She pouted slightly, her eyes darting around. Watching the sleeping Zhang Xiaolong, she found herself lost in thought. In a flash, she saw again the image of the fierce young man playing the hero that night. A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth as she thought to herself, "I won't give up." The spaceship shuddered violently as it launched, breaking through the atmosphere and entering an interstellar course. It would take 10 hours of conventional flight to reach the space jump point. After the jump, they would arrive in the military-controlled zone in the southern part of the Andromeda Galaxy, from which it would be another 16 hours to the planet Tana. The monotony of the long journey soon lulled Lan Jingyun to sleep. Sitting next to him, she unconsciously leaned against Zhang Xiaolong's chest, finding it a haven of safety. Zhang Xiaolong, already fast asleep, was completely unaware that he was being used as a large pillow. In a daze, Zhang Xiaolong heard someone calling his name. He opened his eyes to see Lan Jingyun's smiling face. He stretched lazily and asked, "What's up?" Lan Jingyun laughed. "We've arrived at Tana. Aren't you going to get off?" Zhang Xiaolong was startled. "So?" Lan Jingyun chuckled. "What do you mean soon? You've been asleep for 3 days. If I hadn't woken you, you'd probably have slept even longer. Hurry up and pack your things." Without another word, Zhang Xiaolong stood up and grabbed his luggage. Just then the spaceship lurched violently. Lan Jingyun cried out, losing her balance and falling backward. Zhang Xiaolong caught her around the waist. The ship had landed. "Are you alright?" he asked. Lan Jingyun's face flushed as she whispered, "I'm fine." Zhang Xiaolong's tone remained cold. "Then stand up on your own." Feeling deeply embarrassed, Lan Jingyun realized she was still in his arms and quickly straightened up. Zhang Xiaolong said, "Let's go." The two of them took their luggage and headed for the exit. The two stepped out of the spacecraft and looked around, seeing buildings standing in rows, a typical military jurisdiction. A squad of female soldiers was patrolling nearby, and a large number of space mechas were parked not far away with maintenance workers attending to them. Zhang Xiaolong was slightly astonished, staring at the space mechas in a momentary daze. Lan Jingyun whispered, "You fool, what are you looking at? The Legion commander is coming, and you're still staring." Her kind reminder made Zhang Xiaolong quickly turn his head. A team of female officers was walking toward the spacecraft exit. Lan Jingyun and Zhang Xiaolong stood at attention and reported, "Captain Zhang Xiaolong, Lieutenant Lan Jingyun reporting for duty." A middle-aged female officer at the front looked at Zhang Xiaolong with a slightly twisted expression and said, "How can there be a male officer? Did the personnel department make a mistake?" Director Hai explained this. The speaker was General Gu Yuan, the commander of the Iron Blood Female Army. Since the founding of the Iron Blood Female Army, no male soldier had ever joined, and now a male officer had arrived unexpectedly. Someone behind General Gu Yuan whispered a few words in her ear. She nodded and looked Zhang Xiaolong over anew, saying, "You are one of the 8 who survived the death battlefield." Zhang Xiaolong, unaccustomed to being stared at with such strange eyes, replied, reporting General. "Yes, but I ask you not to treat me like a freak. I am a soldier just like you. In my dictionary, there are only qualified and unqualified soldiers, not male and female soldiers." Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback by the blunt retort. A woman behind her snapped, "How dare you? Do you know who you're speaking to?" Zhang Xiaolong cast a cold, contemptuous glance at the female officer, but Gu Yuan said, "Enough. Send them both to the special company, as the military headquarters ordered. I need to speak with Franks. This is nonsense." With that, she turned and left. The female officer who had just reprimanded Zhang Xiaolong shot him a fierce glare before following. Lan Jingyun's voice sounded behind Zhang Xiaolong. "Why did you have to do that? Offending the Legion commander will make things hard for you from now on." Zhang Xiaolong said nothing, picked up his luggage, and followed a soldier. Lan Jingyun shook her head helplessly and trailed behind him. Zhang Xiaolong knew full well that Gu Yuan's last words were meant for him, but he found it difficult to endure being treated like a freak. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Lan Jingyun and felt a trace of comfort. At least there was one woman who didn't see him as a monster. For the first time, Zhang Xiaolong helped Lan Jingyun put away her luggage. Lan Jingyun looked at him with slight surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaolong remained silent, boarded the military vehicle, and headed toward the 183rd Regiment, 420 kilometers northwest. He fell asleep as soon as he got on the vehicle. The incident left him feeling indignant. He had learned from textbooks that gender discrimination in ancient times was directed at women, but now he himself was experiencing gender discrimination from women. Times had indeed changed. As he pondered, a familiar feeling surged within him. He suddenly opened his eyes and thought, "Duan Fei, is that you?" An unfamiliar voice replied, "I am not Duan Fei. My name is Zhang Muzhua." Zhang Xiaolong frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Muzhua chuckled sinisterly, and Zhang Xiaolong felt the man's laugh was treacherous. He heard him say, "I am here to teach you something." Zhang Xiaolong asked, "What about Duan Fei?" Zhang Muzhua replied, "I don't know." Zhang Xiaolong felt a wave of disappointment. Strange images flashed through his mind, scenes of blood and blades. He suddenly realized who this person was and thought, "Are you the leader of the Star Dragon Society?" Zhang Muzhua burst into wild laughter. "Ha! I didn't expect anyone to remember me, Zhang Muzhua, after nearly 200 years. How gratifying." Zhang Muzhua was the president of the Star Dragon Society, the largest underworld organization in the universe. Even the government could do nothing about the Star Dragon Society, which controlled all underground businesses. Zhang Muzhua himself was a wanted criminal, but he had eluded capture for decades. Zhang Xiaolong knew of Zhang Xiaolong only through a film about the underworld that featured his story. What astonished Zhang Xiaolong was that such a formidable figure was also included in the Human Enhancement Project. Who else might be involved? Zhang Xiaolong said, "What can you teach me?" Zhang Xiaolong chuckled, "What do you want to learn?" Zhang Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, "Can you change this gender discrimination in the female army? It's unbearable." Zhang Xiaolong said, "Fine. First rape and kill the girl driving the car, and no one will discriminate against you anymore." Zhang Xiaolong almost vomited blood at these words and said, "Pervert. What filthy things are in your mind?" Zhang Xiaolong retorted, "That's the most direct and effective method. Think about it. A bunch of women without men, they're probably burning with desire. Just think of yourself as their savior." Zhang Xiaolong fumed, "Stop your nonsense." Zhang Xiaolong knew Zhang Xiaolong was angry and laughed, "Just joking. Don't you have any sense of humor?" Sigh. Zhang Xiaolong asked, "Why are you sighing?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "None of your business. You want to change gender discrimination. Just get a sex change operation and become a woman. That would save a lot of trouble." Zhang Xiaolong was speechless. Zhang Xiaolong's mind was full of filth, and he chattered on incessantly, driving Zhang Xiaolong to distraction. Yet Zhang Xiaolong had no way to deal with him. Zhang Xiaolong didn't sleep a wink the entire journey, his face twisted in a foul expression. Lan Jingyun, however, slept peacefully. For some reason, Zhang Xiaolong felt that his relationship with her had improved since leaving the spacecraft. He was gradually getting used to being around her, perhaps because apart from her, everyone else treated him with mockery, as if watching a spectacle. After 6 long hours, they finally reached the 183rd Regiment nestled in a mountain hollow. The rugged mountain roads wasted considerable time. They arrived at a flat area, and the military vehicle screeched to a halt. Zhang Xiaolong asked in surprise, "Why are we stopping?" The driver laughed and said, "Captain, we've arrived." Lan Jingyun also woke up, rubbing her eyes. Like Zhang Xiaolong, she wondered why the vehicle had stopped here. The driver explained, "The entire Legion has 13 reinforced regiments in regular establishment. The 183rd Regiment is stationed in the only underground military jurisdiction, which is why you see a flat area above ground." Zhang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Then why aren't we going in?" The driver replied, "Just a moment. The camouflage shield has been deactivated. It will be ready in a few dozen seconds." As the driver said, the camouflage shield was removed, revealing an underground passage. The driver started the vehicle's energy source and sped in. Entering the darkness, Zhang Xiaolong sensed that the surroundings might be a storage area for equipment and asked, "Is there some kind of weapon or equipment stored here?" The driver said, "It's the latest trifibious mecha equipment. No one knows how to use it, so it's been sitting here." Lan Jingyun said, "Isn't that a waste? Such good equipment lying idle here. What is the Legion commander thinking?" The driver said, "It seems the military headquarters plans to organize training at the end of the year to set up a pilot program in the Legion. But because no one understands the mecha's characteristics, a person from the equipment department almost got killed the last time they tried. That thing is terrifying, and no one wants to touch it anymore." Zhang Xiaolong felt this was the tragedy of the Iron Blood female army, sticking to routine without seeking progress. If another interstellar war broke out, he wondered if they could sustain their past glory. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, "What ironic equipment." Everyone was startled and didn't understand why Zhang Xiaolong had said that. The driver glanced at him and fell silent. After 10 minutes of driving, a faint light appeared ahead. Both of them grew curious about this underground unit. What kind of unit would it be? An inexplicable anticipation stirred within them. The military vehicle stopped. Zhang Xiaolong jumped out first and looked around but saw no one. Lan Jingyun said, "Why is there no one here?" The driver shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either, sirs. This should be the place. I'm also wondering why there's no one." Zhang Xiaolong checked his watch and said, "Don't wonder. It's lunchtime now. They should be eating. But why isn't there even a sentry?" Although he hadn't seen the unit, yet Zhang Xiaolong could guess that this unit wouldn't be as disciplined as he had imagined. It would probably be rather slack. Lan Jingyun said, "Now that you mention it, I really am a bit hungry. Let's go see what there is to eat." Zhang Xiaolong agreed and nodded. The two hadn't gone far when they encountered a squad of guards. Zhang Xiaolong asked, "Where is the regiment commander?" The guards were surprised to see Zhang Xiaolong and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaolong replied impatiently, "I asked where the regiment commander is. Who are you?" The guard activated the energy switch. Zhang Xiaolong said helplessly to Lan Jingyun, "You handle this." He turned and walked back to the vehicle. At this moment, he chose to temporarily avoid conflict to prevent unnecessary trouble. After Lan Jingyun explained, the guards finally learned their identities. One of them led them to the regiment command. Zhang Xiaolong was somewhat satisfied with the soldiers' thoroughness. At least their sense of duty prevented them from ignoring the two newcomers. Yet he couldn't pinpoint why a sense of grievance lingered within him. He still didn't know what had prompted the military headquarters to break convention and transfer a male officer here. The guard brought them to a room and said, "This is the regiment commander's office. Go on in." The tone held no respect. The guard glanced at Zhang Xiaolong twice more before turning away. Lan Jingyun took the initiative to knock on the door. She could fully sense Zhang Xiaolong's irritation since arriving on Tana Planet. A female voice came from inside. "Come in." They entered. The simple decor lifted their spirits slightly. Though underground, the room didn't feel stuffy. Zhang Xiaolong and Lan Jingyun reported to the female colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars. "I am Zhang Xiaolong reporting for duty." Due to the earlier incident, Zhang Xiaolong was reluctant to say more to this colonel. The woman kept her head down writing. Lan Jingyun looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaolong, thinking, this guy is going to cause trouble again. The woman didn't look up and replied, "I understand. As per orders, report to the special company." The two were surprised by the simplicity of the response. They were about to leave when the woman called out, "Wait. Zhang Xiaolong, pay attention to your tone when addressing superiors from now on. Although you are a male officer, you have no advantage here. It's better to be more restrained. And don't cause me any trouble." Zhang Xiaolong looked at the colonel, who still hadn't lifted her gaze, and said, "I'll do my best." The colonel finally raised her head. She had fair-skinned, delicate features, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Zhang Xiaolong studied her carefully. She put down her pen, gently adjusted her glasses, and said, "You seem to be in quite a mood." Zhang Xiaolong was about to speak when Lan Jingyun interjected, "He's tired from the journey and not in good shape. Please forgive him, Colonel." The colonel clearly didn't believe Lan Jingyun's words. Her expression turned serious as she said, "Whatever mood you're in, you are now the captain of my directly subordinate special company. I am responsible for you, and you must obey my orders. I know some unpleasant things happened before you arrived. They'll pretend they never happened. No matter how others see you, I will treat you as the captain of my special company. Nothing else matters. Just as you said to General Gu Yuan after leaving the spacecraft, in my eyes, there are only qualified and unqualified special company captains, not male or female officers. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaolong seemed not to hear a word. Lan Jingyun grew anxious, thinking, "This fool never speaks when he should but blurts out everything when he shouldn't. Why does he always clash with higher-ranking officers?" Suddenly Zhang Xiaolong said, "I will do a good job." His tone was eerily calm. The colonel stared at him for a moment and said, "Although you didn't start off well here, your answer tells me you have no confidence in me as your colonel, do you? My special company captain." The beautiful colonel's tone became somewhat aggressive, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Yet Zhang Xiaolong still showed no response, simply replying indifferently, "Whatever." The beautiful colonel was quite taken aback by Zhang Xiaolong's answer. His nonchalant attitude seemed to slightly anger her, and she said, "Is this how you respond to a superior's question?" Zhang Xiaolong tossed out, "I don't see anything wrong with it," and turned to leave the office, leaving Lan Jingyun and the beautiful colonel behind. Lan Jingyun opened her mouth to defend Zhang Xiaolong, but the colonel raised a hand to stop her. She shook her head and smiled. A smile so enchanting and breathtaking that even Lan Jingyun was mesmerized. It was a smile that could topple cities and nations. The colonel said, "Young people often have such tempers. Though my tolerance isn't boundless, I have enough magnanimity to overlook this. But this kid's temper really is something else. As his deputy, you'll need to help make up for his shortcomings." Lan Jingyun could only nod, unsure how to respond, as the colonel's beauty had already captivated her. The colonel continued, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yu. Work hard." Carrying Lin Yu's encouragement and concern, Lan Jingyun left the colonel's office. She seemed to realize her earlier lapse in composure, and Lin Yu's beauty had deeply imprinted itself on her heart. Lan Jingyun thought that no man in the world could resist Lin Yu's smile. It was as if there were no defense against it, just as no shield could withstand a B9 cannon. At least after seeing it, Lan Jingyun had surrendered completely. Zhang Xiaolong was standing nearby, holding a cigarette in his hand. The wisps of smoke suggested he was preoccupied. Lan Jingyun approached, gently took the burning cigarette, and extinguished it. Zhang Xiaolong scowled coldly and said, "What are you doing?" Lan Jingyun pointed to a sign on the wall that read, "No smoking." There was a no-smoking symbol on the wall. Zhang Xiaolong remained silent. Lan Jingyun asked curiously, "What's wrong with you today? Just because of a few words from the Legion commander, your face is all sour. Look how you spoke to Lin Yu just now, like a petulant little man." Zhang Xiaolong said irritably, "How I behave is none of your business." Lan Jingyun said no more. She picked up the luggage nearby and headed toward the special company's direction. She didn't know what to say about Zhang Xiaolong's abnormal reaction. Although he was aggrieved, at least he could vent his anger on her. But if she was unhappy, who could she vent to? The two arrived at the special company one after the other. Lin Yu had arranged everything with the logistics department. Their rooms were next to each other, which pleased Lan Jingyun, but she was still bothered by the earlier incident and didn't show it. Zhang Xiaolong entered his room and didn't come out. Lan Jingyun called him several times for dinner, but got no response. She stood outside his door, pressing the doorbell for a long time without any sign of movement. Furious and red-faced, she left in a huff. The evening meeting with the special company personnel was supposed to include both Zhang Xiaolong and Lan Jingyun, but in the end Lan Jingyun had to represent them alone. Since the special company was directly under Lin Yu's command, Lan Jingyun initially didn't want to bother her. But that very evening Lin Yu happened to visit the special company to check on things. At that moment Lin Yu said nothing, but merely offered a few words to Lan Jingyun, telling her to do her best and work with dedication before returning. He finally appeared the next morning. The soldiers of the Special Reconnaissance Company were intensely curious about their new male commander. After all, he was the only male in the entire regiment, a rare treasure indeed. After breakfast, Zhang Xiaolong met with the platoon leaders and squad leaders, holding a brief meeting. During the meeting, almost everyone else spoke, while Zhang Xiaolong listened in silence. Lan Jingyun, however, could not understand why Zhang Xiaolong had become like a walking corpse since leaving the base. Not only was he taciturn, but his face was perpetually sour. Zhang Xiaolong quickly ended the brief meeting. After everyone left, Lan Jingyun asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhang Xiaolong replied, "Do I look like I'm okay? I'm so annoyed. This place isn't for me." Lan Jingyun exclaimed, "You can't be serious. You just got here and you want to leave." Zhang Xiaolong did not answer. In truth, the feelings in his heart were beyond Lan Jingyun's comprehension. The entire regiment was filled with women. Zhang Xiaolong even felt that the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics. Moreover, being managed by women was a torment for a man who valued male dignity above all else. To make matters worse, the appearance of Tsang Muzhua only added to his distress. Instead of offering advice, Tsang Muzhua constantly whispered provocative words in his ear, further agitating the inexperienced Zhang Xiaolong. The duty platoon leader entered and said, "We've received a notice. Commander Zhang is to report to headquarters." Zhang Xiaolong frowned and asked, "Did they say what it's about?" The duty platoon leader shook his head. "No, they didn't." "All right, I understand." Zhang Xiaolong spoke without conviction. In fact, the previous night he had tried desperately to sleep, but could not. Tsang Muzhuo's energy was too overwhelming. It was not until dawn that he finally let Zhang Xiaolong rest. After the duty platoon leader left, Lan Jingyun asked, "You went to bed so early last night. Why are you still so exhausted?" Zhang Xiaolong stretched and yawned. "I don't want to tell you. See you later." His almost cold words once again left Lan Jingyun struggling to accept. She thought to herself, why did she keep tolerating this arrogant man? His words were venomous enough to send her flying 10,000 miles away. She silently vowed never to show him any kindness again. Zhang Xiaolong entered the headquarters and found the room full of people staring at him. Unfazed, he announced, "Special Reconnaissance Company Commander Zhang Xiaolong reporting to headquarters. Please give your orders, Commander." Lin Yu whispered a few words to a middle-aged woman beside her, then pointed to the farthest seat. "Take a seat. Everyone is here. Let's begin the meeting." Zhang Xiaolong glanced around and noticed that everyone's rank was at least major or lieutenant colonel, while he was the only one with a single bar on his shoulder. Though curious, he listened. Lin Yu said, "The new mecha have been deployed for 3 months, but there has been no progress. No one can activate the new equipment. A staff officer from the equipment department tried a forced test flight and was severely injured. After regimental research, it has been decided that the new equipment must be operated. We need to master its use as soon as possible. I want to hear the opinions of all battalion commanders." As Lin Yu's words ended, murmurs arose. Lin Yu slapped the table. "Speak one by one. Start with the 1st Battalion. Anna." Battalion Commander Anna glanced at Lin Yu. "Personally, I think we should first seek approval from the Army Command. If we act rashly and an accident occurs, it would reflect poorly on the regiment." Lin Yu expressionlessly said, "2nd Battalion Commander." Battalion Commander Kesseli said, "Perhaps we should contact the technical staff of Lixing Technology. With their presence, the success rate would be higher." Lin Yu said, "3rd Battalion Commander." Battalion Commander Wang Xiaofeng said, "I will follow the regiment's decision." Lin Yu shook her head and pointed to the farthest seat. "The youngest one, you speak." Everyone's gaze shifted to the newly appointed Special Reconnaissance Company Commander Zhang Xiaolong. He pulled out a cigarette, and with a crisp sound of the lighter exhaled a plume of smoke. "If Commander trusts me, just leave it to me." The room erupted in murmurs again. Lin Yu silenced them and asked, "What makes you so confident?" Zhang Xiaolong stubbed out the cigarette. He had only smoked 3 times. "If you don't believe me, then pretend I didn't say anything." With a slap, someone stood up and rebuked Zhang Xiaolong. "What kind of attitude is that?" Zhang Xiaolong glanced contemptuously at the speaker, who was Battalion Commander Wang Xiaofeng. He said calmly, "This is my attitude. If you don't like it, too bad." Wang Xiaofeng was about to retort, but Lin Yu stopped her. "All right. He'll assign this task to the Special Reconnaissance Company. He'll give you 1 month. I hope you can live up to your boast." Zhang Xiaolong said, "That's too much. 1 week at most." The crowd was astonished again, calling him extremely arrogant. Zhang Xiaolong paid no attention. Lin Yu glanced at him with a meaningful look and said, "How about this? He'll still give you 1 month, but I require all members of the Special Reconnaissance Company to complete all mecha maneuvers according to the standard training plan. Any problems? Time is still 1 month, but I require all Special Reconnaissance Company personnel to complete all mecha maneuvers according to the standard training plan. Any problems? Zhang Xiaolong hesitated briefly. All right. Lin Yu said good. Meeting adjourned. Zhang Xiaolong come to mind. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Xiaolong followed Lin Yu into the commander's office. Lin Yu sat down in her office chair and said, Zhang Xiaolong, are all those who survived the death battlefield trial as arrogant as you? Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. No, I'm just an exception. You can't generalize. Lin Yu felt both amused and exasperated as she looked at this young man, 4 years her junior. She had graduated from the Lei Geet Military Academy at 18 and aspired to be a professional soldier. Over the years, she had risen from company commander to regimental commander. Besides her outstanding military abilities, she had superior political conditions. Both her parents were high-ranking military officials. Lin Yu was truly privileged. In her dictionary, there had never been obstacles or limits. But this arrogant young man before her was proving to be a headache. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What can I say about you? You act like you have no regard for heaven or earth, and you won't take orders from anyone. Fine. I won't make things hard for myself. Do whatever you want. But don't cause any accidents, understand? Lin Yu's charming smile made Zhang Xiaolong's heart skip a beat. He never expected the composed and elegant Lin Yu to have such a delightful side. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Lin Yu suddenly noticed his burning gaze and blushed. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Zhang Xiaolong said. Oh, but didn't move, just staring at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's face flushed even redder. What are you staring at? Only then did Zhang Xiaolong snap out of it. Oh, leaving now. He fled from the commander's office as if his life depended on it, letting out a long breath. He was puzzled by his own behavior. But at the thought of Lin Yu's smile, his heart trembled again. He shook off the thought and quickened his pace toward the Special Reconnaissance Company. Zhang Xiaolong returned to the Special Reconnaissance Company with a renewed vigor. He immediately gathered the personnel and announced the implementation of the new equipment test mission. When the order was given, everyone exchanged glances but remained silent. Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. Why is no one speaking? A platoon leader couldn't help but say, It's impossible, Commander. You don't understand the situation. The equipment department staff received training from Lixing technology, but they still couldn't control this mecha. It seems to have an encrypted program. Lixing technology has withheld the key operational techniques. Zhang Xiaolong frowned. Even if that's the case, there's no way to crack the encryption. Lan Jingyun, who had studied electronic intelligence, said, It's not as simple as you think. From what I know, this mecha uses a bioelectronic program. The Federation's research department hasn't disclosed much information about it, let alone the military having anyone who understands it. Even if someone does, it's just superficial. How could they crack such an encrypted program? Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. We'll never know if no one can crack it until we try. That's all for now. I'm just telling you to be mentally prepared. Wait for further instructions. Dismissed. After saying this, he got up and returned to his quarters. At that moment, Lin Yu's captivating smile haunted his mind again. The night passed without incident. Zhang Xiaolong woke up and went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. He was drenched in sweat. Perhaps it was because of what he had seen during the day and dreamed at night, but Zhang Xiaolong had dreamed of an intimate encounter with Lin Yu. As a young man, he felt parched and aroused. He woke up and quickly used cold water to cool his inappropriate thoughts. He glanced at the clock. It was already early morning. The underground base had no sunlight, relying entirely on energy supply for illumination. He pushed open the door and stretched lazily. He saw female soldiers already engaged in morning exercises. Having not exercised for days, he felt stiff all over. He joined the back of the female soldiers' formation and jogged a few laps. After breaking a light sweat, he did dozens of push-ups, loosening up his muscles. After finishing his warm-up, Zhang Xiaolong walked toward a squad of female soldiers. The underground temperature was constant around 2,425 degrees Celsius. After exercising, the female soldiers were drenched in sweat and had already taken off their outer jackets, all wearing white belly-bearing tight vests. Zhang Xiaolong glanced at them and quickly turned his head away, struggling to suppress an almost overwhelming urge. He managed to restrain himself. A squad leader reported, Company Commander. First squad is conducting horizontal bar strength training. Please give instructions. Zhang Xiaolong turned his gaze to the squad leader. Stop for now. Yes. The female squad leader turned and returned to her squad, organizing the soldiers to stand at attention. Zhang Xiaolong stepped forward and suddenly noticed everyone staring at him. He realized they were waiting for his orders. Relax. No orders. Just take a break. No orders. Just take a break. With that, he raised his arms, grabbed the bar, and pulled himself up with force. He kicked forward, swinging his body. After a few swings, he accelerated and performed a 360-degree giant swing on the horizontal bar. The female soldiers were stunned. They had never expected the arrogant Zhang Xiaolong to possess such impressive physical fitness. After completing the sequence, Zhang Xiaolong dismounted, feeling refreshed all over. His face slightly flushed, he said to the women, Continue. Sorry for the interruption. He turned and headed back to his quarters. Sorry for the interruption. He turned and headed back to his quarters. Recently, Zhang Xiaolong's male morning urges had become increasingly pronounced, likely due to the overwhelming female presence around him, causing him to lose control. Therefore, after breakfast, he ordered someone to take him to the mecha parking area and strictly forbade anyone from approaching. In the brightly lit underground passage, Zhang Xiaolong finally saw the new equipment in its true form. He reached out and touched the cold mecha, feeling a thrill of excitement. The new mecha came in 6 types. The light mecha, Qingkong, and Jindong, could transform into 3 states: ground mode, air mode, and space mode. Ground mode resembled a tank equipped with a B7 antimatter cannon as its main weapon, along with 16 rotating laser guns firing at an average rate of 5 beams per minute. It used a hover drive system, ensuring a smooth ride even on rough terrain with a maximum speed of 400 km/h. Air mode transformed into a wingless fighter jet with the B7 main cannon and 13 external ion laser weapons of various types, featuring an all-weather autopilot system and capable of supersonic flight. Space mode turned into a circular form, enabling instantaneous spatial jumps, but with no weapons. Zhang Xiaolong carefully read the brief introduction to the light mecha. It was clear that these mecha achieved transformation through biomolecular processes using human brainwave input to the mecha's control center. The process gradually fluidized the metallic alloy, converting it from a supersolid state to a subsolid state, and then human brain commands reconstructed the metal into a new form. In essence, the new equipment had a life of its own. By transmitting brainwaves, the mecha became an extension of the operator's body. This naturally involved extensive knowledge of bioelectronics. Zhang Xiaolong skimmed through the manual. Among the sections there was a brief description of the operator requirements, but it was only a few words and didn't go into detail. Though curious, he slowly entered the cockpit of the light mecha. He put on the helmet and felt a strange electric current flow around him. He knew this was the mecha adjusting its frequency to match his brainwaves, enabling wave resonance to complete the operational requirements. This technology was not difficult to master, but maintaining stable wave resonance was challenging because human emotions directly affected brainwave frequency while the mecha remained constant. Therefore, the mecha operator had to maintain a calm state at all times. A system prompt appeared: "Please enter your username and password." Zhang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that starting the mecha required a username and password. How was he supposed to know what they were? He angrily took off the helmet and stared at the massive mecha. During his 2 years of study under Liu Mo, his understanding of biomolecules was not very deep. He was only familiar with basic biomolecular computational programs. The light mecha clearly used molecular flow to alter the state of matter, and this program required molecular computation. Only by finding the core biomolecular source code in the mecha's central unit could he crack the username and password. But that was obviously not something he could accomplish in a week or 2. After some thought, he walked to the intercom and called Lin Ye's office. During his 2 years of study under Liu Mo, his understanding of biomolecules was not very deep. He was only familiar with basic biomolecular computational programs. The light mecha clearly used molecular flow to alter the state of matter, and this program required molecular computation. Only by finding the core biomolecular source code in the mecha's central unit could he crack the username and password. But that was obviously not something he could accomplish in a week or 2. After some thought, he walked to the intercom and called Lin Ye's office. With a charming face and cold expression, Lin Yu appeared on the screen. Zhang Xiaolong barely looked at her and said, "Give it to me." Lin Yu looked at him curiously. "Give what?" Zhang Xiaolong said, "The username and password to start the mecha." Lin Yu was surprised. "It needs a username and password. I didn't know that." "I didn't know." The new mecha had been stored in the underground defense zone of the 183rd Regiment for 3 months. During that time, aside from a few staff officers from the equipment department who had touched the mecha, no one, including Lin Yu, had any idea that starting the mecha required a username and password. Lin Yu hadn't really expected Zhang Xiaolong to actually operate those mecha. Ever since Zhang Xiaolong arrived at the 183rd Regiment, he had been a restless element. Lin Yu clearly understood that if she left him idle, trouble would ensue. So on a whim, she assigned the mecha training task to him. This not only utilized a spare labor force, but also brought peace to the regiment. As for whether Zhang Xiaolong could succeed, Lin Yu hadn't given it much thought. Zhang Xiaolong was furious. He didn't say much to Lin Yu and ended the call. He turned to face the massive machine. The mecha, standing nearly 20 meters tall, was classified as light equipment, while the smaller ones nearby were heavy mecha. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't understand the difference. Staring blankly at the clumsy light mecha, Zhang Xiaolong eventually climbed back into the cockpit. The system prompted for a username and password. He stopped again. He had no idea what the username and password were. But just then he remembered the bioelectronic vulnerability. The so-called bioelectronic vulnerability referred to loopholes in the programming language of bioelectronic systems. If discovered, these vulnerabilities could be fatal to bioelectronic products. Zhang Xiaolong hadn't deliberately memorized those vulnerability languages, But while helping Liu Mo proofread the Reformation Plan language, he had often encountered them. Those vulnerability languages buried deep in his memory now surfaced. Many scattered, unrelated words quickly assembled in his mind. Zhang Xiaolong stared wide-eyed at the system prompt screen and softly said, Zusi 829304, KDYSA 67. The system prompt suddenly turned blue and the display read, please select. Mecha types, standard combat, subdirectory space. Please make your choice. Zhang Xiaolong's face was wreathed in a satisfied smile as he meticulously inspected the mecha's control system. The interface was remarkably orderly and user-friendly, allowing the pilot to customize the mecha's transformation modes according to personal preference. He let out a light whistle, his spirits soaring. Suddenly Zhang Xiaolong recalled the platoon leader's warning about the encryption program. He dared not activate the mecha recklessly. Entering the code source through the combat system would be futile, as Lixing had undoubtedly blocked that route. After a moment's deliberation, he deemed the power system the optimal entry point. He sent a command to the energy configuration panel and typed 12345 into the input bar. The spatial screen went black, plunging him into the source code library. Zhang Xiaolong began a meticulous inspection, a task both familiar and strange. He noticed that Lixing Technologies' combat data calculation program was distinctly different from the human body modification program he knew. Clearly they operated under different principles. He realized this algorithm was far inferior to Liu Mo's. Liu Mo's biochemical electronics modified the essence, whereas the mecha used biochemical programs to reinforce the surface metal coordinating various weapons. Despite this, the vast database and insipid data language nearly lulled Zhang Xiaolong to sleep. He yawned, fighting the drowsiness as he searched for any incongruities in the system. Unconsciously, he lost track of time, his mind solely focused on finding the damn encryption program. Meanwhile, the members of the Special Forces Company were constantly thinking of their commander. Lan Jingyun quietly approached the mecha where Zhang Xiaolong sat. The faint fluorescent light illuminated his weary face, and a pang of sorrow struck her heart. Being thrust into this environment had undoubtedly plunged Zhang Xiaolong into a terrible state of mind, desperately wanting to escape this strange predicament. Lin Ye's arrangement was undoubtedly the best way for him to find relief, to study the mecha's control methods alone. Lan Jingyun knew that piloting such a mecha was impossible without Lixing Technologies' support. From what the officers had said, she understood the combat system had an encryption program. Lan Jingyun wanted to persuade Zhang Xiaolong to rest, as he hadn't left the mecha for 5 days. Suddenly she heard him mutter to himself, what a piece of work. They tampered with the power source. No wonder I searched so long. His tone was exuberant as he eagerly executed the decryption command. Now that he knew the root of the problem, cracking the encryption was a trivial matter for Zhang Xiaolong. In less than 5 minutes, he snapped his fingers, leaped out of the mecha, and declared, done. Lan Jingyun asked, what's done? Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the bulky light mecha behind him and said, I've cracked this, big guy, you know. I almost gave up before I found the encryption in the power system. I'm starving. Lan Jingyun smiled, her face beaming with genuine delight. She was happy for his achievement. Really? Congratulations. They won't look down on you anymore. At this, Zhang Xiaolong's expression suddenly dimmed. Let these women think I'm useless. A tree that attracts the wind is the one that gets broken. I know that principle well. I've figured it out. No matter where I'm placed, since I'm here, I might as well go with the flow. Lan Jingyun looked at him strangely. Are you okay? Have you been feeling sick these past few days? Zhang Xiaolong spat, I'll outlive you. Why curse me with sickness? Sorry, I can't believe those words came out of your mouth. You'll get used to it. All right, let's go back. Eat. Sleep. The two left the parking lot and returned to the company. Zhang Xiaolong ate a little food and was about to fall asleep. Lan Jingyun instructed everyone not to disturb him. Just as he drifted off, Song Muzuo's voice echoed in his ears again. Zhang Xiaolong said impatiently, please let me sleep, will you? Song Muzhuo said, no can do. I've figured out a way to help you out of this predicament. You asked me to think of one. Zhang Xiaolong said angrily, then make it quick. Song Muzhuo chuckled, his tone full of mockery. Ever thought about this? Since you can't get along with these women, just stir up some trouble and make them fear you. Zhang Xiaolong pondered for a moment. That's one way. But how do I do it? Song Muzhuo asked. Have you forgotten what I used to do? Zhang Xiaolong said, the underworld. You mean I should use your methods on these women? I feel like that's not quite right. Song Muzhuo said, whatever. It's your call. Choose live in their shadow or make them give you a wide berth. Zhang Xiaolong yawned. We'll see. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me anymore. Ignoring Song Muzuo's protests, he sank into a deep slumber. He didn't know how long he slept. In his hazy dreams, he saw many bloody battles. Accustomed to a life of blood and violence, he felt his blood boil. Yet his consciousness told him it was just a dream. In the dream, he experienced Song Muzuo's life firsthand. He couldn't explain it himself. Though Song Muzhuo escaped danger time, and again the people around him dwindled until in the end he chose to withdraw. He changed his clothes and walked out of his room. He saw Lan Jingyun and the other women in a meeting in the conference room. Zhang Xiaolong pushed open the door and entered. Everyone stood up. He gestured for them to sit down. Lan Jingyun said the regiment just had a meeting. The new recruits will be arriving soon. I'm deploying the training tasks. Zhang Xiaolong asked, did they say when? Lan Jingyun looked down at her notebook. Tomorrow afternoon a batch will be assigned to us. Zhang Xiaolong said, all right then. Tomorrow it'll take 3rd Platoon Leader Chu Lingling and Squad 7 Leader, Wang, Xiao to pick them up. You handle the company affairs and make the specific arrangements. Lan Jingyun said, okay. Also during the morning meeting Regiment Commander Lin Yu asked about the mecha. Zhang Xiaolong stood up. They'll head to headquarters right away. Deputy Company Commander Lan continued the meeting. Leaving the conference room, Zhang Xiaolong drove towards the regiment headquarters, his heart filled with nervous anticipation. The image of Lin Yu's charming smile appeared in his mind, and he accelerated racing towards his destination. The regiment headquarters was located 40 kilometers north of the Special Forces Company. Zhang Xiaolong's speed increased sharply. Perhaps due to his mood, he wondered what Lin Yu would think of him now that he had cracked the mecha's encryption. For a young man, the most potent weapon is the memory of the most beautiful woman. Fang Jingya, the one buried deep in his memory, was now history. Lin Yu's smile had breached the defenses of his heart. Zhang Xiaolong walked into Lin Yu's office. She didn't look up a habit he had noticed. He had seen her do this twice before. Lin Yu said, have a seat for a moment. Zhang Xiaolong sat down without a word. Soon Lin Yu finished reviewing the cumbersome documents. She looked up and was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. You seem to have lost weight. Tell me, how is the mecha project going? Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. It didn't work. I did my best. Lin Yu smiled, but it didn't seem genuine. There was a hint of mockery. Zhang Xiaolong frowned slightly. That smile reminded him of Fang Jingya. Lin Yu said, it's okay. It's not your fault. Lixing Technology is the most powerful biochemical expert in the industry. I understand. A desire for revenge stirred within Zhang Xiaolong. Seeing her indifferent attitude, he said, indeed. The biochemical algorithm Lixing uses is vastly different from conventional ones. I suppose such advanced technology isn't something just any boastful person can crack. Lin Yu sensed the barb in his words. Let's not talk about that. Go back and finalize the new recruit training plan promptly. Submit it to the training section. Don't delay, understood? Zhang Xiaolong grunted in acknowledgement and took his leave. Their conversation had been slightly tense. As he walked out of the headquarters, he called out to Tsang Muzhua. All right, I want to hear your plan. Tsang Muzhua chuckled. Had a change of heart. Zhang Xiaolong asked, are you going to tell me or not? Tsang Muzhua said, fine. Listen carefully. Zhang Xiaolong listened in silence, the military vehicle maintaining a steady speed. Tsang Muzhua asked, so are you going to back out? Zhang Xiaolong said, it's a bit too vicious, don't you think? Tsang Muzhua replied, I don't see any. Zhang Xiaolong simply said again, well, see. That afternoon, Zhang Xiaolong drove alone to the mecha parking area. Seeing no one around, he climbed into the cockpit. During his previous decryption, he had preset a username and password. Using the brute force biochemical vulnerability method each time would severely damage the entire control system. Understanding this, he naturally sought a more suitable control method for the mecha. After activating the power source, the mecha's exterior gradually darkened. This camouflage was a new design, changing the mecha's color based on ambient light intensity. Zhang Xiaolong selected the standard type, and the mecha's flexible transformation was truly impressive. It took only 3 seconds to complete the change, taking the form of a dark-colored battle chariot. A careful inspection revealed the battle chariot was armed with an antimatter B7 cannon and 32 other weapons of varying firepower. What surprised him most was that the standard type could even transform into a personal mecha. The personal mecha covered the body like a suit of armor. It was hard to imagine such a large light mecha could envelop the body in the form of a single garment. Besides the weapon systems, it also had an ultrawave detection system. Zhang Xiaolong felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly activated the personal mecha system. Suddenly the ground seemed to fall away beneath him, and the surrounding massive biochemical mecha vanished. A strange electric current coursed through his body, and a layer of dark biochemical metal covered him, gleaming with an eerie black light. The mecha felt weightless, but the towering machine had now become a thin layer of clothing. This was the true form of the new mecha. He tried to move, taking a single light step. His body suddenly shot forward dozens of meters, startling him into a cold sweat. Checking the system again, he found the personal mecha's movement speed was set at 10 kilometers per minute. He adjusted the system settings to normal. Moving again, his entire body felt as light as a feather. Even running at high speed for a long time wouldn't be tiring. This pleased him immensely. The biggest problem in individual combat was a soldier's stamina. With this mecha, even long marches wouldn't waste much energy. Moreover, the mecha had stealth and high-speed movement systems, greatly enhancing individual combat capabilities. The weapon system offered over 40 choices, adding no extra weight. It was configured based on the user's brainwave analysis. Apart from the energy system, all other systems were managed internally by the mecha, taking up no extra space. The mecha covering his left and right arms served as weapon zones capable of deploying 8 attack weapons simultaneously. Zhang Xiaolong's ghostly figure darted across the entire parking area as he familiarized himself with the mecha's characteristics. The black helmet's scanning range was 50 kilometers. In combat mode, the scanning range increased to 100 kilometers, and the firepower configuration multiplied several times over. The mecha's superior mobility and overwhelming firepower filled Zhang Xiaolong with ecstatic joy. It was only when the clock struck 9 that he reluctantly disengaged. The mecha drove back to the company. Back in his company room, Lan Jingyun knocked and entered. Seeing him drenched in sweat, she asked curiously, "Where have you been? You're a mess." Zhang Xiaolong took off his jacket and tossed it aside. "Went to test the mecha. Feels great." Lan Jingyun said, "You went to test the mecha alone. Are you out of your mind? What's the big deal? I was just exploring its capabilities, not going to war. Even so, it's wrong. If something happened to you while fiddling with those mechas, how would I explain it to Lin Yu?" Zhang Xiaolong glanced sideways at her. "That's your problem, not mine." Lan Jingyun clenched her fists, furious, wanting to slap the ungrateful Zhang Xiaolong. But she didn't. She knew it would be useless. His personality was too stubborn. Still, she couldn't help saying, "What do I care if you live or die? If you don't take responsibility for yourself, why should I bother with you?" Having said that, Lan Jingyun glared at him and stormed out of the room. Zhang Xiaolong lay on his bed, staring blankly at the silver ceiling. He had been so idle lately. Subconsciously, he wanted to find something to do, even if it was useless, just to pass the time. An idea began to form in his mind. But he never expected that this idle thought would eventually become a pivotal turning point in the Battle of Tana. The next day, Zhang Xiaolong woke up early. After breakfast, he took Chu Lingling and Wang Xiao and drove a military vehicle to the regiment headquarters. In the training section office, Zhang Xiaolong submitted the training plan he had written the night before. It was a standard report focusing on conventional combat methods, building the soldiers' willpower and basic military skills. He didn't mention the mecha at all, knowing it wouldn't be approved anyway. Chu Lingling came in from outside with a list. "Company Commander, this is this year's new recruit list and information. Please take a look." Zhang Xiaolong glanced at it briefly and handed it back to her. "Get the people on the vehicle. We're heading back." He looked at the female staff officer from the training section. "Staff Officer Hang, I've left the training plan here. If there are no issues, please inform me as soon as possible." The female staff officer replied without looking up, "Okay, got it." Zhang Xiaolong thought to himself, why are they all like Lin Yu? They don't like looking at people when they talk. Feeling slightly annoyed, he didn't linger. He went out, found Chu Lingling and Wang Xiao, loaded the new recruits onto the military vehicle, and drove straight back to the Special Forces Company. At 8:00 p.m., Zhang Xiaolong gathered the officers to present his idea. The moment he proposed making mecha training a core part of the curriculum, Lan Jingyun was the first to object. "This is gambling with the soldiers' lives. I disagree. This approach hasn't been approved by the regiment commander. It's against regulations. Have you thought about that?" Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. "I knew you'd say that. So we'll prove everything I say with practical results." Lan Jingyun said, "I think we should put it to a vote." The argument between the company commander and the deputy commander left the other officers exchanging uneasy glances. Most felt Zhang Xiaolong's plan was too risky, and that Lan Jingyun's objection was correct. One by one, they voiced their opinions. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't help but glance at Lan Jingyun, a faint smile curling on his lips as he said, "All right, let's set this matter aside for now. The work arrangements for this phase will follow the regiment's decision. Deputy Company Commander Lan will be in charge of the new recruits' training, and I will oversee the intensive training for the rest of the personnel." Intensive training? The crowd echoed in confusion. Lan Jingyun asked, "Since when did we have an additional intensive training plan?" Zhang Xiaolong replied, "According to the standard training outlined in the military assessment regulations, although no specific evaluation has been conducted, our soldiers likely fall short. Didn't the Army Command mention a military skills competition after the new recruits' training? Don't you all want this honor?" The crowd fell silent. Zhang Xiaolong shifted his tone and continued, "I've already submitted the training plan to the training section today. Once it's approved, we'll begin the intensive training. When you return, make sure to prepare your soldiers mentally. First and foremost, I guarantee this: whatever you can achieve, I, as your company commander, will also achieve. All officers, including logistics personnel and squad leaders, must participate." Zhang Xiaolong's words struck the crowd with great impact. They hadn't expected the new company commander, who usually kept to himself, to show no mercy when it mattered. As he announced the training plan, they could distinctly feel a chilling aura of resolve, one that made them almost afraid to breathe. The next day, Zhang Xiaolong rose early and called the duty platoon leader over. "Assemble the troops and lead them outside the camp. Let's make it 600. The duty platoon leader asked in confusion, "Company commander, what are we preparing for?" Zhang Xiaolong stretched his waist, his bones cracking audibly, a slight smile flickering across his face. A 10,000-meter cross-country run. Any objections? The platoon leader shook his head. But we usually only do 5,000 meters, and the Army's training plan doesn't require a 1,000-meter run. Should we reconsider? Why so much nonsense? I told you to assemble the troops, not to lecture me here. Stop dawdling. Zhang Xiaolong shot the platoon leader an impatient glare. The platoon leader acknowledged with a yes, and went to prepare the assembly. Damn, why are all these female soldiers so long-winded? Looks like they need a overhaul. Song Muzhua say something. The previous night Song Muzhua had recounted his life story to Zhang Xiaolong, like a TV drama, unexpectedly swaying his heart. Zhang Xiaolong had unwittingly picked up some of Song Muzhua's temperament. Song Muzhua's lazy voice rang out brimming with excitement. That's right. Turn your soldiers into tough characters. If anything comes up later you won't have to handle it yourself, your underlings can take care of it. I'm looking forward to your training methods. No one understood Zhang Xiaolong's current thoughts better than Song Muzhua. Cultivating a fierce and brutal nature in the female soldiers was Zhang Xiaolong's next plan, but the prerequisite was that they must obey him. Zhang Xiaolong let out a low chuckle, a peculiar grin spreading across his face. I'm looking forward to it too. I'm going to mold them in the direction of gangsters. What you said last night was spot on. Discipline gender distinctions. Here am an unwelcome presence. Since they don't welcome me, I won't hold back. If possible, I'd love to see the spectacular sight of female soldiers running naked. Long go make this little wish of mine come true. Song Muzhua's sinister voice tempted Xiaolong toward the dark side, yet the latter showed no objection. I've never seen it myself in all my life. Don't worry, big brother, there'll be a chance. Zhang Xiaolong heard the assembly whistle and saw the female soldiers quickly forming up by squad. The new recruits were much more scattered than the veterans, and their pace and speed left Zhang Xiaolong dissatisfied. Report, company commander. All assembled awaiting orders. The duty platoon leader's voice carried a hint of resentment from Zhang Xiaolong's earlier reprimand. Fallen. Zhang Xiaolong stepped forward, scanning the 2 rows of female soldiers. To his left were the newly enlisted recruits. He walked slowly past them, stopping before one soldier. Your belt. The female soldier looked down and saw her belt was fastened backwards, a flush of red rising to her cheeks. Zhang Xiaolong returned to the front of the formation. Not bad. You're a bit faster than a snail, but much slower than a turtle. Oh, I forgot some of you might never have seen one. Do you know why I compare you to them? Because you're too slow. Chu Lingling. Chu Lingling stepped forward and replied, here. Take our fresh blood and practice assembling and dismissing. No, that's not quite right either. Zhang Xiaolong dismissed the idea. How about this? Let them go back to bed, take off all their clothes, and learn how to get up and dress. Complete it 100 times before I return with the team. Yes. Chu Lingling's slightly plump face tinged with red. Don't even think about slacking off. They'll check the footage. Zhang Xiaolong addressed the veteran squad. I haven't had much chance to interact with you all these days. You know me, but I still can't recognize my own soldiers. A laughable situation. But your company commander isn't always the best with words. You need to understand that, got it? A few of the women couldn't help but snicker, and Zhang Xiaolong joined in, his gaze settling on the laughing soldier. You seem to enjoy laughing. His voice was gentle, yet laced with a chilling undertone, making the female soldiers tremble slightly. The soldier stammered, I'm sorry. Too late. Stand in front of the camp and laugh for 4 hours. If you haven't laughed enough, no food. Zhang Xiaolong coldly tossed out the order before leading the rest of the women toward the camp entrance. The female soldier was on the verge of tears, finding it impossible to laugh. Leading the team out of the camp, Zhang Xiaolong halted the formation. This morning, well, just do a light jog. Not too far, just 1,000 meters. Any problems? The female soldiers dared not answer. A mere laugh had led to a 4-hour punishment. Speaking carelessly might mean talking until their tongues cramped. Intuition told them not to engage or they'd die without knowing how. Good silence means agreement. According to the Army's assessment standards, 5,000 meters in 17 minutes and 20 seconds means 1,000 meters in 34 minutes and 40 seconds. They'll give you an extra 20 seconds. Finish in 35 minutes. If you fail, you'll face punishment: 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 sit-ups. No objections. The female soldiers nearly fainted at this decision. Applying the full assessment standard to the company test would be like driving them to their deaths. Report, company commander. Can we have a bit more time? Yeah, we're female soldiers, not male. Company commander, this is too harsh. Zhang Xiaolong smiled faintly. 34, 33, 32. The women immediately fell silent. If they kept talking, he'd likely cut it down to 30. They cursed Zhang Xiaolong as a bastard in their hearts. Zhang Xiaolong said to Lan Jingyun, you drive to the finish line and time them. He'll run the whole way with them. Lan Jingyun replied, all right. As the female soldiers stretched, Lan Jingyun approached Zhang Xiaolong and whispered, I feel you're being too strict with these girls. Even the Space Force's physical training isn't this grueling. So you'd rather I let them take it easy so they die faster on the battlefield. Is that what's good for them? Zhang Xiaolong showed no mercy. This is just the beginning, their real training hasn't even started. Lan Jingyun said, this is practically disguised corporal punishment. Zhang Xiaolong shrugged nonchalantly. If that's what you think, so be it. Oh, and Deputy Company Commander, you'll also be joining the training from now on. Be prepared. Lan Jingyun started you. Before she could finish, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, all right, enough dawdling. Everyone hurry up. The women assembled and Zhang Xiaolong gave the order, begin. The women surged forward with all their might, but Zhang Xiaolong didn't move. Lan Jingyun asked curiously, why aren't you running? Lend me something. Zhang Xiaolong extended his hand. Your belt, please. Lan Jingyun reluctantly handed over her belt, the metallic buckle clinking crisply in the air. Zhang Xiaolong tested it. Feels good in hand. Let's go. Long-distance running demands not only physical strength and endurance, but also effective pacing. From the start, each female soldier set her own rhythm across the open field, steady breaths, and steps quickly settling into a groove. Just as the women were hitting their stride, Zhang Xiaolong caught up from behind at a rapid pace. When he reached the last few runners, Zhang Xiaolong checked his watch. About 8 minutes had passed, and the overall pace wasn't fast. The rearmost female soldier felt a searing pain on her buttocks, as if struck by something hard. Turning back, she saw Zhang Xiaolong's ferocious face as he lashed her with the belt. Startled, the soldier forgot her fatigue and sprinted forward. Soon the stragglers, as if injected with adrenaline, surged to the front. Sang Muju's voice echoed, see, I told you. Using force at the start works perfectly. Look how fast they're running. Zhang Xiaolong panted slightly. If they don't pick up the pace, I won't be so gentle. The women ahead shuddered inwardly, their feet moving faster. The sound of Zhang Xiaolong's belt never left their ears, driving them to race wildly across the field, disregarding their stamina. Their faces flushed, sweat pouring endlessly, their uniforms soaked through. Their legs felt like lead, gradually slowing. But anyone who fell behind would get an intimate encounter with Zhang Xiaolong's belt, wincing in pain before finding a burst of speed. From the rear, Zhang Xiaolong saw the women had formed roughly 4 groups. The leading pack consisted of a few officers and squad leaders, their stamina clearly better than the average soldier. Zhang Xiaolong sprinted to the front and shouted with all his might, don't just run for yourselves. Go back and help the ones behind. Hearing this, several officers and soldiers slowed down to assist the lagging women. Zhang Xiaolong also grabbed a soldier's hand, urging, hold on. Just 1 more kilometer. Keep going. Despite his words, the long run had taken a heavy toll, and the women's stamina was far inferior to men's, with many falling behind. Zhang Xiaolong no longer spared the belt, striking a female soldier's buttocks hard. She cried out in pain, but dashed forward. Others, seeing his brutality, as if beating them to death, were terrified. Glancing back at him with the belt, they screamed and ran for their lives. The group reached the finish line, where Lan Jingyun announced the times. The fastest was over 36 minutes, the slowest nearly 40 minutes or more. Zhang Xiaolong, red-faced and panting, pulled a female soldier across the line. Lan Jingyun handed him the timesheet. Drenched in sweat, he unbuttoned his shirt, loosened his belt, and sat on the ground studying the sheet. Most soldiers had finished between 37 and 40 minutes. He tossed the sheet aside, stood up, and barked, damn it. What are you doing? Fall it. The company commander's sudden fury frightened the women, but they dared not slack. The 1,000-meter run had drained them, but Zhang Xiaolong's anger signaled that the worst was yet to come. Zhang Xiaolong glared coldly at the line of female soldiers. Stand at attention. The women quickly straightened up. He peeled off his jacket, revealing a sweat-stained white shirt. Pointing at them, he said, ladies, your overall performance today is deeply unsatisfactory. As I said earlier, 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 sit-ups. I'll do them with you. The women's faces paled. They hadn't expected Zhang Xiaolong to be so ruthless, thinking he was just bluffing. Even during the run with the belt, they believed he'd show leniency. But they never imagined he'd be twisted enough to follow through on his threat. Ready for push-ups. Zhang Xiaolong dropped to the ground. Everyone get down. The women assumed the push-up position. Lan Jingyun, you count. If anyone slacks off, use the belt to hit hard. Lan Jingyun looked helplessly at the women. You heard him. Don't think about slacking. With a collective sigh, the women heard Lan Jingyun begin, 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xiaolong did each rep steadily. 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups were easy for him, but for these women, it was torturous. Few managed even 400. Within an hour, Zhang Xiaolong finished his 1,000 push-ups and stood up, surveying the soldiers in various states, some on their knees, some with their butts high in the air, others barely holding on, their bodies trembling. Pools of sweat formed under each of them. Zhang Xiaolong placed his foot on a woman's buttocks, pressing her flat to the ground. If you can't do it, just hold the position. Count 100 as an hour. At this rate, ladies, it'll take you about 6 hours. So keep doing, or just hold. The women struggled to support themselves, their arms nearly numb. The hardest part was their abdomens, which balanced the body during push-ups, but were naturally weaker. They relied on raising their hips to ease the ache. While Zhang Xiaolong worked alongside them, they could slack off, but now he prowled with the belt, targeting any protruding buttocks. From officers to soldiers, none escaped his strikes. Lan Jingyun watched Zhang Xiaolong torment the women, a mix of shock and anger rising within her. Fresh from the academy and training at the Nyilinka base, she had never seen such training methods. To her, Zhang Xiaolong was a sadist. Lower your hips. Zhang Xiaolong whipped a soldier's buttocks with the belt. Ladies, this boring drill shows how poor your training level is. Don't you all want to eat? I'm hungry too, really hungry. It's been nearly 6 hours from 600 to 1155. Is hunger slowly draining your strength? No one answered. No one dared or wanted to. Zhang Xiaolong was a monster. Just hearing his voice sent chills down their spines. Too much rest will loosen your muscles and add extra fat. Burning that fat is now your task and my order. Maintain a perfect figure. ITLL, make your uniforms look even more beautiful. Ladies, keep up the weight loss. Zhang Xiaolong rambled on to distract them. Lan Jingyun wanted to plead for the women, but seeing his face shift between coldness and a faint smile, she hesitated. A certain inexpressible terror, truly a fearsome individual. Zhang Xiaolong glanced at his watch and said, 1 more hour, ladies. The first session of our weight loss class will soon be over. By then you'll be exhausted and you'll curse me as a bastard. I don't mind. If any of you feel that cursing gives you more strength, go ahead. I won't hold a grudge. The circles beneath the women grew larger and darker. Some could barely hold on their arms, trembling incessantly. Zhang Xiaolong said coldly, if one person lowers her arms, the entire group gets an extra hour. If 2 people lower theirs, everyone gets 2 extra hours. That's not fair. What? Should everyone be punished? A duty platoon leader gasped. There is no fairness in this world. Objection overruled. Zhang Xiaolong replied to the platoon leader. You're supposed to be an officer, where's your spine? Damn it. Add another hour. The women were disheartened, silently cursing Zhang Xiaolong as a pervert and blaming the 3rd platoon leader for causing them an extra hour of suffering. Damn it. Pervert. A soldier couldn't help but curse. That's right, I am a pervert. You can curse me, I won't punish you. Zhang Xiaolong immediately praised the soldier who had cursed him. You stand up. You have courage. The soldier stood up in disbelief. Her arms were numb, and she nearly fell as she rose. She moved her body and stared in shock at the company commander she had just called a pervert. Seeing this, the other women cast aside all restraint and began to curse loudly, as if determined to vent all the pent-up profanity in their hearts. You scumbag. Training us like this will be the death of me. You bastard. Son of a bitch. You damn sadist. Lan Jingyun frowned, deeply unable to comprehend why Zhang Xiaolong was doing. What was most baffling was that Zhang Xiaolong, despite being verbally torn apart by the female soldiers, was actually smiling, as if he had acquired some rare treasure, his heart brimming with joy. 2 hours passed quickly amidst the curses of the female soldiers. Zhang Xiaolong did not get angry or add more time. He simply sat to the side, cheerfully listening to the insults. Sang Muju's sinister laughter echoed in Zhang Xiaolong's ear again. Your scheme is about to succeed. With a bunch of subordinates who fear nothing, anyone who provokes you in the future can be dealt with by a mere glance. I came up with this idea, so how will you thank me? Nonsense. Can't be bothered with you. Big brother, don't forget why you're here. You're supposed to teach, and I'm supposed to learn. What's there to thank? I think you just want to be cursed at. Zhang Xiaolong chewed on a blade of grass and replied glibly. All right, don't curse me, and I won't make things difficult for you. I've been asleep for centuries, and I'm terribly bored. You need to come up with something fun to entertain me, or I won't let you off. Oh. Want to relive the good old days? No problem. Wait a few more months. I'm going to turn the female army upside down. Then you won't be able to avoid watching. Zhang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. That's good. It would be best if you could make these girls fight naked. That would be fun. Back when we stormed the Black Dragon Society, the Japanese women there didn't wear underwear, and they all had great figures and faces. I don't know what I was thinking back then, killing them all. If I'd kept a few, it would have been fun. Regret. Sang Muju began reminiscing about his glorious past. Zhang Xiaolong felt a physiological reaction and was rather embarrassed. I know about that incident. It was during the Cosmic Warring States period. The Imperial Intelligence Agency, the Black Dragon Society, caused a lot of trouble for the Federation government, and there was no way to deal with those Japanese devils. You led the 12 leaders of the Star Dragon Society to raid the Black Dragon Society headquarters. All 12 leaders died that day, but you wiped out all the senior members of the Black Dragon Society. To be honest, I admire your patriotism. A few years ago, a movie was made in your honor, but the lead actor was much better looking than you. Zhang Xiaolong said, thoughtfully glancing at his watch. There were still 20 minutes left. That's in the past. How is the one-day empire now? It's been over 200 years. I wonder if it still exists. Of course it does. The one-day empire's economy is developing rapidly, and their best-selling products are adult films. Not that I've watched any, but newspapers and TV often report on some one-day empire starlet releasing a new spring film. It's truly depraved. How can such things be on television? It's a disgrace. The female body is a profitable tool both politically and economically. Sangmu Zhui spoke a profound truth, his tone tinged with melancholy. Zhang Xiaolong replied dismissively, "You old man really understand. Have you been burned by a woman before? That's none of your business. If you ever get the chance to go to the one-day empire, remember to do me a favor, find 10 one-day women to sleep with you as compensation for my regrets back then." You can't be serious. You want me to give my virginity to those debauched one-day women? You might as well kill me. I can't do it. Zhang Xiaolong flatly refused Sangmu Zhui's highly unreasonable request. He believed that even if he was in dire need of physical release, he could not casually have relations with a one-day woman. It was a matter of principle. Let me remind you of something in the one-day empire: the more beautiful a woman is, the more careful you need to be. Because the leaders of the Black Dragon Society have always been 5 very beautiful women. I fell for it once, and it cost me all 12 liters. The memory fills me with regret. Don't think about it too much. It's all in the past. The Black Dragon Society is rarely mentioned these days. I wonder if it still exists. It definitely still exists. It's a black hand the one-day government uses to control intelligence. The one-day government will never give it up. If war ever breaks out with the one-day empire, you must remember what I've told you today. Victory requires long-term preparation, but defeat can come in an instant. Sangmu Zhui kindly reminded Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong stood up and said to Sangmu Zhui, "I will. It's almost time, or I need to take them back." Zhang Xiaolong walked slowly to the women and looked at their disheveled, exhausted forms, their contorted postures, their sweat-soaked clothes. A few tireless ones were still muttering curses about the pervert company commander. Zhang Xiaolong smiled slightly and shouted, "Stop. Stand up." Zhang Xiaolong's words were like an imperial decree. The women immediately relaxed their bodies and stood up trembling. From the look in their eyes, Zhang Xiaolong understood that they feared him and hated him, but dared not say anything. He was like a tyrant. Zhang Xiaolong turned to Lan Jingyuan and said, "Deputy Company Commander, what do you think?" Our lady seemed quite unconvinced. Hearing this, the women dared not utter a sound. They could only glare at Zhang Xiaolong. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolong thought that if looks could kill, he would have died many times over. Good. You're not convinced, and neither am I. How about this? Let's have a match. They'll take on all of you. If anyone can knock me down, I'll agree to any condition you want. But if I knock all of you down, I hope the way you look at me will change. I can't stand being looked down upon by women, understand? Zhang Xiaolong was trying to provoke the female soldier's anger, and he clearly succeeded. The women clenched their fists, ready to punch him. Zhang Xiaolong looked at them contemptuously and said, "Let me teach you a lesson. In this world, there is no fairness, no justice. There is only power, only force. In my eyes, whoever possesses these has the right to be arrogant. And I believe I possess force. As for those who dare to challenge my authority, I can only use force to defeat them, because force is all I have. But don't worry, you'll go easy on you." A platoon leader could no longer tolerate Zhang Xiaolong's tone. She raised her foot and kicked at his chest. Just as her foot was about to connect, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. Her vision went black, and she lost consciousness. The women surrounded Zhang Xiaolong in a circle. Lan Jingyuan watched thoughtfully, still unable to understand why Zhang Xiaolong was doing this. The scene was chaotic. The female soldiers, despite having received combat training, were no match for Zhang Xiaolong. The friendly match was almost one-sided. Zhang Xiaolong was measured in his strikes, only knocking them unconscious, unlike the brutal beatings he had given at the base. As he dodged their relatively weak punches and kicks, he looked for openings to counterattack. The number of female soldiers quickly dwindled from 30 to just 2 standing opposite him. The women were clearly intimidated, frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the 2 women and said, "Why aren't you attacking?" The 2 stood dumbfounded, unable to reply. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head, walked away, picked up his coat, and ordered, "Wake them up." The 2 women hurriedly shook the others awake. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolong hadn't struck hard. The fallen were only briefly unconscious and quickly revived with a few shakes. After they formed up, Zhang Xiaolong said, "You lost. What does that tell you?" "You are weak. In my eyes, your lies are no different from ants. If there is a difference, it's that you are ants wearing clothes. You've grown accustomed to an easy life and forgotten your mission as soldiers. Or perhaps some of you don't even know why you're here." Zhang Xiaolong looked coldly at the crowd. They were all silent. Suddenly he shouted sharply, "Why did you put on this uniform? Why did you come to Tana? Have you ever thought about it?" The women lowered their heads even more. "Do you know what Tana is? It's the western gateway of the Federation. If the Federation were a courtyard, this would be the West Gate. With your current combat effectiveness, can you protect such an important position? The enemies you will face are the interstellar troops of the One-Day Empire and the warships of the Hariku. With your current state, can you handle them? You're barely fit to be cannon fodder. To defend Tana, you don't stand a chance. I'll be frank, don't expect me to go easy on you. That's not going to happen. You have only 2 choices: accept the training or leave this company. Honestly, I wish you would leave, or that the female army would request my removal. I hate this place. I never wanted to come here. The air in Tana is thick with the scent of perfume, and it makes me uncomfortable. If any of you have the ability to have me transferred, I would be very grateful. But unfortunately I'm still here, and I will be your nightmare. A good friend of mine, a former ordinary soldier in the female army, once told me that the training in the female army was excellent and very hard. Today all I saw from you was hard work, but I didn't see what was so excellent about you. Compared to average women, you are already quite formidable and outstanding. But on the battlefield you will face professional soldiers who are even more ferocious than you. Do you have the ability to defeat them? Think about it. 3 great galactic wars have passed. We are now in an era of peace, but peace that has lasted for centuries will not last forever. If war truly breaks out one day, where will you go? Do you have the ability to defend Tana? I tell you ladies, you do not. The glory of the past is gone. When war comes again, you will only be grains of cannon fodder. You cannot win, you can only face defeat. In this world, strength is everything. In the next 3 months, I will do my utmost to train you into the finest soldiers in the universe. This is no easy task. Today's training is just the beginning. It will only get harder. You lost today's match, and you lost badly. According to our agreement, you must obey my orders. If anyone wants to quit, now is your chance. I'll give you 30 seconds. Think it over and step forward. I won't stop any of you. Choose be a warrior or a coward. Zhang Xiaolong turned his back and waited. 30 seconds passed. No one stepped forward. Zhang Xiaolong turned around and said, "No more nonsense. Remember these rules. First, from now on, when you speak to me, you must look me in the eye. Even when reporting, you must include a curse word. Any curse word will do." The women were bewildered, not understanding why Zhang Xiaolong had such a strange request. Zhang Xiaolong continued, "Second, from now on, you are not women, and I am not a man. I will not treat you as women, and you don't have to treat me as a man. Third, be mentally prepared for 3 months. I believe you will have a very memorable training process. Fourth, from now on, I am your boss, and you are my subordinates. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. If anyone bullies any of you, tell me, and I will stand up for you." The women thought the company commander's tone sounded just like a gangster. Zhang Xiaolong said, "That's all for today. As for the 1,000 sit-ups, well, do them tonight." Dismissed. The female soldiers jogged back to the special company, a journey that took about an hour and a half. Zhang Xiaolong saw a female soldier standing in front of the camp, her mouth wide open in a smile. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong found it amusing. What a good, obedient girl. Chu Lingling was conducting a class on regulations for the new recruits. Zhang Xiaolong had Lan Jingyun organize the meal and went straight to his bedroom. Despite the intense exercise, he felt no hunger, probably another benefit of his body modification. Zhang Xiaolong smiled to himself. Soon the female army would produce a batch of unprecedented rogue soldiers. He turned on the computer and accessed the military office system. There were several new messages. One was the approval of the special company's training plan. Another was a notice about the group army competition in 3 months. Zhang Xiaolong idly scrolled through the information until he saw a private message. He opened it and saw a familiar face smiling at him. Zhang Xiaolong was a little excited. It was a video clip sent by Luo Na. "Long Gu, I've arrived at the Southern Taurus War Zone and have assumed my post. Everything started off badly. I'm the only woman in my company. They discriminated against me, sometimes even bullied me. But I quickly changed that. Now I'm the one doing the bullying. Seaweed's company is not far from mine. We met yesterday, but we only exchanged a few words before parting. How are things going for you in Tana? My superior says you're doing well there. Long Gu, temper your temper a bit. You're not a child anymore. With your ability and wisdom, you can do better than me. Do a good job. I have to go now. Talk to you later." A smile spread across Zhang Xiaolong's face. Seeing Luo Na made him feel much better. Remembering their first meeting on the death battlefield and her care for him at the base, Zhang Xiaolong wrote a brief reply. He thought about making a video, but it seemed too much trouble, so he just sent a text message. About an hour later, Zhang Xiaolong left the bedroom. It was time for more torment. The new recruits were being trained by Lan Jingyun, Chu Lingling, and 3 other instructors, as decided in yesterday's meeting. Zhang Xiaolong personally took charge of training the veterans, with the 2 platoon leaders assisting. After a full day, Zhang Xiaolong was also somewhat tired. The afternoon training session was still physical fitness, and Zhang Xiaolong was very conscientious, sticking with them until the end. Only 10 of the 32 soldiers. Those who could walk back to the dormitory on their own did, so while others could only move with the assistance of their fellow recruits. After the first day of training, the soldiers grew even more anxious about the future regimen, as Zhang Xiaolong's high-intensity, physical training had truly pushed everyone to their limits. Earth, a beautiful blue planet, had through thousands of years of evolution allowed the human race to spread across every corner of the universe. Covering 60 of the ocean's surface, Earth appeared as a stunning blue orb when viewed from the cosmos. Its excellent ecological protection system presented the planet in near-perfect form to the universe. In the cosmic dawn, the earliest celestial bodies known to Earthlings were the sun and the moon. For the countless planets scattered among the stars, humans named them after constellations, adorning them with beautiful myths that were passed down for millennia. It was not until the era of cosmic navigation that humanity broadened its understanding of the universe. Mastery of space technology shortened travel times, prompting nations on Earth to rapidly develop their aerospace industries and accelerate the colonization of uninhabited planets. By 2788, the territories of the major colonial powers were clearly defined. To better resolve the various issues arising from colonial development, the former United Nations was replaced by the Interstellar Federation. During the cosmic navigation era, a host of technology-driven industries emerged. Tachman Corporation and the Red Sun Group, dedicated to developing cosmic navigation equipment, became leading enterprises, monopolizing the navigation equipment market for over a century. In 2911, Elixing Technology was born, a high-tech venture backed by the Fong family enterprise. It aimed to produce more precise and advanced aerospace equipment. After 30 years of arduous entrepreneurship, Elixing Technology became the third aerospace giant following Tachman and Red Sun. In 3078, Elixing Technology developed the first generation of mecha equipment for cosmic warfare. Nations scrambled to purchase them, as the superior performance of these first-generation mecha greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of ground forces, which had been losing their dominant role in warfare. Elixing Technology earned its first fortune from biomecha, rapidly elevating its political status for defense ministers across the globe. In 3100, the second generation of biomecha was successfully developed. Elixing Technology was acutely aware of the fierce competition, as various nations plotted to steal the mecha's program secrets. The company took decisive action. Every day, the computers of Elixing's various departments were attacked by hundreds of millions of network hackers. However, their foresight and security measures kept the core secrets of Elixing Technology intact and secure. Elixing Technology convened a meeting of all its branches and subsidiaries to enforce even stricter protection of the mecha's biomechanical secrets. This made intelligence agencies from various nations green with envy, leaving them with no choice but to sigh in frustration. In 3145, the third generation of Elixing mecha was unveiled, leading to a frenzy of purchases by nations. Elixing Technology implemented extremely secretive protective measures for the mecha. The confidentiality of the startup program sparked protests from various countries, causing great headaches for Elixing Technology's President Fong Zuming. At Elixing Technology's Earth headquarters, the beautiful Star Island Lake surrounded an 898-story high-rise building. In the conference room on the 890th floor, a group of people sat, all staring at the cold-faced President Fong Zuming. Fong Zuming, with shoulders as sharp as a knife and a lean face, sat in the center of the 566-square-meter conference hall, dressed in a black suit. Due to the negligence of the former chief designer, hidden problems with the third-generation mecha were gradually exposed during use by various national militaries. As Fong Zuming reviewed the latest reports on mecha accident rates, his expression grew increasingly dark. Adler, the head of customer service, cautiously observed Fong Zuming's expression, feeling uneasy. He clenched his hands and thought to himself, "Looks like trouble. I've never seen Fong Zuming this angry since I joined the company. I wonder who's going to get it today." Glancing around at his colleagues from various departments, he realized he wasn't the only one thinking this. Everyone's face was grim, and the atmosphere in the meeting room became exceptionally heavy. Fong Zuming suddenly asked, "What do the equipment departments of each nation have to say?" Adler knew this question was directed at his department. He quickly replied, "The equipment departments of each nation are condemning Elixing for being irresponsible, accusing us of selling them inferior mecha. They have already filed lawsuits with the International Court, demanding compensation." Elixing Technology faced an unprecedented crisis. Fong Zuming frowned and remained silent, simply watching the images of mecha accidents playing on the holographic display. "What does the technical department have to say?" Fong Zuming asked again. Zhang Xiaolong, the head of the technical department, replied, "We inspected the crashed mecha from 18 principalities with the Interstellar Quality Systems supervisors present. 6345 units were damaged due to program malfunctions leading to power system failures, and 12 were due to human error. The investigation report from the Interstellar Quality System supervisors states that Elixing's products are substandard bioproducts. They demand that Elixing Technology recall all sold mecha within 2 months, cease all sales, assume full responsibility, and compensate for the losses of each nation, including 12 items, such as compensation fees, casualties, and breach of contract penalties." "How much money is needed?" Fong Zuming asked directly. Ruan Xing'er, the financial controller, interjected, "According to the agreement signed with each nation for products valued at 9165340.76 billion yuan, we are liable for a 10 breach of contract penalty, triple compensation to each nation, and 10 million yuan per casualty. The total payment required is 2841255686. 6 billion yuan. An astronomical figure. The compensation figure Ruan Xing'er had seemingly spoken so lightly it felt like a sword hanging over everyone's heads. The enormous sum caused Fong Zuming's brow to furrow even deeper. He had known the number beforehand, but hearing it from Yuan Xing'er's mouth made it feel even heavier. With a sharp crack, Fang Zuming swept a teacup off the table. The crowd was startled, not daring to breathe. Manager Su, starting tomorrow you don't need to come to work anymore. Fang Zuming had spoken his first words of the meeting. Su Xiaolong, his face full of shame, left the meeting. The technical department was responsible for mecha performance testing and adjustment. After the accident occurred, Su Xiaolong knew his fate was sealed. He had no complaints about this belated dismissal, as the accident was indeed a failure of the technical department. Starting today, all personnel in the technical department will have their year-end bonuses cancelled and their leave revoked. Dismissed Chief Engineer Li Yuan. After making 3 consecutive decisions, Fang Zuming swept his gaze over the senior management. His subordinates were all exceptionally talented individuals. The lowest academic qualification among them was a double doctorate. Yet it was this group of senior managers who often made Fang Zuming proud, who had committed such a low-level testing error. As you all know, if we choose to pay compensation, Lixing Technology will face bankruptcy. Our predecessors entrusted Lixing into our hands, and not only have we failed to develop it, but we may also have to choose bankruptcy. I don't know how you all feel, but I consider myself a sinner. Fang Zuming said in a deep voice. He didn't lose his temper. He had smashed a cup and fired people, but he hadn't spoken a single angry word. After Fang Zuming finished speaking, the senior management all showed expressions of shame. Yuan Xing'er sighed. As a member of Lixing, she had calculated the compensation amount as soon as she learned of the mecha incident. It was just that the sheer size of the number was suffocating. Even she felt a dizzy spell upon seeing it. Fang Zuming continued. However, this doesn't mean we have no chance. There's another way out. If we can get through this, everything will be fine. We would only need to pay the 10 breach of contract penalty and 400 billion in compensation. But I don't know how you all feel about it. It's simple to say. We must solve the mecha program malfunction within 2 months. But I don't know if it can be done. Lu Tian, do you think there's a chance? Fang Zuming's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Lu Tian, the manager of the development department, replied, the development department has discussed the program malfunction issue. It may be caused by errors in language editing or structural errors in the program's calculations. Re-inspecting and adjusting the language within 2 months, though a heavy task, is something the development department will definitely accomplish. Lu Tian's words slightly improved Fang Zuming's expression. But Fang Zuming pressed, I know you'll do your best, but I want to know if this problem can be solved. Lu Tian's face showed difficulty as he stammered this. I will do my best. How sure are you? Lu Tian clenched his teeth and replied, 40%. Fang Zuming fell silent. Lu Tian's 40 guarantee was already a great effort. Li Yuan was his mentor who had designed the framework for the 3rd generation mecha program. After testing by the technical department half a year ago and certification by the quality supervision authorities, the 3rd generation mecha had been launched. Even Li Yuan couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Lu Tian's guarantee seemed so pale and weak. Fang Zuming sighed and said, then it'll trouble you, Lu Tian. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I hope you can complete it. Lu Tian sat down silently. Although Li Yuan had been fired by Lixing, Fang Zuming had still arranged for the old man's retirement. As the father of the 2nd generation mecha, Fang Zuming felt more heartache than anything else at that moment, with no energy left for hatred. His only belief was to save Lixing. Yuan Xing'er said, President Fang, I have a proposal I'd like to share. Go ahead. Fang Zuming sat down and lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke seemed to deepen the worry on his face. The development department's capabilities might be able to solve the program malfunction, but I think it will definitely take longer. Forgive me for being blunt, Lu Tian. The core of the development department was Li Yuan. Now that Li Yuan has been dismissed, the department's strength is considerably weaker. Our urgent priority should be to recruit a batch of personnel from the bioelectronics departments of major universities to join us and continue researching this issue. Yuan Xing'er's rational analysis cleared Fang Zuming's mind somewhat. He took a sip of water, signaling Yuan Xing'er to continue. Yuan Xing'er took a deep breath and said, I believe that no matter what method we use through whatever channels, I have only one goal: to reduce the compensation amount. If we can solve the program problem in time, that is undoubtedly the best method. The ability to solve the program problem will now determine Lixing's fate. I believe Lixing should no longer keep the program a secret. Since the 3rd generation mecha has such significant hidden dangers, why don't we make the program public and let the military forces of each nation solve it? Of course, this is just a proposal. Whether to use it depends on the board of directors' decision. Fang Zuming looked at Yuan Xing'er thoughtfully and said, the board will consider it. I think handing it over to the military forces of each nation. You should know better than I what that means. Lixing's fate would no longer be in our hands. It would be better to offer a high reward for finding the program's flaws. Doing it this way is better than handing it over directly. That's my personal opinion. Adler hesitated. Is this the only way? Will it work? Of course. The universe is vast and full of wonders. There might just be such a talent out there. Ruan Xinger stood her ground. A discussion broke out among the crowd, and the meeting room became somewhat chaotic. Fang Zuming raised his voice, let's vote on it. Lixing belongs to all of us. Its fate must be decided by everyone. Let's vote. Those in favor of making the program public, raise your hands. Those opposed to making the program public, raise your hands. Fang Zuming looked at the result and finally made up his mind. So be it. Whoever finds the flaw in the third-generation mecha will be appointed as Lixing Technology's chief technical advisor with a 30% stake in the company. Adler, I want to see this decision on the news tonight. The high-level meeting of Lixing Technology began at 8 a.m. and lasted until 4 p.m. Adler rushed from the meeting to the development department to obtain the technical program. At 4:32 p.m., he contacted 416 interstellar TV stations and major networks. By 5:18 p.m., the news of Lixing Technology's generous reward offer had spread across the entire interstellar space. Damn it. Reporting. Private First Class Wang Xiao has completed 2000 meters. Please, give orders. Wang Xiao, panting heavily, ran up to the cold-faced man. Zhang Xiaolong looked at his watch and said, too slow. By 21 seconds. What should be done? Wang Xiao's face was flushed, his chest heaving, and he was drenched in sweat. His expression showed no emotion as he replied, 300 push-ups. 3000 sit-ups. Damn, that's a bit much. Zhang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, then what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to do them for you. Get rolling and do them. Wang Xiao ran a short distance and immediately began the punitive physical training. The demonic physical training regimen left the female soldiers exhausted daily. In the first week, as Zhang Xiaolong called it, the adaptation training consisted of the daily mandatory 100 meter run, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. In the second week, it increased to 200 meters, 200 push-ups, and 200 sit-ups. Zhang Xiaolong still trained alongside everyone. However, unlike the first week, he was no longer at the back, but always ran at the front, being the first to reach the finish line within his own set time. Soldiers who failed to meet the requirements would have their push-up and sit-up counts increased. It had been 45 days since the winter training began, and the intensity of the female soldiers' training continued to rise. What Zhang Xiaolong found somewhat interesting was that the female soldiers were gradually adopting a rough way of speaking. Although the tone and volume still lacked something, it showed him the hope of developing a rogue army according to his intended plan. Hien, what the hell are you doing? Zhang Xiaolong pointed at a female soldier who was swaying unsteadily. Hien felt her steps growing heavier. A few dozen meters from the finish line, she was struck by a severe dizziness, her feet unable to move, unable to go on. Zhang Xiaolong's voice, like a thunderclap, jolted her spirit, but she still couldn't muster the strength and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Xiaolong hurried over to help her up, saying, you're a bit too fragile, aren't you? Hian's face was pale, sweat dripping from the ends of her hair. She had intended to say a word of thanks to Zhang Xiaolong, but after looking up at the company commander who was helping her, she pushed him away and staggered across the finish line. Zhang Xiaolong stood to the side, watching the stubborn female soldiers complete the super intensive physical training. A pang of reluctance stirred in his heart. These female soldiers were, after all, girls as delicate as flowers. Zhang Xiaolong, the harsh, sarcastic demon instructor, began to wonder if he was being too strict. Maintaining a fixed posture, he stood there frozen, watching the soldiers train. When the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, the female soldiers had completed all their training and assembled. Zhang Xiaolong stood at the front of the formation to give his training evaluation. You've all done very well completing this super intensive training in such a short time. Everyone worked hard, especially today. Your performance was excellent, which gives me another reason to be very pleased. I also congratulate you all on being able to proceed to the second phase of training. Zhang Xiaolong's words brought a look of pride to the faces of the female soldiers. Reflecting on the 45 days of intense physical training, only a freak like Zhang Xiaolong could have devised such inhumane methods of torment, and the female soldiers had suffered greatly. Zhang Xiaolong paused, then added, the upcoming training won't be as grueling as the physical conditioning, but it won't be easy either. In interstellar warfare, victory doesn't depend solely on manpower. Technological content and correct decision-making are the dominant factors. The first phase, strengthening yourselves, isn't about sending you into battle with your bare flesh against aerospace weapons. That's highly unrealistic. At least I, as your company commander, have never thought that way. This foundation is the basis for your survival. That's one aspect. Another is teamwork. The next phase will focus on this kind of training. As a reward for your hard work, you have half a day off. Arrange it as you wish. Damn, the freak is showing mercy. Unbelievable. Wang Xiao muttered softly. Hien nodded slightly in agreement, and then said, could it be that there's something? Could there be some conspiracy? The crowd didn't believe Zhang Xiaolong had such good intentions. Only after he shook his head and walked away did the women feel a sigh of relief. Not seeing his face or hearing his voice was the safest situation. Almost everyone had dreamed of Zhang Xiaolong's face at some point, and for these girls, it was truly a nightmare. The women cheered as they returned to the camp. Passing by the new recruit training ground, they saw Lan Jingyun and Chu Lingling directing the drills. Lan Jingyun watched the group of female soldiers passing by with slight curiosity. What was Zhang Xiaolong up to now? Zhang Xiaolong returned to his room, took off his military uniform, and sprawled out on the bed. Glancing at the time, it was 4:15 p.m. At 6:30 p.m., the Military Affairs Office notified an urgent military meeting. After lying for a while, he went to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, changed into a clean shirt, put on his uniform, and finally left the room. The first thing he saw was Lan Jingyun outside the door reading an electronic newspaper. Zhang Xiaolong greeted her, ready so early. Lan Jingyun waved her hand and said, looking down, "You haven't read the newspaper lately, have you?" "No time for that. After a whole day of training, I don't even want to move." "Any news?" Lixing Technology has released the source code for the third-generation mecha, announcing a serious flaw in the program. They're seeking interstellar experts to solve the problem, offering a tempting price, 30 equity, and the position of Chief Technology Advisor. Zhang Xiaolong was slightly stunned, then said, "A program developed by Lixing themselves needs others to fix it. Looks like Lixing Technology is nearing its end. What do you think?" Lan Jingyun shook her head. "I don't see anything wrong. Lixing had no choice but to take this step. But I think it's a good deal for you." "A good deal for me? What does it have to do with me?" "Slow on the uptake. Don't you remember you fixed the loophole in the Sunny Mecha 2 months ago?" "Oh, that thing. I forgot. Too busy. Let's go. I don't want to be late." Lan Jingyun continued, "Such a great opportunity, and you're not tempted." "Why should I be tempted? Are you an idiot? Lixing Technology ranks among the top 10 in the universe. If you owned 30 of the shares, you'd be a trillionaire. Then you wouldn't have to stay here." Zhang Xiaolong stopped, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. He shook his head at Lan Jingyun. "It is tempting. You've almost convinced me. But I've thought it through clearly. If I leave the military, I don't know what I'd do. I've always believed I can only be a soldier, nothing else. Understand?" Lan Jingyun smiled at the young officer, whose slightly boyish face yet showed a resolute expression. His words weren't particularly moving, but they conveyed his determination. What was a man like Zhang Xiaolong truly pursuing in his heart? With that thought, Lan Jingyun asked a foolish question. "What do you want? Don't tell me you don't know. Everyone in this world has pursuits. What do you want? Money is out of the question. Do you want fame, women, or power?" The sudden question caught Zhang Xiaolong off guard. Soon he replied, "They'll tell you when I figure it out. Stop wasting time. Let's go. I don't want Lin Yu to lose her temper at me." Lan Jingyun helplessly shook her head and got into the military vehicle. Zhang Xiaolong plopped into the driver's seat. Lan Jingyun frowned. "You're driving. Why not let the driver do it?" Zhang Xiaolong started the vehicle, the body swaying slightly. Looking at her through the rearview mirror, he said, "I care about my subordinates. Training is already exhausting enough. I don't want her driving while tired. Hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the vehicle shot forward, clearing the gate in 12 seconds. Lan Jingyun shouted, "Are you crazy? Why drive so fast?" Zhang Xiaolong put on his sunglasses and pressed harder on the accelerator, the vehicle speeding up even more. Lan Jingyun felt her heart racing wildly and yelled, "Slow down." "Still too slow? Let's go faster then." He pressed the pedal down further. The military vehicle shot through the underground road like a meteor. Lan Jingyun, sitting in the back, turned pale, with purple lips, unable to shout anymore. Zhang Xiaolong drove calmly. In 8 minutes, he saw the gate of the 183rd Regiment. Without slowing down, ignoring the guard's reaction, he zoomed through. With a screech of brakes, the car stopped perfectly in a parking spot. The back door flew open and a figure rushed toward the restroom. Zhang Xiaolong sat in the car with a strange smile on his face. Lan Jingyun came out of the restroom looking quite displeased. Zhang Xiaolong took off his sunglasses and smiled at her. "How did it feel?" "Exciting." Lan Jingyun said, "I'd rather die than ride in your car again." Zhang Xiaolong's smile grew even brighter. He took his military cap from the car and said, "All right then. You drive on the way back. We have 3 minutes until it starts." Lan Jingyun shot him an annoyed glance. So this man had a mischievous side too. It seemed the iceberg wasn't entirely cold. Lan Jingyun finally sensed the warmth in Zhang Xiaolong, hoping it wouldn't be a fleeting moment. Zhang Xiaolong and Lan Jingyun entered the meeting room. All battalion commanders were already present. Regiment Commander Lin Yu and Chief of Staff Xia Ying were whispering to each other. Seeing them enter, Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Lan Jingyun smiled back, but Zhang Xiaolong acted as if he hadn't seen them. Fortunately, no one noticed, or it would have embarrassed Lin Yu. The meeting started at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Xia Ying first opened a visual presentation. "Take a look. This is a document from the military headquarters regarding the celebration of the 800th anniversary of the founding of the Zhongao Republic, mainly about a grand military parade at the end of the year. Read it first, they'll have something to say later." Zhang Xiaolong listlessly scanned the documents on the holographic screen. A military parade in this day and age. He wasn't particularly enthusiastic, unlike several battalion commanders like Anna Kessely and Wang Xiaofeng, who were reading the documents intently. Xia continued, time is tight for this parade, so we need to select soldiers and officers with excellent physical fitness. Uniform requirements: female soldiers between 170 centimeters and 168 centimeters tall. Each battalion and direct unit should promptly select qualified soldiers. After discussing with Regiment Commander Lin Yu, we plan to hold a small-scale parade at the end of the month. Any opinions from the battalions? Wang Xiaofeng said, time is a bit tight, but I believe our soldiers and officers will do well. May I ask when the regiment's parade will be held? Xia Ying replied, on the morning of the 31st. Our regiment has been allocated 50 spots. I've reviewed the officers' records, and many have good qualifications. 3rd Company Commander Ma Xiaoran and 2nd Company Commander Li Ziyun from the 1st Battalion have participated in parades before. I suggest they temporarily take charge of the parade training. Anna said with a troubled expression, Chief of Staff, if you transfer 2 company commanders from the 1st Battalion, how will we conduct winter training? Xia Ying said, Regiment Commander Lin Yu will explain shortly. Let's finish the parade discussion first, and then update everyone on the recent winter training situation. Regiment Commander Lin Yu said, winter training has been underway for 2 months. The military affairs and training departments have inspected each battalion, and I've personally visited a few. The situation is decent, but the results are lacking. I've noticed some officers are slacking off. I've warned them, but they don't take it seriously. It's tough for me too. With the year-end parade, military training cannot stop. Speaking of which, the Special Reconnaissance Company has done an excellent job. Take a look at the footage from the training department. He'll announce a few decisions afterward. On the holographic screen appeared Zhang Xiaolong's figure followed by a long line of soldiers. Someone had captured a close-up of him, flushed face, fast running. The slowest female soldiers were only about 200 meters behind the fastest, but Zhang Xiaolong had left everyone nearly 200 meters behind. The data showed individual running speeds. Several battalion commanders felt somewhat ashamed. In their units, officers rarely trained alongside soldiers, acting more like overseers. An officer as dedicated as Zhang Xiaolong was truly rare. Seeing this, what do you commanders think? I have a thought. An easy life has dulled the edge of the 183rd Regiment's officers. I don't know what you battalion commanders think, but I do know that if we don't crack down, the 183rd Regiment won't change this culture. Lin Yu looked at 2nd Battalion Commander Kessely and asked, 2nd Battalion Commander, can you tell me what subjects your battalion has trained in the past month? Kessely replied, according to the normal training plan, 4 hours of formation drills daily, 3 hours of space simulator training in the afternoon, and 2 hours of physical training. Lin Yu said, good plan. Let me ask you, how many days did you spend in the battalion this month? Kessely looked flustered. Lin Yu sighed, what can I say about you? Always wanting to go out. In 1 month you went out 20 times. This is a military security zone. Have you considered the consequences? The 6 battalion commanders exchanged glances, unsure what Kessely had done. Lin Yu announced, I hereby announce the regiment's decision relieve Kessely of her position as 2nd Battalion Commander temporarily, without reassignment. Transfer Special Reconnaissance Company Commander Zhang Xiaolong to 2nd Battalion Commander. Deputy Company Commander Lan Jingyun will temporarily oversee the Special Reconnaissance Company. After Lin Yu announced the decision, Kessely glared bitterly at Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong thought, why look at me? It's not like I got you removed. Women's hearts are damn narrow. This is the handling of irresponsible officers. I hope this is the first and last time. After Lin Yu finished reading the order, Xia Ying said, the commander is right. Don't think you're untouchable in your positions. The regiment will not be lenient with bad apples. This serves as a warning to our mid-level officers. At the end of the month, there will not only be a parade, but also a comprehensive physical fitness assessment. Each unit should step up training. After the mid-level officer meeting, Lin Yu and Xia Ying kept Zhang Xiaolong and Lan Jingyun behind. Lin Yu spoke first, haven't seen you in a few months. You've lost weight. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. No, I'm the same as before. Commander, by suddenly promoting me like this, aren't you afraid people will talk? Xia Ying interjected, don't worry about that. Just focus on leading the 2nd Battalion well. Lan Jingyun, can you handle the Special Reconnaissance Company? Zhang Xiaolong glanced at Lan Jingyun, who seemed reluctant to accept the appointment. I'm used to being a deputy. Commander, Chief of Staff, please consider keeping me in a subordinate role. Lin Yu and Xia Ying exchanged looks, both thinking that Zhang Xiaolong and Lan Jingyun were indeed strange. Lin Yu said, let's keep it like this for now. If there are changes, the regiment will inform you. Without waiting for Lan Jingyun to respond, Lin Yu stood up and left. Lan Jingyun walked out of the meeting room with a gloomy face. Zhang Xiaolong patted her shoulder, you got promoted. Why the long face? Lan Jingyun thought to herself, you're not me, how would you know what I'm thinking? This man is really dense in some ways. She turned around and said, congratulations, promoted to battalion commander in just 2 months. Battalion Commander Zhang, anything to say? Zhang Xiaolong studied Lan Jingyun for a moment and said, damn, I feel you're off today, but I can't put my finger on why. That said, a promotion isn't necessarily something to celebrate. Women are always petty. With this move, the female soldiers in the 2nd Battalion are probably already hostile toward me. Lan Jingyun said, what are you afraid of? The female soldiers in the Special Reconnaissance Company have already dubbed you a devil worse than any villain. What's there to worry about? Zhang Xiaolong chuckled dryly. He truly hadn't expected to be so terrifying in the soldiers' eyes. They reached the car. Zhang Xiaolong tossed the keys to Lan Jingyun. You drive this time. He'll ride this time. Special Reconnaissance Company or 2nd Battalion. Lan Jingyun joked. What do you think? Where else would I go? Zhang Xiaolong jumped into the car and Lan Jingyun drove them back. That evening, Zhang Xiaolong bid farewell to the Special Reconnaissance Company. When they heard he was being transferred to the 2nd Battalion, the women cheered loudly, which deeply pained Zhang Xiaolong. He thought he should have trained them even harder. But after the cheers, the female soldiers realized their young male company commander deserved respect. He always accompanied them through every training session from start to finish, something most officers wouldn't do. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaolong handed over a training plan detailing all the subjects for the winter training period. When Lan Jingyun received the weighty document, she realized that Zhang Xiaolong, seemingly rough and careless as a commander, had been constantly concerned about the soldiers' training. Her hands trembled slightly as she took the plan. Lan Jingyun accompanied Zhang Xiaolong out of the room. The soldiers and officers of the Special Reconnaissance Company had already lined up to bid farewell to their first male company commander. Zhang Xiaolong was surprised. All officers and soldiers were in dress uniform. Lan Jingyun stood quietly watching. Wang Xiao stepped forward, saluted Zhang Xiaolong, and reporting. The Special Reconnaissance Company 186 personnel is assembled. Please give instructions, company commander. Zhang Xiaolong returned the salute at ease. After Wang Xiao fell in, Zhang Xiaolong felt he should say something, but didn't know what. Don't slack off during training. Even though I won't be here, I'll come every week to check your progress. Company Commander Lan Jingyun will be a qualified leader. Don't bully her. Yes, sir, came the unified response. I know I'm a pain in the ass, but it's a shame I haven't taught you everything. Fortunately, I've already made a training plan. Lan Jingyun will continue to put you through these hard days. I won't waste more words. It's all for your own good. That's all. Dismissed. With these brief words, Zhang Xiaolong ended the farewell ceremony, boarded the military vehicle, and sped off toward the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion had a total strength of over 140 personnel, 3 companies, and relatively advanced weaponry, including 34 second-generation mechas. Zhang Xiaolong was very interested in the second-generation mechas and rushed to the 2nd Battalion only to run into Kessley. The proud female officer still harbored strong hostility toward Zhang Xiaolong, but he wore an expression of indifference, casually seeing her off. The 3 company commanders followed Zhang Xiaolong into the battalion commander's office. Zhang Xiaolong put down his luggage, and a female soldier entered to tidy the room. He said to her, "Don't bother. It's late. Just make the bed a bit, and we'll clean up tomorrow." "How can that do?" "It must be properly arranged," said 2nd Company Commander Xiao Yan. Zhang Xiaolong glanced at Xiao Yan, but didn't go against her goodwill. After half an hour of tidying, everything was done. Feeling sleepy, Zhang Xiaolong dismissed the company commanders and went to bed. The territory of the One Empire was not vast. Among the various duchies, and Taiyun Star served as its political center. The 6th Star Battle Self-Defense Force had just concluded its annual military exercise, which mobilized 6 interstellar legions directly under the military command over 6 Zero-class warships and 70 million soldiers, a scale truly unprecedented. Weno Rio, clad in military uniform, strode into the military headquarters building. He was the current commander of the Du Jing, a newly developed interstellar warship of the One Empire that had been in service for less than half a year. During that time, General Weno Rio had successfully integrated the crew and equipment. In the military exercise, the Du Jing utilized its sophisticated reconnaissance system to help the red side breach 13 ambush zones of the blue side, ultimately employing an electronic storm to cripple the communication systems of 16 blue interstellar legions, securing a pivotal victory for the red side. Weno Rio, 27 years old, graduated from the National Defense University's Star War Command Department with dual doctorates. In 3137, he entered the One Empire's double-edged Legion as commander of the Jinya spacecraft. In 3140, he participated in the development of the Du Jing spacecraft under the military command. In December 3144, he assumed command of the Du Jing with the rank of Major General. After the exercise, Weno Rio enjoyed a brief vacation, accompanying his young wife on a trip to the White Cherry Planet. On the afternoon of the 2nd day after their arrival, he received an urgent summons from the military command ordering him to report immediately to the headquarters building. General Tianfeng. Weno Rio reporting for duty. Weno Rio saluted the unfamiliar old man. "Please have a seat, General Weno," the stern old man said, pointing to a chair. "Yes, sir. I wish to know why my leave was so abruptly terminated." "General Weno, as a soldier you must obey orders from above. Your questions will be answered shortly by someone else." Old man Tianfeng clapped his hands twice. From behind the screen emerged a woman in a black veil who bowed to Tianfeng before taking a seat opposite Wenno Rio. Wenno Rio wondered about the woman's identity. If she were from the military command, she would have saluted General Tianfeng, not merely bowed her head. He fixed his gaze on the veiled woman as old man Tianfeng rose and said, "You two have a good talk. I take my leave." The indifferent old man ignored Wenno Rio's astonishment and walked out of the room that belonged to him. From his tone, it seemed he harbored considerable fear of the woman. "General Wenno." The woman removed her black veil. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a slightly upturned corner of her mouth carrying a hint of arrogance, clad in a black kimono. Wenno Rio could hardly believe that such a stunning woman existed in the universe. The kimono-clad woman smiled softly. "Am I beautiful?" Wenno Rio did not mince words. "You are very beautiful. I almost want to pin you down right now and have my way with you, but I know I cannot do that, because your status is very noble, or rather you wield great power." The woman in the kimono showed no anger at Wenno Rio's words, but instead a hint of pride crept into her smile. "General Wenno, if we were in a different place or at a different time, I would be quite willing to enjoy a tryst with you. But now we must discuss business." Wenno Rio said, "Who exactly are you?" The woman replied, "You may call me Yi. Who are you really?" Wenno Rio grew somewhat irritated. This woman was putting on airs and refusing to tell the truth. Yi stood up and slowly unfastened her kimono, revealing her pale shoulders. Wenno Rio thought to himself, this woman must not be wearing any underwear. The kimono slid down Yi's perfect body. As it fell, she turned around, revealing a black dragon tattooed on her bare back, its head ferocious. Wenno Rio was shocked, exclaiming, "The Black Dragon Society." Yi was pleased with his reaction. She slowly put on her kimono and said, "Do you still need to ask who I am?" Wenno Rio replied with utmost respect, "Please forgive my earlier rudeness, my lady." Yi sighed slightly. "Once you men know my identity, you no longer look at me with that same gaze. I rather liked your lustful eyes just now. You wanted to take me to bed. Do you still want to now?" Wenno Rio said, "I apologize, my lady. I take back my indecent words. You did nothing wrong. Men are aggressive beasts. Didn't I say so? I really like the lustful look in your eyes. I want to keep those eyes by my side, but I cannot force you to stay. What should I do about that?" Yi's words struck Wenno Rio like a thunderbolt, filling him with panic. The third-generation head of the Black Dragon Society said she wanted your eyes, and she would not settle for anything less. As the third major organization standing alongside the government and the military in the One Empire, Wenno Rio knew all too well that he had provoked a woman he should not have. Wenno Rio looked at Yi in alarm. This seductive woman with her disheveled kimono and bare body. Yi gently untied her hairband, letting her black hair fall loose, a stark contrast to her earlier cold beauty. Wenno Rio could hardly believe that Yi was now looking at him with the eyes of a wanton woman. He clearly sensed that the woman before him, named Yi, was watching him like a greedy, poisonous snake. One misstep, and he would be poisoned to death. Yi's provocative gaze appraised him like a predator sizing up its prey. She knew she had achieved her goal. Wenno Rio, like many excellent officers, had begun to fear her, because they all knew she was a venomous serpent that devoured people. The difference being that this serpent was a beautiful one. As this thought crossed her mind, a smile graced her pretty face. Her lips parted and her melodious voice stirred Wenno Rio, despite himself. Although he knew that Yi's power was not to be infringed upon. For every generation of the Black Dragon Society's leader had to endure unimaginable trials. The Yi before him had only passed those daunting tests to sit calmly opposite him and speak. The Du Jing performed excellently. The great leader is very impressed with you. She personally selected you and sent me to meet you. You should feel honored. I am grateful for your praise, my lady. Wenno Rio replied with utmost respect, carefully answering Yi's questions. At this moment, he truly feared this woman who could laugh and talk so freely, unable to fathom what she was thinking. Yi let out a pleasant laugh. "General Wenno Rio, the great leader, asked me to convey her regards to you and your family, especially your young wife. She is very beautiful. My lady, I am willing to follow your orders." Wenno Rio finally chose to yield. He decided to abandon his rank of Major General and accept the command of the third-generation head of the Black Dragon Society. Perhaps he should have surrendered long ago. In the One Empire, a nation where men were revered and women were subordinate, no man could easily accept being commanded by a woman. Yet the existence of the Black Dragon Society forced Wenno Rio to endure this humiliating order. "Excellent. I did not misjudge you, and neither did the great leader. You should be honored. Only the elite of the Empire can join the Black Dragon Society. I formally announce to you, General Wenno Rio, that from this moment on you are a member of the Black Dragon Society." "Thank you, my lady. You are not alone. The entire White Light Fleet has joined the Black Dragon Society. From now on, your warship and your subordinates are no longer soldiers of the Empire. Everything you do has no connection to the Imperial military. You will take orders directly from me." "Yes, my lady. I am willing to follow your instructions." You and your warship will cut off all contact with the outside world from now on. Tell your men that from this moment they will fight for the fate of the Empire. We are about to carry out a top-secret operation. I believe you should be mentally prepared. Bueno Rio said, "Forgive me, my lady. May I know what we will be doing?" Yizi replied, "You should not ask that. You will find out when the time comes." "Yes, my lady. You should return now. After replenishing energy and strategic materials await orders at Tianqing base. Remember one thing, do not speak of matters that should not be spoken. It will not benefit you. Do you understand?" "Understood, my lady. You may go now." After speaking, Yizi rose and disappeared behind the screen. Bueno Rio stood up with difficulty, gazing at the pale blue screen upon which a colorful poisonous snake was vividly depicted. He suddenly realized that the snake bore a striking resemblance to Yizi. At least the red forked tongue and the curves of her body filled him with the same chilling dread. Bueno Rio did not linger. He returned to the Du Jing and immediately replenished energy and materials and conducted equipment inspections. Within 5 hours he had completed all pre-departure preparations. That night he wrote in his diary, "The most captivating woman and the most terrifying woman turned out to be the same person. From today, I have become the servant of a demon. This beautiful female demon is my master." The next day Bueno Rio received a message from Yizi. On the screen her slightly cold and beautiful face, with its noble bearing, made him re-evaluate this demonic woman. "General Bueno, I am very impressed with your efficiency. Now I order you to depart immediately from Tianqing base and reach the Red Cloud planet within 148 hours to replenish supplies." "Yes, my lady. I will reach the destination within the time limit you require." "Very good, General Bueno. I would like to ask you a question." "Please go ahead, my lady. Do I really seem like a demon?" Bueno Rio stared at her in terror, unable to speak, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I am glad you think I am beautiful, and I quite agree with you. But let me tell you, I am not frightening. It is only that you perceive me as such. Others might not think the same. Am I right, General Bueno?" "Yes. I do not want anyone to write bad things about me in their diaries again. Do not forget that women are very petty." "I understand, my lady. I will depart immediately." "Good. Safe journey, my dear Major General." Bueno Rio let out a long breath. In both encounters with Yizi he had been at a disadvantage, constantly on the defensive. The passive feeling forced him to once again reflect on the terror of the Black Dragon Society. Her smile no longer seemed beautiful to him, but rather a mocking sneer. Perhaps from now on he could no longer keep a diary. With that thought he fixed his gaze on the black diary, picked it up, and tossed it into the waste chute. "Attention all hands. Man your stations. Target Red Cloud. Departure in 15 minutes. The One Empire's new generation reconnaissance warship embarked on its first combat operation. At the same time, 90 Ada-class warships from 12 administrative provinces of the One Empire set course for the Red Cloud planet, with a total force of 1 million soldiers participating in the operation. Zhang Xiaolong supported a soldier with a sprained foot to the medical room. The female soldier's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she breathed softly. She had fallen from the gyroscopic trainer during anti-vertigo drills. Zhang Xiaolong, who happened to be inspecting the training of the second company, helped her to the medical bay, while the rest of the unit continued training. Zhang Xiaolong said, "Next time you get on the rotator, make sure to fasten your safety belt. Fortunately, you only hurt your foot. What if you had injured your head?" His words carried a tone of reproach. A month ago Zhang Xiaolong would never have spoken such caring words. But imperceptibly he was changing. Sang Mujue no longer appeared, but Zhang Xiaolong was grateful for his presence. At least now the special company had a fierce spirit. In the end of September assessment, they ranked first in the entire regiment and collectively broke the 100-meter record. If they participated in a sports competition, breaking a cosmic record would not be a problem. "Thank you, battalion commander," the female soldier said softly. "Don't thank me. Thank your company commander." She turned pale when you fell. Zhang Xiaolong pushed open the door to the medical room, called in the medic to treat the female soldier, gave a few instructions, and then went out to continue his rounds. It had been a month since he assumed command of the 2nd Battalion. The overall situation was now relatively stable. For the technical soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, the Mecha Legion, Zhang Xiaolong ultimately focused training on mecha operation. After a month of careful research, he devised a set of training subjects for the 2nd-generation mecha, covering high-difficulty maneuvers and coordinated mecha combat. The 2nd-generation mecha belonged to the realm of mechanical intelligence, far different from the 3rd-generation biointelligent mecha Zhang Xiaolong had once piloted. In terms of maneuverability, stealth capability, and firepower, it was much weaker than the 3rd-generation model. It lacked the individual transformation system of the 3rd-generation mecha, and had only 2 combat forms standard in battle. However, it still outperformed many starfighters. If it came to a real battle, the 2nd-generation mecha's frontal firepower and assault capabilities were on par with the 3rd generation. But in terms of individual infiltration and covert operations, they were not comparable. Zhang Xiaolong continued his inspection of the other 2 companies' training before returning to the battalion headquarters. He refined his training plan once more. Over this period, he gradually realized that without a comprehensive training scheme, the training objectives would be unclear. Each time he selected a training subject, he pondered what advantage it would give his side in wartime and what kind of blow it would deal to the enemy. What would be the maximum acceptable casualties? In response to all this, Zhang Xiaolong established a complete evaluation system over several months. He categorized strikes into lure attack, minor strike, moderate strike, major strike, heavy strike, and fatal strike. For each category, he formulated several coordinated combat plans. The systematic operational plans gradually changed the officer's perception of Zhang Xiaolong. Who would have thought that the future renowned interstellar work, the system of war attack and defense, was being drafted by a captain battalion commander? At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaolong finally perfected one of the coordinated combat plans. Second Company Commander Xiao Yin suddenly visited. As soon as she entered, she said, "Battalion Commander, can we slightly reduce the training intensity? The female soldiers have been unable to eat for almost 3 consecutive days. This intensified vertigo training is really too much for them to handle." Zhang Xiaolong said, "I've seen it. It is indeed a bit too intense. Please sit down first. Tell me slowly." Xiao Yin said, "Although the 2nd Battalion is a mecha unit, the soldiers have never experienced this kind of intensified training. Their bodies struggle to adapt to the anti-vertigo drills. They practically rush to the restroom to vomit as soon as they get off the rotator. At mealtime, hardly anyone eats. At this rate, they won't last long." Zhang Xiaolong nodded. "You're right. This situation is indeed not good. The human body needs a cycle to adapt to such vertigo. I think it will change in a day or two. Your suggestion is very good, and am glad you voiced your thoughts." Xiao Yin said, "Since that's the case, let's wait and see. Since you're here, I just revised the 422 combat plan. It falls under the category of moderate strikes. Have a look and see if there's anything that needs revision." Xiao Yin took the electronic schematics Zhang Xiaolong had drawn with a puzzled expression. They clearly marked an arrow-shaped assault formation aerial targeting a medium-sized warship formation class. Firepower configuration: 755 artillery, secondary guns, 40 antimatter cannons, main guns, external weapons, 64Z, 7 missiles, laser weapons, 8 ion cannons, of 132 caliber, flight speed 240 kilometers. The electronic schematics displayed various data calculations. Xiao Yin glanced at it and asked, "What if the distance between our forces and the enemy exceeds your estimated 1 to 0 kilometers? In space warfare, spatial jumps are a necessary means of movement. Relying solely on conventional flight, it would be very difficult to get close to the target." Zhang Long pondered for a moment and said, "The attack plan you see is the final layer. The main assault force of this scheme is arranged as such. There will be minor harassment measures beforehand, such as the space jump attack you mentioned. I've considered that as well. To coordinate with the main strike force, we must have a highly mobile mecha unit or space unit. I've been grappling with this problem. What are your thoughts?" Xiao Yin replied, "Unless the 1st Battalion space fighters coordinate with the mecha and the timing is extremely precise, it will be difficult to achieve the desired effect. Battalion Commander, the casualty index you wrote above seems to be 0. That makes it even harder." Zhang Xiaolong said, "Yes, I find it a bit challenging. Damn it, being a commander is more tedious than being a mathematician. A single-digit difference can mean countless lives. 0 casualties isn't impossible, though. After all, this is just a plan. Even if it gives 0 indices during the research phase, the battlefield situation changes rapidly, and no one can say for sure. Xiao Yin, can we get our hands on a few space fighters?" Xiao Yin was startled by Zhang Xiaolong's idea and quickly said, "Don't dump this problem on me. The 1st Battalion space fighters aren't something you can just requisition. If you try to get them through other channels, you'd better think about the consequences." Zhang Xiaolong shot Xiao Yin a glance and said, "I'm just thinking, not acting. Why are you so afraid of the first?" "It's not that I'm afraid of them, I'm afraid of you. We know your nature well enough. Last week, 3 soldiers from the Special Reconnaissance Company went up to the upper level and ran into some military police. A few words led to a fight, and they beat up the MPs. Luckily, Commander Lin, you managed to suppress the incident. I can't imagine it. They're simply too reckless." "Really? Who was it that brought me such pride? I never noticed such talent when I was in the Special Reconnaissance Company." Zhang Xiaolong was rather pleased with his soldiers' violent tendencies. Xiao Yin said, "I recall from the 3rd-generation mecha manual that it has superior maneuverability, but it's not available for use now. You'd better report your idea to Commander Lin Yu and hear her opinion." Zhang Xiaolong had no choice but to sigh and shake his head. "I hope so. Our beautiful commander probably doesn't want to see me right now." Xiao Yin chuckled. "How could that be? You're the only man in the entire army. How could she not want to see you? Not you too. Are you teasing me?" Xiao Yin stood up and said, "I wouldn't dare. You're my superior. I'd be too busy currying favor to tease you. He'll go get some work done. You'd better go listen to Commander Lin's advice. He'll think it over." Zhang Xiaolong put away the electronic blueprints. The requirements for technical units were fundamentally different from those of the Special Reconnaissance Company. Precise coordinated operations were the most basic training subject for the 2nd Battalion. Anti-vertigo training was meant to enhance soldiers' resistance to the planned dizziness. The issue Xiao Yan raised was the initial rejection reaction, which would disappear after the adaptation period. However, sometimes Zhang Xiaolong felt that the vomiting of female soldiers was akin to pregnancy. If over 1400 women were pregnant at the same time, what a spectacular sight that would be. At this thought, he recalled that old rogue Sangmu Zhua and tried to wake him up, but to no avail. He got along well with his subordinates, but what troubled Zhang Xiaolong was that the attitudes of the other battalion commanders toward him remained unchanged. Perhaps women all have an element of irrationality, just as men always have a virginity complex. Zhang Xiaolong could only laugh bitterly at this. Suddenly he thought of Lin Ye's delicate face and her perpetually aloof expression. Making up his mind, he picked up the phone and called Lin Ye's office. "Commander Lin, this is Zhang Xiaolong." "Oh, Zhang Xiaolong, not busy with the 2nd Battalion's training. What brings you to bother your superior?" "I wouldn't dare trouble you without reason. I'd like to discuss something with you tonight about mecha coordinated training. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" "Then come now. I have to attend a reception in Tianshi City tonight. I have an hour. Come over." "All right, I'll be there in 5 minutes." After hanging up, Zhang Xiaolong quickly grabbed the electronic blueprints and plan documents, got into a military vehicle with license plate Z98870 and drove toward the regimental headquarters. He maintained a steady speed the whole way, neither too fast nor too slow, and soon arrived at the entrance of the headquarters compound. Lin Yu was waiting for Zhang Xiaolong in her room. Seeing him enter, she greeted, "So fast. What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaolong grinned and said, "I have a few ideas for you to look at. Take a look first." "Let me explain." Zhang Xiaolong picked up the plan and blueprints and explained them to Lin Yu. They stood very close, and Zhang Xiaolong could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. His mind wavered for a moment, but Lin Yu noticed something amiss, and he quickly continued his explanation. "The ideas are innovative and bold. I'm truly surprised at how well you understand the performance of these mecha, even down to the precise timing differences. You're a talent that's been underutilized." Lin Yu nodded in praise. "It's nothing, just a bit troublesome. I took some advice. Rather than passively resisting, it's better to actively divert my energy. That way everyone feels better, right? Your performance is really commendable. A large part of your raid plan involves space fighters. They'll give it serious consideration. At the very least, they'll give you a satisfactory answer. With such a dedicated subordinate, I have no reason not to think it through." Zhang Xiaolong suddenly wore a strange expression because he noticed that Lin Yu had changed into casual clothes. "Is it a private gathering? Otherwise you wouldn't dress like this." Lin Yu smiled. "It's normal to have private gatherings. Don't forget today is the weekend. I've been negligent disturbing your rest." Lin Ye's smile was truly beautiful. Facing her smile, Zhang Xiaolong found that he could only accept it, for he could not resist the allure of her radiant face. Her smile was indeed enchanting. "Since when did our battalion commander Zhang become so polite? I remember the first time I met you, you were no different from a hedgehog. All thorns." Lin Yu was clearly in a good mood, teasing Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong said, "I've always been modest. It's just that in certain circumstances at certain times I might lose my composure. For that I can only apologize for the past. I've always wanted to ask you something. May I?" "Go ahead, I'm listening. Why did you choose to transfer me to the 2nd Battalion? Your decision has put me in a dilemma." Lin Yu shook her head and laughed. "You're wrong. It wasn't my personal decision. Chief of Staff Xia Ying agreed as well. Besides, you've done an excellent job. The heads of the Military Affairs section and the Training section have praised you highly. We made the decision based on your performance. The capable rise, the incapable fall. Then I must thank the commander for her kindness. Time is about up, do I want to disturb you further?" Zhang Xiaolong stood up to take his leave. "If I had nothing to do today, I'd keep you for dinner. I'm sorry. He'll take the plan to the Chief of Staff for study and get back to you." Lin Yu also followed him out. They walked and talked, then parted ways at the parking lot, each driving off in a different. Zhang Xiaolong intended to return directly to the 2nd Battalion, but a thought crossed his mind, and he turned the vehicle toward the mecha warehouse. 3 months ago, after an experimental performance test that solved the mecha programming language issue, he had been busy with training. Still, he knew a bit about the 3rd-generation mecha's characteristics. Wanting to facilitate future training, he decided to thoroughly understand the mecha's properties. Acting on impulse, he sped up, took several sharp turns, and soon spotted the warehouse in the distance. Arriving at the warehouse, he input his officer number and passed the fingerprint verification. The warehouse gate slowly opened. Last time, due to mecha training, Lin Yu had granted him access, and the permission had not been revoked. Zhang Xiaolong had come with a glimmer of hope. He sighed, thinking that even heaven was on his side. There was no reason he couldn't tame these behemoths. Zhang Xiaolong got back into the vehicle and drove through the front rows of light mecha, covering over 100 kilometers before reaching the heavy mecha group. Just how vast was this underground military zone? He muttered to himself. He got out and headed straight for a heavy mecha. There were 2 types of heavy mecha: the Pili, which emphasized mobility, and had a luxurious weapon configuration, but as a combat-oriented mobility mecha, it only had 21 external weapon types in battle mode, making its offensive power weaker than the Xingbao model. However, in individual soldier mode, it was the most perfect among the 6 mecha types. Zhang Xiaolong brute-forced the control panel, entered the backend source program system, and searched for and corrected several encrypted programs and erroneous code. He input his own genetic code into the source code. Ever since his last encounter with the biomecha, he had been pondering whether it was necessary to input the pilot's genetic code. He concluded that it was necessary. The biointelligence should automatically recognize the pilot's genetic code, but there was a possibility that a pre-existing pilot gene already existed. If the genetic code did not match the pilot's detection, the biointelligent mecha would certainly reject the human presence and even refuse to execute commands. Zhang Xiaolong re-entered the control interface and selected individual soldier mode. The massive heavy mecha gradually transformed, wrapping around his body like a thin layer of armor. The arms housed the firepower attack system, the helmet contained the communication and control systems, the legs were the power system, and the energy system was distributed throughout the body. He checked the performance of each system and set the movement speed to 110000. Zhang Xiaolong took a deep breath and moved. With a whoosh, he turned into a black streak of lightning, stepping out of the warehouse gate in an instant. The heavy mecha's original position was about 100 kilometers from the gate. Although he had prepared mentally, he was still amazed by such high-speed movement. With every step, a new scene flashed before his eyes. If he lost control, he might crash. He adjusted the speed ratio to 1100, moving like a ghost at high speed, and soon reached the underground exit. A B-97 space fighter was already waiting. Zhang Xiaolong activated the Pili Mecha's reconnaissance system and was startled to see Lin Yu sitting inside the B-97 fighter. The system's data was clearly linked to satellites and major databases. Within 3 seconds, it displayed Lin Yu's personal information, including her 3 measurements. Zhang Xiaolong marveled at this technology. It could satisfy the perverted voyeuristic needs of some people, but using it for military operations seemed like a bonus. Regardless, he praised the technology. Lin Yu, female, 23 years old, commander of the 183rd Iron Blood Women's Regiment, graduate of the Leijit Military Academy. Zhang Xiaolong casually flipped through her personal data and was surprised to find that her surname was different from her father's. He found it strange, but knew that taking the mother's surname was possible. The B-97 space fighter exited the underground exit, and Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly increased his speed, turning into a black whirlwind that shot out with a whoosh. The B-97 fighter showed no intention of conventional flight. The moment Zhang Xiaolong detected a space energy point, the B-97 vanished into thin air. He quickly activated the space reconnaissance system and located the target in Tianshi City, 700 kilometers away. Damn, he muttered. My first encounter with a space fighter ends like this. Fortunately, the Pili has a space reconnaissance setting. He'll use the combat mode and see how it performs. The black, form-fitting armor transformed into a 10-centimeter shy fighter shape. Zhang Xiaolong, at the center of the mecha, clearly felt the sizzling current as it changed. The marvelous sensation thrilled him. The entire transformation took only 13 seconds. He calculated that even in midair, the mecha's transformation would not affect its speed. This design was so perfect that if it could be mass-produced and equipped in the army, replacing the second-generation mechanical intelligent mecha, there would be no argument. The mecha slowly ascended, activated the ion accelerator, and the fuselage suddenly flew low toward the target, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhang Xiaolong checked the power system and set the average speed to 1000 mm, meaning it would take 7 minutes to reach Tianshi City. Using the reconnaissance system, he locked onto the B-97's position via satellite. The coordinates were N98778, W06543. Through the imaging system, he captured the entire B-97 airframe, still 340 meters above the ground. Lin Yu was still sitting in the cockpit. Zooming in, he noticed her expression was displeased. If she was going to a reception, why was she unhappy? Zhang Xiaolong raised the altitude further. Flying low might be easily detected by the Tana Planetary Security Department. He pulled up to 2000 meters. The mecha's stealth system was perfect, using special materials to absorb reconnaissance waves, more than enough to deal with lower-grade security detection equipment. After 6 minutes and 31 seconds of travel, he finally arrived in Tianshi City. He reveled in the thrill of the journey. The sheer speed nearly made him want to fly wildly again, but thinking of Lin Yu, he suppressed the urge. The fuselage descended rapidly. At 100 meters above ground, he switched the mecha to armor mode. The wind whistled past his ears as he fell. The mecha automatically adjusted the gravity intensity to soften the descent. He felt his body land lightly, and the mecha's color immediately absorbed the ambient light, turning dark green. He was quite satisfied with the mecha's automatic functions. The mecha's reconnaissance system displayed a 3-dimensional map of the building complex. Through the thermal detection system, he could locate every person in the entire building. The structure had 6 sections: underground left and right wings, front and rear buildings, and the top floor was connected. The ingenious design impressed him. Lin Yu was now taking an elevator. The thermal imaging only showed her silhouette, but even that was enough to leave him staring. Perfect and alluring. Zhang Xiaolong continued to observe Lin Yu's movements, climbing rapidly along the smooth wall. He wasn't worried about being discovered, as the mecha's camouflage color ensured he remained hidden. Lin Yu slowly entered a room. Zhang Xiaolong then noticed that this was the Tianshi City Interstellar Hotel. Judging from the high floor she had reached, it should be the presidential suite. He thought, could the beauty be here for a secret rendezvous? No wonder she seemed off today. Her voice even sounded gentler. So it's spring fever. He was now certain that Lin Yu's purpose was not the reception she had mentioned. Although he was reluctant to believe she was here purely for a lover's tryst, he couldn't stop his mind from wandering. He hardened his heart, turned off the thermal detection system, and activated the satellite surveillance system. Though not an expert in computers, the new mecha had strong capabilities. He quickly connected to the hotel's surveillance system via satellite. Knowing the floor, he searched room by room for Lin Yu's figure. All surveillance systems in the occupied rooms were shut down to protect guests' privacy. On the 107th floor there were 4 presidential suites, 3 of which had their surveillance systems active, while only one was physically disabled, its power completely cut off. Zhang Xiaolong could only curse in frustration, unable to see anything inside, and had to resort to thermal detection once more. 2 human figures appeared, and Zhang Xiaolong angrily cursed, that shameless pair. The figures were undressing, clearly revealing one was a man. Their bodies intertwined and rolled onto the bed. Zhang Xiaolong felt a sharp pang in his heart, a mix of jealousy and fury. After a moment, Zhang Xiaolong decided that since he was already spying, he might as well eavesdrop on their conversation. He activated the audio system. The suite's soundproofing was excellent, with minimal vibration in the air, but fortunately the couple's activities on the bed allowed the floor to pick up considerable sound. Their breaths mingled. Zhang Xiaolong's face turned ashen as he listened to the live performance. Lin Yu's soul-stirring moans and the strange man's heavy breathing all reached his ears. Lin Yu's pristine image in Zhang Xiaolong's heart was utterly shattered by this unprecedented live show. He merely listened, his mind blank. Traveling in a space fighter to meet a lover. Lin Yu must be the first in history. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly realized something was amiss. Even Lin Yu couldn't privately commandeer a space fighter, and she wasn't one to act so recklessly. When Battalion Commander Kesley drove off base, without permission, Lin Yu had unceremoniously stripped her of her command. How could Lin Yu do this? With this thought, Zhang Xiaolong's gaze shifted to the B-97 space fighter. Its crimson-white fuselage bore an eagle emblem on the wing with the words, Tana Security Department, written below. Through the reconnaissance telescope, he could deduce that Lin Yu's lover was likely a high-ranking official in the security department. The passion in the room had subsided. Lin Yu spoke, "It's been months since we last met. Tell me, have you found another woman in Tana?" The man chuckled in a low voice. "I wish I could, but not every woman is as good as you. Your figure is even better now. Don't go back tonight, all right? Don't move, we just finished. How are you already aroused? The fire of desire is unbearable. Don't underestimate your charm. I need to show you I haven't found another woman. You know what's good for you. Oh, let's talk business first. Stop being so frivolous. All right, does Xiangzi have any message?" "Yes. 3 weeks ago, Xiangzi sent word that the Empire has begun the Destiny Plan, led by the 3rd generation. The Empire will dispatch a large fleet and personnel targeting the ores on Tana. If necessary, the 3rd generation is considering taking over the Tana planet. Then you and I won't have to suffer like this. You wish? Do you think the 3rd generation will be so kind? What's the issue? We've been undercover for the Empire on Tana for over a decade. We have our merits. At least we passed the ore information to the Empire. If she dares to harm us, I don't care about the Black Dragon Society's 3rd generation." The Black Dragon Society. Zhang Xiaolong's heart jolted. It was unbelievable. Lin Yu, the commander of the Iron-Blooded Women's 183rd Regiment, was actually a military spy for the one-day Empire's Black Dragon Society. Zhang Xiaolong's mind went blank. The transformation was too drastic. A moment ago she was a beautiful and moving female officer, and now she was a depraved spy for the one-day Empire. The two continued speaking. Don't say that. You can't defeat the Black Dragon Society. If there's no direct conflict of interest, it's best we don't argue with the 3rd generation. Together we're no match for her. Let's not talk about that. What about that male officer of yours? I heard your regiment commander is quite interested in him." This guy, I don't know how to describe him. A bit foolish, but quite capable. Today he came to me with his proposed battle plan. It's impressive, advanced concepts and bold ideas. If the Zhongyao military adopts his training methods, it could pose a serious threat to the Empire. A threat? Just a minor battalion commander and your subordinate. Will you let him rise? All right, did Xiangzi say when the Empire's warships will attack Tana? Probably before the new year. Many warships are already gathering at the Tianyun planet with total forces 6 times that of Tana. We can win this war with our eyes closed. I really hope it ends soon. I haven't heard news from home in years. Enough of that. Every moment of spring night is precious. Let's continue. Ah, come on. They thrashed on the bed, but Zhang Xiaolong had no heart to listen to their obscene moans. He stared blankly at the sky. So the one-day empire's moles were within the Zhongao Republic's military. This was terrifying. A cold sweat broke out over him. This was a long-planned conspiracy. From their conversation, the one-day empire would launch a large-scale attack on Tana planet very soon, targeting the ores mentioned by Lin Yu and the man. What ore could drive the one-day empire to risk war with Zhongao? Zhang Xiaolong coldly stared at the two violently shaking figures in the thermal detection, sighing softly. He leaped from the glass wall to the ground, moving swiftly. In no time he was far from Tianshi City on a wilderness roadside, collapsing in defeat. A dark dim light glided over the mecha's surface, and Zhang Xiaolong clearly felt the internal biochemical waves constantly adjusting. Zhang Xiaolong felt an unbearable suffocation in his heart. He wanted to shout or fight someone fiercely to feel better. Lin Yu had gradually replaced Fang Jingya and Luo Na in his heart, like an incarnation of both hovering between love and friendship. He loved her smile, but this accidental tracking had revealed her secret. If it were just that she had a man, he might have felt better, but her true identity was hard to accept. The light between heaven and earth dimmed further. Zhang Xiaolong's mind went blank. He recalled a saying, the more beautiful a woman, the more careful you must be. When Sangmu Zhua had said this, he had doubted it, but after tonight he believed it. A woman's words could not be trusted. Lin Ye's smile appeared before his eyes again. Zhang Xiaolong closed his eyes in disgust. How many military spies like Lin Yu were there in Zhongao? If the one-day empire's space fleet arrived, where would the Zhongao army go? Even he might not escape being killed by the one-day people. Thinking of this outcome, Zhang Xiaolong's mind flashed with Sangmu Zhua's memories. The detestable faces of the one-day people, their atrocities, raping and pillaging, their brutal, inhuman, beastly acts. The suffocation gradually turned to anger, and Zhang Xiaolong finally made a crucial decision. 200 years ago, during the Warring States period of the universe, the one-day empire forcefully conquered over 300 planets in 4 provinces of Zhongao, committing atrocities, burning, killing, and looting, leaving painful memories for the Zhongao people. They were eventually driven out by the Interstellar Federation, but the devastation remained, with many planets failing to recover economically in 50 years. Sangmu Zhua, filled with indignation, led the 12 leaders of the Starlight Dragon Gang secretly into one-day territory to assassinate high-ranking officials and Black Dragon Society heads, but it was a victory bought with blood. All 13, including Sangmu Zhua, died at the Black Dragon Society's headquarters. Sangmu Zhua's voice appeared. Kid, what are you thinking? Is that you? I thought you and Duan Fei had both disappeared. Huh? Sighing. Just because of a one-day woman. If we had never met, I might have chosen to kill her without hesitation. But would you kill a woman who has been like a sister and a lover? You're so spineless. Haven't you considered that Lin Yu has been using you all along? Stirring up conflicts among middle-ranking officers to plunge the 183rd Regiment into a degenerate struggle. Have you thought about that? Think about it. Since you took office, how many true words has this woman said to you? How am I supposed to know if her words are true or false? You should let the old scholar teach you how to distinguish lies from truth. I haven't studied psychological lie detection, but I can tell that Lan Jinjian's words to you are trustworthy, while Lin Ye's words are best ignored. They'll get you killed. Alright, stop it. Help me, will you? Zhang Xiaolong mustered the strength to voice his thoughts. He was still hesitating, though he knew what to do. He still harbored illusions about Lin Yu. Sangmu Zhua was silent for a long time before slowly saying, alright, let me tell you a story. After hearing it, maybe you'll know what to do. 200 years ago, I remember I was 33, young and impulsive. That year, the one-day empire declared full-scale war on Zhongao. I led the Starlight Dragon Gang brothers to fight those beasts. We didn't have good weapons, but with precise assassination techniques, we killed many one-day empire generals. One day, the Zhongao government found me in the Golden Bull Theater. The officer who contacted me was a beautiful woman, the most beautiful ID ever seen. She told me the Zhongao president thanked me for my efforts and invited me to a state banquet. But it was all bullshit. What kind of banquet hadn't I been to? I didn't care at all, but in the end I still went. Was that female officer like Lin Yu too? Shut up. Listen to me. Don't interrupt others when they're speaking, got it? Oh. At the banquet I didn't see that female officer, so I asked around, but I couldn't learn her name. Later, when I was about to leave the solar system, I saw her at the airport. She wasn't in uniform. The Siberian aviation base on Earth was very cold. She wore a white coat, looking adorable. I wanted to embrace her. For over 10 days I couldn't sleep well. I knew I was done for. I had fallen for a woman whose name I didn't even know. But just when I was utterly hopeless, she appeared again. I was overjoyed, you know. That feeling was far more intense than what you're feeling now. I lost a lot of weight during that time. What happened next? Sang Mujua's voice gradually softened into a gentle tone. Later we boarded the spaceship together. We talked endlessly about astronomy, geography, travel anecdotes, ancient poetry, movies. I didn't really understand poetry or movies, and my life was all about fighting. Most of the time she talked and I listened. I wished I could keep listening to that voice forever. She suddenly realized she had been talking all along and asked if I was tired. I smiled and asked if she was thirsty. Her face immediately flushed. I felt truly happy at that moment. We naturally embraced. She shyly hid her face in my arms. To be honest, Sang Mujua had been in the underworld for over a decade and had seen all kinds of women, but she captivated me completely. We didn't go straight to the Golden Bull Theater. Instead, we stopped at Fallen Paradise. It was a ceasefire period in the war. She insisted I accompany her, and I agreed. In Fallen Paradise, we stayed in the same room, but maintained a pure relationship. To this day, I can't believe I let a beautiful woman sleep beside me for a week without touching her. Oh. She asked me why I didn't touch her. I said I was afraid. She innocently asked why. I said I feared that if I died one day she would be sad, so it was best if we didn't have a relationship. Hearing this, she said nothing, just lay quietly in my arms. Suddenly I felt her trembling, and I realized she was crying. She said she didn't want me to die. I smiled and comforted her, saying, everyone dies. Before I could finish, she held me tighter. That night we made love. I couldn't say who initiated it. It happened naturally. She was very sensitive to cold, and always liked to curl up in my arms while sleeping, holding me tightly. Whenever I saw her face, I felt a deep peace in my heart. On the 9th day, my subordinate informed me that the One-Day Empire might launch a major operation soon. I knew I couldn't stay in Fallen Paradise any longer. She sensed I was about to leave. With a slightly melancholic smile that I still remember, she got up early that morning to prepare breakfast and lay out my clothes. After I ate and dressed, she put on that white coat. Her pale face worried me, but she smiled and said she wanted to see the snow on the extreme ice mountain. I urged her to rest, but she insisted I accompany her. In the end, we went. On the cable car up the extreme ice mountain, she held me tightly, her small body trembling. I knew she was afraid of heights, but I didn't understand why she insisted on going. At the summit, she was overjoyed like a schoolchild on winter break, a faint blush on her fair cheeks. Sitting at the peak, she told me she had always been afraid of heights and had never dared to come up, let alone see the snow. I asked why she wasn't afraid today. She smiled without answering. I thought her smile was strange. She began telling me stories from her childhood. Fearing she was cold, I held her in my lap. The wind was strong at the summit, but that day neither of us felt cold. At least I didn't. She said she rarely saw her father because he was always busy. Her mother raised her. One day a man in military uniform came to their home and spoke at length with her mother. She overheard that her father had sent someone to take her away. Her mother initially disagreed, but the man said many things about the nation and Zhongao that she didn't understand, though her mother did. Eventually her mother agreed. That winter a dark-faced officer took her to a military academy. She told me her mother never came out to see her off. Later her mother passed away, and she didn't know until 2 years ago when she returned to her father. At 16, also in winter, she was interning on a planet in the Golden Bull Theater. On the 3rd day, the One-Day Empire's space fleet began the war. The planet was quickly captured. One-Day soldiers defeated the unprepared Zhongao army. People scattered, the army collapsed. She was captured. She tried to kill herself, but was stopped. Tied to a table, she screamed until her voice was hoarse, but no one came to save her. She was raped by over a dozen One-Day soldiers. Zhang Xiaolong was silent. Too much had happened today. He hadn't expected Sang Mujua to have such a poignant love story. He was deeply moved by the woman in Sang Mujua's tale. Sang Mujua's voice, tinged with sorrow and anger, slowly said, when she told me all this, I could hardly believe it. That pure, kind woman had been defiled by the beasts of a foreign land. She recounted all this with a smile, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. She had contemplated death, but ultimately chose to live, to seek vengeance, to punish the atrocities committed by those invaders. Later she discovered her father's identity. Filled with guilt and pity for her suffering, he brought her back to his side. 2 years later she met me. She said she fell in love at first sight and begged me to cherish her forever. My heart ached as I held her close, promising that once we defeated those little bastards from the east, I would hold her like this forever. Overjoyed, she suddenly expressed a desire to play in the snow again. I accompanied her, walking and playing. She strolled slowly, stopping perilously close to a cliff. Smiling through tears, she said she longed to build a life with me, that she loved me deeply, yet could no longer love me, because her body was no longer pure. Realizing something was wrong, I tried to grab her, but for a long while Sang Mujua remained silent. Zhang Xiaolong's heart felt constricted, yet he knew not what words of comfort to offer. Heaving a sigh, he asked, "What do you intend to tell me with this story?" Sang Mujua replied, "What you perceive is what I intend to convey. The rest you must accomplish on your own." Zhang Xiaolong rose to his feet and declared, "I believe I now know what must be done." "That is well. I am weary, though I shall not trouble you further." Sang Mujua. Zhang Xiaolong called out to the ancient man who was on the verge of slumber, "Thank you." Song Muzhua offered no reply. Knowing his gratitude was heard, Zhang Xiaolong activated the Mech's control system and locked onto his target, the Tianshi City Interstellar Hotel. Zhang Xiaolong had not entirely purged his affections for Lin Yu. If he were to confront her directly, he feared he might falter. Yet this sentiment applied solely to her. Against any other, he believed he would act decisively. At the very least, facing a stranger, he would show no mercy. Thermal detection revealed two figures embracing on the bed, their bodies entwined. A provocative silhouette sufficient to stir the inexperienced youth. Zhang Xiaolong drew a deep breath, dismissing all distractions as he monitored them. He knew Lin Yu would not stay out all night, and she would likely return to base soon. All he had to do was wait. 2 hours elapsed. Suddenly Lin Yu's voice crackled through the earpiece. "June, I must return." A woman's figure rose from the bed and began dressing. The man, clearly reluctant to see her leave, grumbled, "Damn it. Who knows when he'll get to hold you properly for a full night's sleep." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "It won't be long. Once the third generation captures Tana, we'll have all the time in the world. Why rush?" The man grumbled further before reluctantly dressing. Soon the pair left the room, crossing the lobby toward a B-97 space fighter. Zhang Xiaolong debated whether to attack the space fighter. However, if both died, all leads would be severed, and the military spies planted within the Zhongao forces by the Eastern Empire would remain undiscovered. Capturing the man seemed the optimal course. Zhang Xiaolong had already recorded the energy signature of the spatial jump point. The Thor Mech autonomously located 17 matching jump points. Transforming the Mech into its combat-type fighter mode at an altitude of 400 meters, he initiated a broad-spectrum scan. Having read the Mech manual only once, his enhanced abilities from the Human Modification Project allowed him to master its controls completely. Now he awaited the B-97's second spatial jump to pinpoint its final destination. As expected, the B-97 executed a spatial jump immediately after takeoff. Zhang Xiaolong sighed inwardly. Had he not been compelled by some whim to test the Thor's capabilities, he would never have uncovered the Eastern Empire's conspiracy, even knowing Lin Yu was here for a tryst. Should he investigate further or report to his superiors? Zhang Xiaolong dismissed the latter option. He couldn't be certain how many spies like Lin Yu were embedded in Zhang. Perhaps even Commander Gu Yuan was among them. Hypothesizing this, he realized that most high and mid-ranking officers were now suspect. Only soldiers and officers of his rank or lower could be trusted. This explained why Lin Yu had so readily promoted him to battalion commander, to sow discord among subordinates and divert the military's attention onto him, thereby fracturing unity. Eventually, they would likely fabricate charges to dispose of him. Zhang Xiaolong organized his thoughts, sneering coldly. Had he remained ignorant of Lin Yu's schemes, so be it. But now that he knew, he would ensure her plans failed. The second spatial point appeared located some 400 kilometers from Tianshi City. Zhang Xiaolong transformed the Mech for a spatial jump, arriving at the entry point the B-97 had used 10 seconds prior. The B-97 decelerated and taxied into the airport. Landing, Zhang Xiaolong shifted to individual combat mode. Black armor enveloped his entire form. Analyzing the space base's structure, he quickly identified 7 entry points and moved swiftly according to the schematic. Like a sudden gale, Zhang Xiaolong didn't push his speed beyond the sound barrier, yet standard optical detection instruments couldn't track him. At most, a blurry streak of dust appeared on screens, so he was unconcerned about the airport's surveillance system. The man from the B-97 had just descended from the cockpit when a fierce wind struck him. Darkness claimed his vision, and he lost consciousness. Zhang Xiaolong hoisted the man's 100-plus pound frame with ease and retraced his path at breakneck speed. Arriving at a canyon, Zhang Xiaolong surveyed the surroundings. Finding no signs of habitation, and with the military space base over 100 kilometers away, he set the man down and patted his face. The man stirred groggily. Seeing the figure clad in strange black attire, the Mech essentially a suit, he scrambled up in terror and demanded, "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaolong sighed, inwardly knowing bloodshed was inevitable if he wanted cooperation. "Who I am is not your concern. I have a few questions. I hope you'll cooperate so we don't have an unpleasant encounter. Do you know who I am? You dare to abduct me?" Zhang Xiaolong stepped forward. With a sharp clang, a pitch-black dagger materialized in his hand. "Are you trying to intimidate the bandit who kidnapped you? A taste of the blade will make you more cooperative." He seized the man's left hand. Before the man could react, a chill ran through his hand, and a small finger was gone. The man stared wide-eyed at his severed digit. Only after a moment did he let out a howl of agony. Zhang Xiaolong sat on a rock and asked, "Well, how does the blade taste?" "Who the hell are you?" the man asked, enduring the pain of his severed finger. "What's your name?" Zhang Xiaolong brandished the dagger. The man hesitated, but the sight of the dark blade before his eyes filled him with indescribable dread. "Duan Tianjun." Zhang Xiaolong nodded. "Good, you're being honest. Remember, if I find any answer unsatisfactory, I'll cut off another finger. When the fingers are gone, I'll move to your toes. When those are gone, I'll take your manhood. I'll keep going until I'm satisfied." The man wasn't as obedient as expected. While Zhang Xiaolong spoke, he drew a laser pistol and fired. To his shock, Zhang Xiaolong didn't fall. Duan Tianjun nearly collapsed as Zhang Xiaolong advanced again. This time, instead of swiftly severing another finger, he slowly sliced off the man's thumb with the blade's edge. The man struggled, but the black-clad figure's strength was overwhelming. Ah! Huff! Huff! Duan Tianjun's face was drenched in sweat. His left hand trembled incessantly. What is your Eastern name? Zhang Xiaolong crouched beside the crumpled Duan Tianjun. The man snapped his head up, staring wide-eyed. Zhang Xiaolong waved the dagger. Don't want to talk. No matter. I have all the time in the world. By dawn I should have you whittled down to a mummy. He seized Duan Tianjun's left hand again. The man screamed in torment, but Zhang Xiaolong remained utterly cold and indifferent. He regarded Duan Tianjun as nothing more than a beast. Torturing a beast was no different from slaughtering one, merely crueler. Within 3 minutes, Duan Tianjun had lost 3 fingers. He felt helpless, terrified. This unkillable freak possessed immense strength. He was no match. He'll ask once more. Your Eastern name? Ono Izumi. See, that wasn't so hard. I don't enjoy bloodshed. We're both civilized men. Don't force my hand. Keep cooperating. Zhang Xiaolong spoke calmly, but to Duan Tianjun's ears his voice was demonic. He couldn't stop trembling. How long have you been infiltrating Zhongyao? Duan Tianjun stared at the black-clad interrogator, hesitating. What is your objective? No fixed goal. Primarily to destabilize Zhongyao from within Cao Discord. If we uncover valuable intelligence, we report it and await orders. I see. How many of you are there? Approximately 300,000. Besides the military, are they hidden in other sectors of Zhongyao? Yes. Are there any within the government? Duan Tianjun gritted his teeth. Yes. Do you know their names? Duan Tianjun shook his head with effort, cradling his injured hand. No. Are you certain? Zhang Xiaolong asked again. Sensing the shift in Zhang Xiaolong's tone, Duan Tianjun shouted. I truly don't know. I beg you, don't cut off any more fingers. Just kill me. You don't know? Zhang Xiaolong yanked Duan Tianjun's left hand. Sorry, I can't oblige. Bear with it a little longer. It'll be over soon. The blade slowly touched his index finger, slicing in bit by bit. Duan Tianjun let out a hoarse scream, watching helplessly as another finger vanished from his left hand. You're not human. You're a demon. They'll haunt you even in death. Duan Tianjun shrieked in agony, writhing like a pig being slaughtered. What are the names of those you know? Zhang Xiaolong ignored the curses, still speaking calmly. Duan Tianjun, teeth clenched and body convulsing, gasped out. About 30 some are high-ranking officials on various planets. I remember only 3: the administrative chief of Tianyao planet Yulin, the chief of Fenghuang planet Li Jiao, and one named Lin Hui, though I don't know his location. What exactly do you want to know? How many of your accomplices are in Tana? Duan Tianjun shook his head. 1 regiment commander Lin Yu of the 183rd, and one named Xiangzi, who works in interstellar transport. Where does this Xiangzi live? I'm not sure. I always contact her by phone, and she comes to me. They'll ask you one more time. How many are in Tana? Zhang Xiaolong's voice didn't change, but Duan Tianjun's face twisted in anguish, almost in tears. Big brother. Truly there are no more. I beg you, grant me a quick death. Don't torture me like this. Zhang Xiaolong acted as if he hadn't heard the pleas. Reaching out, he grabbed Duan Tianjun's head. Since you can't hear my question clearly, you don't need your ears. The sharp black dagger slowly carved off Duan Tianjun's left ear. He let out a pig-like squeal, limbs thrashing. Hot blood streamed down his cheek, mingling with tears and excruciating pain. He fainted. Through his filtered visor, Zhang Xiaolong observed the unconscious man. Dragging Duan Tianjun's body toward a nearby river, he knew the man's answers had yielded little, but he was certain Duan Tianjun would eventually spill everything. It was only a matter of time. Zhang Xiaolong tossed him into the water. Duan Tianjun regained consciousness, staring at Zhang Xiaolong in utter misery. Zhang Xiaolong crouched again and asked slowly, same question as before. Answer me. Duan Tianjun shook his head in despair. There are 6 more. 3 women in the military. I rarely contact them. They communicate with Lin Yu. One in the star government named Ouyang Shao. The other 2 I've never met. They're very cautious. Only Xiangzi knows them, including Lin Yu. Hearing Lin Yu's name, Zhang Xiaolong suddenly asked, how long have you known Lin Yu? Duan Tianjun replied, since childhood. Her original name was Mu Liangyi. She was my classmate back in our country. We were both selected for the Ant Nest project. We lost contact for a while. Last year I discovered she was in Tana. Zhang Xiaolong struggled to control his emotions, remaining silent for a long time. Seeing this, Duan Tianjun quickly added, I swear I'm telling the truth. I've only slept with Lin Yu 3 times. You can ask her. Desperate to alleviate his suffering, Duan Tianjun blurted out even their intimate encounters. Zhang Xiaolong clenched his fists in fury. How do I find Xiangzi? Duan Tianjun, now utterly broken by the black dagger's menacing gleam, hung his head. She likes to go to Guifei Bar in Tianjin City every month. She's a lesbian. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly asked, do you have a cigarette? Yes, in my coat pocket. Let me get it for you. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his wounds, Duan Tianjun produced a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Xiaolong took one out. You smoke? I don't want to. Duan Tianjun quickly lit a cigarette and inhaled greedily. Zhang Xiaolong said, I'm letting you go. Leave. Duan Tianjun stared in disbelief. You're letting me go? See. Oh. Thank you. Not daring to linger a moment longer lest Zhang Xiaolong change his mind, he staggered away. Suddenly a blinding beam of light pierced his chest. He turned in disbelief to the black-clad figure murmuring, Didn't you say? Let me go. How? Zhang Xiaolong sneered coldly, because I am wicked. Duan Tianjun collapsed. Zhang Xiaolong soaked the dagger in the river, cleansing it of bloodstains. Though the mech had an automatic maintenance function, he refused to let it be defiled by the filthy blood of an Easterner. The echoes of Duan Tianjun's screams still lingered, but in Zhang Xiaolong's heart resounded the cries of the pure girl from Tsangmuju's tale. Blood debts demanded blood repayment. This was only the beginning. Gazing at the corpse in the distance, Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand and summoned a small-caliber laser cannon. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed as the body was reduced to ash. The mech transformed into its fighter mode and flew toward the underground base. Zhang Xiaolong returned to the mech hangar. Descending from the cockpit, he collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. The biomech consumed a tremendous amount of energy. While 999 of its power came from the energy core, it also drained the pilot's physical stamina. Even 001 drain was taxing beyond measure. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaolong checked the time, past midnight. After a long moment, he slowly rose, boarded a military vehicle, and drove toward the barracks.